A snap election that felt like it lasted longer, more than 6 weeks, I think, for most of us. After 5 years in power, we're about to find out exactly what people have decided. Stay with us here at Talk for all of the news. Joining me in the studio for their instant reaction to the exit poll is Lord Hayward. Robert Hayward is a Tory peer and, of course, pollster. Different hats on, depending what we're talking about. Conservative commentator Benedict Spence and also former Labour Party official Richard Power Said getting their views on where we are. So in literally 30 seconds or so, we will find out what is going to happen when the last votes have been cast. Millions of votes, of course, cast in postal ballots before today. But we'll get to find out only in a matter of seconds what that decision will be. Will we see Rishi Sunak leaving Downing Street? Will we see a new Prime Minister in Downing Street? Well, the information is going to be with us any moment now. Stay tuned for the exit poll that is imminent in a matter of seconds. We'll bring it to you here at Talk. Well, what is that exit poll going to say? What is the result? Well, it is a Labour landslide. There's certainly no doubt about that. The exit poll has predicted 410 seats for Labour. That is a huge, huge number. That's not as high as some of the exit polls, the MRP polls have suggested. 131 seats for the Conservatives, 61 seats for the Liberal Democrats. That's on the upper side of what they would have been expecting. And also Reform, 13 seats. Even many in Reform were predicting far fewer than that. Also, some of the mega polls had predicted that. The Greens on 2 and the SNP down to, wait for it, just 10 seats. So let's go through that again. It is a Labour landslide. It is a Tory bloodbath. That is not overplaying it. That is not an exaggeration of what has happened, what the British people have said in their votes today. The British people have spoken and they've said goodbye Rishi Sunak, hello Keir Starmer. The question is, did they say hello Keir Starmer with much enthusiasm, or are they just too keen on shutting the door back on 14 years of Tory rule? Well, let's go through those figures again. 410 MPs for Labour. That is a huge majority for them. Conservatives, 131. That is an absolute collapse. The Liberal Democrats up to 61. Reform UK, 13. That would have been by far their best case scenario if that does play out. SNP on 10 and the Green Party on 2. That would give a majority for the Labour Party of 170. That is a huge, huge majority. Well, let's go first to Lord Hayward, who is a pollster, as well as being a Tory peer. Your instant reaction to that result, is it where you thought it would be? How aligned is it with the mega polls that we've been seeing?
It's not far out in terms of Labour and Conservatives. Conservatives, depending on which MRP poll you looked at, either it's well above the predictions or it's at or close to. The figure that most surprises me, and I think will surprise many people, is the suggestion of 13 Reform seats. I don't
think even many people in Reform were expecting
precisely
that sort of number. I've been hearing certainly in the single figures.
Absolutely, and I think therefore the question is, where have those 13 come from? As yet we don't know what seats are projected, but that is the one big surprise. The other big disappointment, if it does come out as that, is for the SNP at 10, because that's way below the worst expectations.
I mean, it's way
for the SNP,
it is,
which means the Labour Party will have done very well in Scotland indeed.
Indeed, and that will be crucial for their... Well, look, let's go straight to someone who's no doubt probably the most smiley person in the studio, although I imagine quite a lot of Reform supporters are rather smiley today as well, and that is Richard Power Said, a former Labour Party official. Talking to you just before the show, you were saying, polls are looking good, but, I think everyone remembers 92, when John Major swept back back into power, and Labour were just sort of what the heck just happened. 410 majority of 170.
This is the majority that Keir Starmer and the Labour Party needed to defend our democracy, quite frankly.
Come on.
I think British democracy has... No, I'm not saying necessarily at risk from the Conservatives, but I think at risk from such stagnation in terms of living standards. I think people have the right to expect a better life.
How does a Labour majority of that size, say Boris Johnson's majority of 80 in 2019, I've never understood people talk about a super majority of this. What difference does it make? You can either push your legislation through or you can't.
Yeah, sure. And when you've got the question of, like, are you going to be able to push back against NIMBYism? Are you going to be able to push back against the fossil fuel giants? These are the things that Starmer needs to be able to do in order to get the growth, deliver that growth, which can deliver the living standard improvements.
So the difference between Britain changing, the change we've been promised under Keir Starmer is having a majority that big. What would have been a majority that was too small?
I mean, I hope, I hope that if we had a majority half that size, we'd still be able to do just as much.
Okay.
But the fact is that you can be more ambitious when you've got a stronger majority. You can also be more ambitious because you can be thinking about that second term, potentially.
OK.
Potentially.
Well, potentially, yes. Let's not count our chickens. We haven't even seen the results from this election.
No,
Benedict Spence, his face was a picture listening to you on that. Benedict Spence, you're a Conservative commentator. What is your reaction to this?
I mean, just to sort of pick up on what has just been said there, it's all very well the size of the majority in terms of the MP, but in the number of MPs, but we do need to wait and see what the actual breakdown of the size in the constituencies, whether or not they're marginals, whether or not they've turned some of those unexpectedly into safe seats. If you want to be able to get to grips with things like, especially NIMBYism, that's what you need. You need actually very large numbers in those constituencies, otherwise you'll find yourself in the same situation that the Conservatives found. If this is true for the Conservatives, 130, then this is a fantastic result, given quite how badly they've been doing. And I think it's staggering that we're even saying that.
Well,
frankly.
This is it. I mean, we've been talking, have we not, about Robert Hayward, absolute wipeout. I mean, there have been some predictions of the Tories down to sort of 50, 60 MPs. I always thought that was quite unlikely. There's been a bit of a sweepstake in the office. No money changing hands. None of us work in 10 Downing Street, so we wouldn't. And I have to say, I mean, my guesstimate was a bit below that, but my gut feeling was it would be above that, because we've got this phenomenon of many, many years of these shy Tory voters. But doesn't a lot of this play out depending on what seat you're in, how the votes are redistributed, and also what opposition you've got? Because we've got these other players now. We've got the Lib Dems coming up very strongly against the Conservatives in the blue wall. We've got Labour taking the seats back in the red wall. And we've got this challenge from Reform where even if they're, I mean, best case scenario, getting 13 seats, be interesting to see if that does play out. Even if they get far less, one of the crucial roles Reform UK has played is to basically break the chance of the Tories winning many other seats by splitting the right-wing vote and Labour getting in by default.
That's in part true, but there's been growing evidence that in fact Labour voters have been voting Reform and Lib Dems as well. Yeah. So although the largest single block is likely to have come from potential Conservative voters, it's not right to say that all Reform voters come from the Conservative camp. A pretty high proportion will come from elsewhere. One of the things we haven't got as yet, and I think is important in this large majority, which I don't challenge, is the percentage share of each of the political parties.
And that's going to be very interesting.
Because I think the chances are that the Conservative and Labour combined percentage share will probably be the lowest in a century.
Yes, and that's something we've seen, people turning away from those main parties. Do we know the turnout yet? Because turnout is quite crucial. We've seen, turnout. Back in 2019, the turnout was 67.3%. That was down on 2017. There's been a big feeling that these voters who are Conservative, they don't want to vote for the Labour Party, they don't want to vote for Reform UK, they don't want to vote for Lib Dems, but they don't want to turn out and vote for the Conservatives, so they were just going to sit on their hands and stay at home.
No, we won't. Exit polls don't measure turnout. They may measure the turnout in that particular.
And only about 130 seats they look at.
In that particular polling station. We won't know the turnout until all the constituencies have validated their figures. I think there's important things. There have been stories running all day about higher levels of turnout. They may be higher than expected. Whether they're high or not is another matter. But also, people have just been looking at queues. But people have, for the first time, had to produce voter ID,
which means, of course, there's more likely to be a queue.
Slowed the process down.
Yeah.
And also, people working from home can vote earlier than they would normally possibly.
Instead of on the way home from the office.
We won't know until late tomorrow.
Well, if you we're just tuning in, 8 minutes past 10 o'clock on election night. Yeah, we had all morning not being allowed to talk about the election. Wow, it's election all the way, all night. That exit poll is out, came out on the dot of 10 as the polling stations closed. A majority of 170 for Labour, 410 Labour MPs is what that exit poll predicts. Conservatives on 131. A terrible night for them, a bloodbath for them, but interestingly, not as bad as it could have been. As Benedict say, extraordinary. Liberal Democrats up from, 12 they won in the 2019 election, up to 61. A great night for them. It turns out, wearing a wetsuit, falling off a paddleboard, good for votes. Who knew? Reform UK, an astonishing prediction for them of 13 seats. MRP polls, these mega polls, before Nigel Farage joined the fray, became the leader of the party, took over from Richard Tice and said he was announcing for Clacton. That's the result, I think, coming in at about 4 a.m. Quite a long time to wait for that one. They were being predicted 0 seats, and then at one point 1 seat, possibly Clacton. SNP, absolute collapse in the SNP vote, down to just 10 seats, as Robert says, could well mean that Labour have done very well in Scotland. I can't see the Tories taking many seats in the SNP there. Greens on 2, so they would have doubled their seats. I'm assuming they're thinking gaining Bristol. Which of course would be bad news for Thanam Debonair.
It would be.
But she may well be, bizarrely, the only shadow cabinet member about to be cabinet member who loses her seat.
That's most likely on these figures. Interestingly enough, I've just had a text message from a very active and fairly senior Labour person saying these figures are crazy.
As in crazily bad or crazily good?
Crazy in that they think it's an overestimation. I don't. I think it's pretty close to what people are saying.
Very interesting. Benedict Spencer, are you surprised by these figures, particularly if you're talking about the Conservatives, and particularly also about Reform UK apparently taking 13 seats, according to this exit poll?
Conservatives, yes, I'm surprised. Reform, actually, no. I'm not so surprised. And this is simply because of personal experience and conversations I've had with a lot of people. The sheer number of people who I have spoken to who have told me beforehand that they were considering voting reform, from all walks of life, of all age groups, young people, old, Brexiteers, Remainers, former Labour, former Conservative, it really has struck me. And it's not simply because they find reform appealing necessarily. They're not necessarily taken in by Nigel Farage and what he offers. It is simple animosity and dejectedness with both parties. Everybody, many people are very fed up with what the Conservatives have offered them, but they simply are not convinced by Sir Keir Starmer. And I do actually think it might not end up being 13. It could be sort of 7, 8, 9. That's still a lot more than it was expected to be. We have to see and wait and see where those votes fall. But I could entirely understand how in certain constituencies where, you know, there has been sort of generations of being let down by both major parties, you could see these people swinging to reform,
and
simply
particularly
because
those
out of fury.
that were Labour seats in the Red Wall. I mean, this was one of the big fears, wasn't it? Richard Powell-Syed, as a former Labour Party official, there were seats in the Red Wall that fell over Brexit and Corbyn back in 2009. I've never thought it was all about, you know, Boris Johnson's unique fluffy-haired appeal. It was more about the other two, you know, who not wanting to vote for Corbyn and wanting to get Brexit done. A lot of those people feel, you know, what about the levelling up? What about proper Brexit? And they feel they've been done by. And this is the thing. So people voting reform, but look, undoubtedly, vast number of people have voted Labour. Do you feel that this is a positive vote for Labour, or do you feel a lot of this is, as the polls have suggested, the focus groups have suggested, this is just we've had enough of the Tories, we're done with you, it's been 14 years, time to give the other bloke a try?
I think it's time to try a party that's offering stability, frankly. And I know it sounds incredibly boring, but after 14 years of stagnating wages and 6, 7 years of political chaos, actually, that's kind of what people want.
We didn't notice. Did anyone notice that in the last 2 years?
I must have made it up.
We've been on air since 2016. I can think of barely anything that's happened in that time.
It's been extremely uneventful, totally boring.
Tranquil.
But you know what you were saying about the Red Wall seats, something that I think often gets forgotten about the political history of those constituencies is that actually the vote for Labour, I'm afraid to say, had been going down gradually in most of those seats, from 2001 onwards?
Even before then.
Even before then.
Yes.
So actually you're talking about a very long-term story of...
It was going to happen anyway.
It's less about that. It's more about saying that something incredibly dramatic had to happen to reverse it.
Yeah.
Because when you've got communities that are deindustrialising, and I'm afraid to say New Labour did loads of lovely things, but they didn't reverse that terrible trend in our workplace and in our economy. And when you've got, the constituencies, you've got lots of people who perhaps did manual jobs, but then they've perhaps bought their council house. Now they own hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of property and they're pensioners. Not very surprising. people like that stop voting Labour. So those are the kinds of changes that you saw culminating in that terrible loss of seats in 2019.
Yeah.
And I would say that what's happened now is people are saying, they're looking at Keir Starmer and saying, we don't know what's going to happen in the next few years. We're pretty worried about the global situation. We think that this guy can steer the ship, but it is lending votes. We know we're being lent the votes in the Labour Party, and people's quality of life has got to improve over the next 5 years.
The question is, of course, will it? There isn't any money to spend. Look, just a deputy, about to be, we expect now, and on the basis of this poll, Angela Rayner, Deputy Prime Minister, she's just been speaking, saying it would be an honour and privilege to serve as Deputy Prime Minister, but says she is not counting my chickens until all the results are declared. Prediction of 100. I mean, I need to point out, look, polls aren't always accurate. We've had some polling in the past that have been accurate. The last two, 2017, 2019, incredibly accurate. I mean, 2019 was only out by, I think, 3 seats. So let me get to some of the big beasts that we're going to be looking at their seats later over the night. Of course, Mike Graham and Ian Collins coming in from 1 o'clock and from 4. It does look likely on this exit poll that Rishi Sunak could keep his seat. I've always thought this is the worst case scenario for him because he wants to up sticks and head off to California. He's going to be stuck as an MP in Yorkshire. Love the place, Yorkshire, beautiful place, but he's going to be stuck there. But he's not going to be Prime Minister. Oliver Dowden, his deputy, likely to keep his seat. There were some question marks about that. James Cleverly, the Home Secretary, likely to keep his. Kemi Badenoch, of course, a key front runner, likely to be the favourite of many Tory Party members to be the next Tory leader. It looks like also that Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary, likely to keep her seat. However, too close to call. Penny Mordaunt, another possible Tory leadership contender. Grant Shapps, Johnny Mercer, Jeremy Hunt, all looking like they will fall. Shapps and Mercer to Labour. Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor, falling to the Liberal Democrats. I have to say, can we just have a little moment and a smile at the joy of Jeremy Hunt losing his seat? I'm sorry. As my regular audience will know, I hold no candle for this man. This is a man who would have kept us in lockdown forever. He really would have. I've got no time for him. But what do you make of that, Benedict? Look, the Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, some of the big beasts look like they are safe, but we're still likely to get off our Portillo moment. Jeremy Hunt, Grant Shapps, could be Penny Mordaunt.
I mean, to be fair, the sheer turnover of Tories that they've sort of had to shoehorn into the cabinet at some stage did make it inevitable that there would be some big beasts or people who fancied themselves as big beasts who would lose it. It's interesting though. 130 rather than the 60 scenario opens up the field. Perhaps we're getting slightly ahead of ourselves, but it does open up the field in terms of who might put their name forward as a candidate to be the next leader of the Conservative Party, because that's going to be the next thing that we do look to talk about. Penny Mordaunt, of course, that's the big one that everybody's looking about because she certainly rates herself. I don't know how much other people do, but she certainly rates herself.
She carries a sword very well.
She does, and that's what you want in times of crisis. I've
always said carrying a sword is an absolute requirement to being a good Prime Minister. She also has fabulous hair. I say this all the time, but I've got a lot of time for Penny. I mean, on the fact she thinks that trans women are women, but I mean, she has actually said that. But I genuinely, I just think I don't know why people think those are credentials for being PM.
I don't know, but there we are. Although apparently the people of Portsmouth do not necessarily agree with that, which is it's nice to see that they've seen through the facade. But we wait and see. I mean, whether or not everybody's. Perhaps
Robert Hayward's getting very upset here. No, I like Penny Mordaunt. I'm just saying that when people say, "Oh, she's so obviously," if only Penny Mordaunt had been leading the Tories, this wouldn't have happened. This is absolute nonsense.
They said the same thing about Sunak, didn't they? And look what happened. It was magnificent, wasn't it?
It's already descended into chaos, everybody. This is what you're here for.
It's vibes politics. Sorry.
Robert, go on.
Right, go ahead.
No, Richard, carry on.
It's vibes politics. She's kind of nice. She sort of seems like the sort of person who might have led the
She delivers well
Party.
in the dispatch box.
Yeah, but that's not like how you run an effective political operation.
Okay.
I mean, she did dress up like a sort of dystopian autocrat for the coronation.
She looks fabulous.
She did. That wasn't a criticism.
She was next to the king. She looked like the autocrat. Come on.
You know what I think is what's really going to be really interesting is how close that result for Kemi Badenoch is, right? Because remember, if it's really close, then the postal votes that have got lost in that constituency might result in a by-election, and then she can't run for the leadership.
That is something we do want to come to you. But Robert, come on, you want to put a defence in a Penny Mordaunt. Go on.
I was just staggered by the vindictiveness that you came out with for Jeremy Hunt and came out with in relation to Penny.
Can I just say, I was editing myself for Jeremy Hunt.
There's a lot of PTSD in this
a few hours.
Jeremy Hunt praised the Chinese government for locking people up in their home, physically locking them up. Well, that's what they've been doing in China. Oh, you know, wouldn't that be a good idea? Come on.
I think it is important here to say, and the question of postal votes is valid if there is a contest.
And particularly in Scotland, because, of course, people have got school holidays already started in Scotland long before they do in England. People come back from their holes in mid-August. And so people got postal votes because they were going to be away. So it's all very well saying, well, you can go to the polling station on the day. Well, you can't if you're already in Spain.
That issue in Scotland was known, and as far as I'm aware, the distribution of postal votes has not hit a problem in Scotland unless there are parts that I've not noticed. The key issue in relation to one or two constituencies, including Chemis, is that there does appear to have been a serious problem, and I've had a report or two from other places where postal votes have just not arrived.
Yeah.
And I'm a great fan of returning officers. They face a burden which politicians of all persuasions have put on them more and more. We've created more elected positions, all sorts of burdens. And I have, on a number of occasions, warned that some form of breakdown would take place in our electoral system. If it's only one or two constituencies, I shall be relieved.
I'm wondering how much having to have photo ID will impact. I had a friend who got in touch this morning saying, help, I've just got married, I sent off my passport and my driving licence to get my name changed, and they haven't come back in time. I pointed out Electoral Commission on the website saying you could use an old photo ID, so a passport that's out of date is still proper photo ID, but there's no doubt there are going to be some issues. There are going to be some people who've been turned away. And I have to say, I'm a big fan of photo ID for people to vote. I find it extraordinary that I could have got a Blockbuster, I'm that old, I could have got a Blockbuster, a rental card, and needed more ID for that than I do to vote in this country. It's completely normal in most countries. It's been the norm in Northern Ireland for years, hasn't been an issue. We used it in the local elections. However, so much more ID has been allowed for older people than for younger people. If once you're a pensioner, basically any piece of paper you have is your ID. But for instance, a young person's rail card, for which you need to give a formal ID to get that, that's not allowed. Benedict, do you think that might end up being an issue, or is it not an issue when you're looking at a majority of 170?
I think it's going to be that sort of thing where it perhaps would have impacted voters who are more likely to vote Labour than Conservative, and if the exit polls are to be believed, then no, that's not really a major thing. In some circumstances, there might have been a few people who ran into difficulties. I doubt that it's on a scale large enough to have affected many seats, to be honest.
Can I say that although Angela Rayner is not counting her chickens yet, she says, although she would, hopefully, she would hope to be Deputy Prime Minister of this country by tomorrow morning. So Ed Davey, the Liberal Democrat leader, is absolutely counting his chickens. They've already all hatched. He's counted them. He's named them all and everything.
Is he on a bungee jump?
He's probably on a bungee.
He's filming it.
He's in a canoe. I don't know what. He's in a canoe on a bungee jump into water, holding a paddleboard, right at this moment in time.
The chickens are mustering.
So Ed Davey has said that he was humbled by the exit poll. Everyone's got to stop sniggering at the back now, which he says has shown the Liberal Democrats on course for its best results for a century. He said the Liberal Democrats, thanks to a positive campaign with health and care at its heart, every Lib Dem MP will be a strong local champion for their community, standing up for the NHS and care. Whether you voted for us or not, we will work day in and day out, and we will not let you down. That's what he has to say. You're not happy with that, are you, Richard Bowser?
I mean, look, it was absolutely lovely hearing Ed Davey's personal stories about his experience as a carer. I think a lot of people were very moved by that. It was very meaningful. It was not why people voted Lib Dem. I'm sorry. They voted Lib Dem because they noticed that the Lib Dems were there, and they noticed that the Lib Dems were there because there was a guy on a bungee rope. And you know what? Kudos to him for some very effective campaigning. But he did what he needed to do, which was
if the end of this election campaign means I don't have to see Ed Davey in a wetsuit ever again, then hurrah, is all I can say.
I mean, they're going to try it again in 2.5 years.
Stop doing it, Ed. So 10:23, just to reiterate, before we go to a break, just to get, if you are just tuning in, where have you been the last 20 minutes or so? We do have that exit poll from 10 o'clock. Labour have a majority predicted of 170, 410 MPs for the Labour Party, 131 Conservative MPs. Lib Dems predicted to get 61. Reform, staggering number, 13 MPs. Not even their leadership were predicting that privately today, I can assure you. SNP down to 10, 2 Greens and various other parties getting 23. I wonder if that includes George Galloway. We'll get his result in the early hours of this morning. We're going to go to a quick break, and then I'm going to read you about what's been going on with the Dissolution honours. Quite a few big names in there getting honours. We'll come to that in a few moments. More on the exit poll, more on what we've got to expect for the rest of the evening. Do stay tuned. This is Talk, the home of common sense.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on YouTube, on your mobile, and on your side. This is Talk.
Well, good evening to you. This is Talk with me, Julia Hartley-Brewer, the home of common sense. We are here with the exit poll. That's all we've got so far. It'll be at least another hour before we actually get a proper election result. And we keep being told the only poll that matters is the one where people actually cast their votes. Well, the exit poll is compiled in about 130 different constituencies around the country, with people actually replicating the vote that they just done in a polling station, and then a secret ballot again, putting it into a ballot box, and then those votes are counted up. Well, if you are just tuning in, it has predicted a massive majority for the Labour Party, 170. Bearing in mind, though, lower than Tony Blair achieved in 1997 with 179, but a Labour majority of 170. It is undoubtedly a landslide Labour victory, and it is a bloodbath for the Conservatives, down to just 131 seats. I mean, that's an extraordinary number down, bearing in mind Boris Johnson won 365 at the last general election. Labour Party have more than doubled their seats, from 202 up to 410. Liberal Democrats up from 12 seats that they won in 2019 up to 61. Reform UK, of course, not even a party back then. It was the Brexit Party, stood down a lot of candidates in 2019. Reform Party predicted their best result predicted from any of the polls that we saw ahead of the election in the exit poll. 13 MPs, SNP down to 10, and and the Green Party on 2, so doubling their seats. Let's get to some of the dissolution honours, though, just very briefly. Get my guest reaction to this. Dissolution honours were announced just before 10 o'clock. Former Prime Minister Theresa May will become Lady May. She has got a peerage. I think would be the norm for a former Prime Minister, no matter how bad they were. Craig McKinley, of course, known as the Bionic MP, a wonderful friend of this show, lost his hands and his feet due to sepsis, absolute tragedy. He, Liam Booth-Smith, the Chief of Staff to Rishi Sunak, and Dr Hilary Cass, of course, author of the Cass Review, have also all been nominated for peerages. Others include Sir Graham Brady, the chairman of the Backbench 1922 Committee, a man we've heard a lot about in recent years. The former Energy Secretary, Sir Alex Sharma. This will be for I think chairing COP, being president of COP. You basically, the deal is if you're going to talk a load of nonsense on green stuff for months on end, at least you get a peerage out of it. Seems like a good deal to me. And former Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons, Deb Eleanor Lang, also. Keir Starmer has put forward a total of 8 nominees in the dissolution honours, including Dame Margaret Beckett and Harriet Harman, both of course, former deputy leaders of the Labour Party. Also, another announcement, Oliver Dowden, the Deputy Prime Minister, who, according to the exit poll, should keep his seat, has also been knighted. And former Deputy Prime Minister Therese Coffey has been made a Dame. They've been given top honours alongside Ben Wallace, the former Defence Secretary, former Chief Whip Julian Smith, both made a Knight Commanders of the Order of the Bath. Order of the Bath. There we are then. As well as Scottish Secretary has been made Knight of the Order of the British Empire. Yeah, the honours are flying. Come to you, Benedict, on this. Still with me, Benedict Spence, Conservative commentator, Labour Party official, former, I should say, Richard Power Said and Lord Robert Hayward, a Tory peer and pollster, all with me for the duration. Very brave souls here. Those honours, I mean, I'm not a fan of honours generally, I have to say. As she said, with Lord Hayward sitting next to her. Luckily, he's far enough away he can't reach me. I'm not, but there are people who think, well, if they're going to have honours, then, let's have the likes of, Claire Fox in and people like that. Yeah. What do you make of it? Is this just kind of honours for, if you've been a politician at a certain level, then,
I mean, there is a bit of that, but actually, two that do stand out. I think Craig McKinley has been, a really important voice in the House of Commons, and that's aside from his very tragic and, subsequently very fortunate personal story. Actually, I think that there's no more deserving member of the House of Commons, actually, than him. I also think that Dr Hilary Cass's report is a very important moment, actually, in the trajectory of this country. So I'm very happy to hear it, that she's been awarded. Some of those, yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, I'm looking ahead to what we're going to see this evening of Robert Hayward, and there are some MPs who, and candidates, regardless of my political views or their political views, who I just think I want them to be in the House of Commons because I think they're good people. I think they're people who are independent-minded. I was very upset to hear that Craig McKinley came back at the election was called and he's decided to stand down. There's some others. We need free-thinking, independent-minded people rather than just sheep, don't we, in the House of Commons, particularly when you've got a majority this big?
Tragically, under ordinary circumstances, what happens is good MPs and bad MPs lose because there's broadly a national swing. We may find on this occasion that because there's been a lot of people who are willing to swing in terms of one party or another, that this may be the exception on this occasion, that people have voted for incumbents who have got a good reputation. And I really hope that is the case, which is why I'm desperately trying to look at the projections for some constituencies. For some specific But I am going to make a very personal comment. Yep. Craig McKinley, his wife, I sat with his wife while Craig was in the Chamber of the Commons. They actually allowed, quite abnormally, peers are separated from guests. The door messengers let me sit alongside her because I've been with her on and off through all sorts of troubles. It's just been absolutely awful. I sent him a message saying, I want to introduce
Craig, we love you. Lord McKinley, we love you. OK, I'm going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and I want to discuss what this huge majority of 170 means in terms of what Labour can do, which perhaps they couldn't perhaps do before, but also what happens now for the Conservatives. We've heard about some of the seats they might win, they might lose in terms of the big beast, but what does that mean for the direction of the Conservative Party over the next few years, and how quickly can they regroup and get back to power, if ever. I'd love to hear from you as well. If you want to get in touch, do get in touch. Your reaction to the exit poll, 0344 499 1000 is the number to call. You can also text us on 87222 and get in touch on X at talkTV. Love to hear all of your thoughts on that. This, of course, is where the nation comes to talk. We are Talk, the home of common sense.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on YouTube, on your mobile, and on your side. This is Talk.
Welcome back to the show. This is Talk, the home of common sense, with me, Julia Hartley-Brewer. 10:36 is the time, 36 minutes after we got that exit poll. If you just tuned in, it is predicting a 170-seat majority for the Labour Party, 410 seats for Keir Starmer. Conservatives getting just 131. I say for Rishi Sunak, but I don't think he's going to be in the job for many more hours. Liberal Democrats, a whopping big increase for them, up to 61. Reform, again, an incredible number, if this is true, of 13 seats for the start-up party, really. SNP absolutely down to 10. Green Party getting 2. We've still got in the studio former Labour Party official Richard Power-Said and Conservative commentator Benedict Spence. Let's also welcome Tim Montgomery. He's founder of Conservative Hope, former Number 10 advisor. We've spoken to you so many times over the last few years about where things have gone right, where things have gone wrong. What went wrong?
How long have we got, Julia?
Right, well, we're on till 1, so if you just keep talking and we'll...
Well, look, I know this sounds ridiculous, what I'm about to say, because this is an historic defeat for the party I support, but I'm mightily relieved. I thought it was going to be a lot worse. I really did. A lot of people...
We were talking about people, having 50 or 60 seats, Conservatives.
No, I was sort of worrying, a couple of hours ago. I was like, I was melting down almost. I was worried whether we'd even be the opposition.
In the sweepstake we had in the office beforehand, what number did you give for the
88.
Conservatives? 88. So you're celebrating. You're popping the champagne
I'm relieved.
corks.
But what I'm hearing from some psephologists is they think a lot of these seats are in the attributed to the Conservatives in this exit poll are by quite thin margins. So normally these exit polls are pretty accurate. But I think the night is young.
The Lib Dem resurgence and the arrival of Reform UK have kind of stirred things up, haven't they?
Oh, completely. Well, that was the real Tory problem. Well, many Tory problems, but it's hard when you're losing support to your right, essentially, to reform, to your left, and to the Greens. The Greens, I think, have taken... I was quite surprised. People in my own family, I told them why they shouldn't vote Labour, I told them why they shouldn't vote Lib Dem. I forgot to mention the Greens, and they voted Green, because I think people have an idea that they're just nice and about the environment.
They really aren't nice.
But they really
it's the most authoritarian party on the planet.
So I've got some work to do on my family, Julia, after this is all over.
Well, we all do with our families. We all do. I mean, where specifically did it go wrong? A lot of it is going to be blamed on, Nadine Dorries is sitting there right now. I can tell you right now, going, if only Boris, if only we'd kept Boris, we'd have had 170. I mean, she would be genuine. I've always said, find someone who loves you like Nadine loves Boris. That will make you happy. But is it because they ousted Boris, the chaos of Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak? Is it because they again, the left of the party say they lurched to the right, and the right of the party says, well, you were too wishy-washy, lefty, Lib Demi. What's your thesis? You're very in touch with Conservative Party members, Conservative Party voters, having founded Conservative Home. It's the grassroots membership website.
Well, this is the big thing I would say now to all my fellow Conservatives. Don't just go back to what your natural instinct is. Borisites blaming the downfall of Boris. Trussites blaming Rishi Sunak for not doing the right thing. Almost every single Conservative has to own this defeat. All of us, in different ways, have made contributions to
but
this.
Hasn't it? What about some of the Conservatives who've been saying that you're crazy to have another lockdown, you're crazy to go for net zero, you're crazy to not do anything about the culture wars and trans women and women nonsense that we're going to be inundated with for the next 5 years. You failed to do any of that. You talked a good game, but actually you've basically had Labour Party policies. Those MPs... And some of them are going to lose their seats tonight. I don't think they are to blame. I think they've been trying to save the party from itself.
Well, look, I agree with nearly all of those policy positions you've just set out. But that explains why we lost a lot of voters to reform. It doesn't explain why we also lost a lot of voters to staying at home, to the Lib Dems or Labour. There was a lot of voters lost everywhere. And look, we need a comprehensive shakeout of the Conservative Party. Just leaning back to what we naturally wanted and thought was the problem is a dangerous way, because the Conservative Party can't just be a party of the right. It has to be a party that stretches from the centre to the right.
Let me put this to Labour's person, Richard Power Said. Looking at this from the outside, what do you think the Conservatives did so wrong?
So I think that the idea that you had this kind of wishy-washy woke Sunak government from the outside looks pretty silly, folks. Like, you had a Prime Minister who made jokes about trans people.
Oh, for goodness sake,
you had a Prime Minister who made a joke.
He was mocking Keir Starmer.
Who mocked trans people when the mother of a murdered girl was in the comments there. You have a Prime Minister...
This was the moment that lost them.
This was it. Until then, everything was going fine.
I'm saying that this is a sign of how not
liberal,
of how illiberal this government has been.
So the Tory Party was too right-wing?
No, I think actually that the Tory Party tried to be too many different things to too many different people.
Too broad a church. Can I come back to Benedict Spence on this, though, as well? Political parties are very broad churches. And, Labour Party, certainly over the last few years. Benedict Spence, do you think it's too broad and actually there isn't space for, the Lib Demis and the Reformites effectively in different wings of the party?
I don't think it's necessarily too broad. I do think that there is a lack of maturity from a lot of people within the party as to what it is that a party is supposed to be. And I think Labour went through its own period of that very recently, where one wing basically went, well, we're happy to lose as long as the other side isn't in charge of the party. I think that you can get that slightly immature tendency. I think what has actually gone wrong is that they've not been very good at governing. Actually, It's been 14 years of basic functions of the state slowly breaking down. And I think that things like lockdown in particular shone a light on that when the economy went whoa, and it didn't come back, and then suddenly everything started breaking down. People realised, oh, hang on, the prison system isn't working, the education system isn't working. That's what did fall.
It's a question I've actually asked quite a few cabinet ministers and ministers over the last year or so. Like, tell me a public service that works, and there's this sort of umming and ahhing, and then let me just get, before we come back to you, and I know you all want to come in, so I invited them in because they've got something to say, even though we haven't got a single result yet. It's an interesting show, this, isn't it? But it is fascinating because you gear up to the election, all you've got is an exit poll, and this is interesting because the Conservative Work and Pensions Secretary until tomorrow. Mel Stride has said, oh, by the way... I'm just calling it as it is.
A machine.
With a big smile on
I'm going to go out on a limb here. I don't think Keir Starmer is going to appoint Mel Stride as the Work and Pensions Secretary. Am I right? Anyway, he's the man. He went out virtually every other media round. He was considered to be sort of somebody who was safe pair of hands. He wouldn't completely mess it up. He has said this is a very difficult moment for the Conservative Party, in understatement. He says he's very sorry that the exit polls project the number of his colleagues will lose their seats. On keeping his own seat, he says, we will have to wait and see. An official spokesman for the Conservative Party says this is a projection, not a result, so it's important we wait to see the actual results come in, but if these results are correct, it is clear that Starmer and Angela Rayner will be in Downing Street tomorrow. That means your taxes will rise and our country will be less secure. I want to come back to that quote in a moment, but Labour peer Lord Mandelson, could you keep me hissing down, please, at the back? He has said an electoral meteor has now struck planet Earth after exit polls showing Labour on track to win a huge landslide victory. So we've got a load of reactions there. Tim Montgomery, this line from the Tory spokesman, your taxes are going to rise, our country will be less secure. This sort of campaign based on fear. So there was a snap election, let's wrong foot reform UK, Nigel Farage, they're not ready yet. We'll bring this surprise election. Things are only going to get worse rather than better. It's fear. Yeah, we've been rubbish, but that lot will be even worse, and your taxes will go up, and, Putin will invade. Yeah. I mean, that didn't play very well with the electorate, it seems. No, it
didn't. And, joining that question you just posed to me, Julia, with the discussion we were having just a moment ago, I think fundamentally the Tory problem, yes, it may have sounded right-wing recently, but people looked at actually what it was doing on immigration or things, and it wasn't, as Benedict said, it wasn't competent, it wasn't serious.
Should we all have a little moment remembering net immigration in the tens of thousands? what was last year's? 750,000?
Yeah, huge. And that is where the Conservative Party needs to go in its recovery now. It needs to become the adult party again, the serious party. We've never really been seen as the party that most people think is the nice party, but we were turned to...
The nasty party.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah. But we were always seen as the grown-ups in the room. If you wanted something fixed, the Conservatives would do it. It's going to be hard to do that in opposition. Our rebuilding will have to take place in local government, primarily, but that's where we need to go. Yes, we've got to get the policies right, but most of all, we've got to get a reputation again as grown-ups, and our campaign, our period in government didn't help with that reputation.
I'm wondering whether a Tory leadership contest is going to help with that. Richard Power-Said?
Just thinking back to the quote from Mel Stride there, or whoever it was.
All right, harsh. You're telling me I'm being harsh.
I was worried it might have been a spokesperson or something. Look, the taxes are going up because Rishi Sunak paid, what was it, like 10 million people's salaries during lockdown. Taxes are going up because Liz Truss, the laissez-faire queen, decided to control energy prices after Putin's war on Ukraine.
Wait a minute. Labour's party supported both of those things.
Totally. But that is why taxes are going up. It's just,
So it's not the Tories' fault?
It is the Tories' fault, because if spending goes high, then taxes have to go high. But hold on a minute.
The Labour Party supported furlough. In fact, you called for more lockdowns, sooner, longer, deeper and more furlough money. You asked for more help for people.
Everyone supported those policies, and so everyone has to...
Not everyone. I can remember not everyone.
You can't blame the Labour Party for sort of ushering them towards the track,
but also, when everyone was demanding that Liz Truss dealt with the energy crisis and subsidised.
I supported it.
She did come up with a particularly expensive version.
So it's not the Tories' fault that their taxes are going up then?
My point is that you can't complain about taxes going up, as Mel Stride did, when you were responsible for the policies that require the spending. Can I add just a little other thing? Yes. So... we're talking about them becoming the sensible party. Look, since 1987, the Tory party has only won one election with a convincing majority. It's when they weren't a laissez-faire party, but laissez-faire economics is the thing that brings you together, right? This is your big problem. You only win when you were saying you were going to level up, but that, you don't believe in it.
Very, very interesting. Tim Montgomery, come back on that.
Well, I'm afraid that was one of the big consequences of Boris leaving. Neither Liz Truss nor Rishi Sunak really did believe in levelling up. And the reason we won those red wall seats 5 years ago, it seems a million years
Doesn't
ago,
it just?
was because we made promises to people in the north about what they expected after Brexit. The vote for Brexit was primarily a protest about an economic order that wasn't working. The Conservative failure to address that is probably the biggest failure.
I'm going to ask my other two guests about this because we were here throughout the show, but Tim Montgomery, while I've got you here, Tory leadership contest inevitably coming sooner or later. You've argued actually it should be later, we should have an interim leader, I know, but who will it be?
Well, if we've got this controversy about postal ballots in Kemi Badenoch's constituency, which I won't go into, but I think she will win if she clearly wins.
If Kemi Badenoch, her husband told me it's pronounced Badenoch. I'm going with Badenoch. I will try and remember that. But yeah, if she does win her seat, she is the next Tory leader.
Probably, yes, probably. Not my choice. I'm a Tom Tugendhat.
Tom Tugendhat, right? Very interesting. Well, again, we have to see who gets their seats. Tim Montgomery, absolute pleasure to have your company. Founder of Conservative Home, former Number 10 advisor. Thank you very much. More from Richard and Benedict coming up. Plenty more besides. Do stay tuned. This is Talk, the home of common sense.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on YouTube, on your mobile, and on your side. This is Talk.
Well, good evening. It's 10:51. This is Talk, the home of common sense with me, Julia Hartley-Brewer. Thank you very much for joining me. If you have just tuned in, where have you been the last 51 minutes? We've got that exit poll from 10 o'clock sharp when the polling booths closed. Labour are on track for a massive 170 majority, although less, of course, than Tony Blair won in 97 with 179. But 410 Labour MPs is what's being predicted, 131 Conservative MPs. A lot worse than some were saying, a lot better than others were saying. Lib Dem's up to 61. Reform UK on a very surprising 13-seat projection. SNP down to 10. That's from 43 last time round. And the Greens up from 1 to 2. So a lot of change happening, a lot moving on. I'm delighted to say joining me in the studio still is Richard Power-Said, former Labour Party official, Benedict Spence, Conservative commentator, and now we're joined by talk presenter and political anorak extraordinaire, I think you mean that, Peter Caldwell. Hello.
Hello.
What do you make of it all?
Well, it's fascinating, isn't it? The lead for Labour, not as much as some people predicted. Reform UK have done really well. Absolute basically wipe out for the Conservative Party all sorts of Conservative leadership contenders, including Penny Mordaunt, who look set not to keep their seats. Scotland, fascinating as well, Julia.
Well, where do we think all those seats have gone?
Labour, basically. So the SNP down from 43 to 10. That is a catastrophic result for them. And yeah, Reform UK going from 0 to 13. It's a real shift.
On the Reform UK vote, and although it's a minor party, but Nigel Farage is he's came back as leader of the party, even though a day after he said he wasn't going to stand, he stood in Clacton. He's predicted certainly to win that seat by a pretty healthy majority as well. 8th attempt at becoming an MP. But they were expecting realistically in the sort of mid to low single figures.
Yes,
realistically. So this is a lot better. This is what one of the MRP mega polls suggested. I think they're quite wary about whether this is actually going to happen or not. But what difference does that make when you've got a Labour majority of 170?
Probably not a huge difference, but what it does give Reform UK is something they haven't had previously, which is seats in Westminster. I've just looked at the exit poll here, and the likely Reform gain in Clacton, Nigel Farage's constituency in which he stood, is 99% plus. So I think we can fairly accurately say that Nigel Farage will be an MP. It'll be interesting, the 12 others, because there'll be some who have been senior figures in Reform UK, there'll be others who perhaps haven't and are maybe unknown quantities. That'll be an interesting thing as well, and perhaps a challenge for Nigel Farage, but it will give him even more of a megaphone. It'll give him parliamentary legitimacy that he has never had previously, and it will mean that Reform UK can do things and say things and have money and have staff and people around them in a way that they've never had before in the UK parliamentary system anyway.
That will make a big difference. I mean, again, Liberal Democrats will be absolutely thrilled with their role. I think one of the mega polls, though, Richard Pazide, suggested that the Lib Dems could even become the second largest party, the official opposition, with those 6 questions at the dispatch box. I mean, that wasn't going to happen, but they'll be thrilled to know they're going to get those 2 questions, PMQs, which the SNP has had for quite some time.
Yes, indeed. I actually want to go back, though, to Reform and its impact for Labour, actually, because I think it's going to be really significant. If the Tories had done a bit worse than this, then you would have seen enormous pressure on future Tory leaders to form some sort of informal alliance with Reform. I think the Tories are just about safe from that, given the number of seats they've got, maybe. But Labour, is going to be really feeling Reform breathing down their necks. We are going to see, it easily could be 100 seats where Reform is in second place to Labour. And, we're seeing places like Barnsley North and South probably going Reform. I'm afraid to say Ashfield is going to
well, that was probably always going to happen with Lee Anderson there.
Yeah. That is going to create a really big problem within the Labour Party, within the Parliamentary Labour Party, because you are going to have lots of people saying, I've got Reform breathing down my neck, I want us to be pushing for the kinds of policies that might attract potential Reform voters. Those are completely anathema to the rest of the Parliamentary Labour Party. The only way you deal with that is by helping people with their living standards, going down the middle. Yeah,
remember that levelling up thing? We heard so much about that at one point, didn't we? Benedict Spence. I'm going to come back to Peter, because I'm going to get his analysis as well. But in terms of what the Tories need to do now. Look, it's a bloodbath for the Tories on 131 seats. Bearing in mind, in 2019, Boris Johnson won 365. I mean, it is an absolute bloodbath, and a lot of MPs are going to be very angry, and they're going to be speaking rather publicly, I imagine, about quite how angry they are and what went wrong. But the analysis, as we've been saying the last hour, may be different from different people. Yeah. What do you think went wrong, and what do the Conservatives need to do now?
I think, to go back to what Tim Montgomery was saying, it's about actually appearing like a mature party that understands what its direction is and forming a credible opposition. The worst thing that could possibly happen is if the Conservatives decide, what the country really wants is more of our infighting, and that's what we're going to subject people to. All the while, Nigel Farage then picks up momentum in the House of Commons and trains the guns on Labour, taking away, potential support that the Tories need to be doing, and shoring up the idea that he is potentially an alternative right-wing voice. That would be the real disaster. It's whether or not actually the party has realised how big a slap in the face this is and has actually woken up and thought, we cannot just continue to coast like this.
I mean, Peter Caldwell, look, there's no doubt at all they're going to realise the full horror of this. Looks like Rishi Sunak, Oliver Dowden, James Cleverly, Kemi Badenoch, even Gillian Keegan are likely to keep their seats on this prediction. But Penny Mordaunt, Grant Shapps, Johnny Mercer, Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor.
Alex Chalk.
Alex Chalk as well, looking likely that they will go up. But I'm thinking Jeremy Hunt really would be the Portillo moment.
That's the Portillo moment, yeah.
So all because there's still question marks about Richard Holden, the party chair.
Yeah.
In terms of what happens next with the Conservatives, where do they go?
Well, on Monday the party board will meet, but I think in the meantime, probably early tomorrow morning, Rishi Sunak will resign. That will trigger a leadership election. He will remain as leader of the Conservative Party and leader of the opposition until then. But we'll see which people come forward. We'll see if Penny Mordaunt makes it through. It doesn't look as if she's going to.
So much of the leadership battle is going to depend on
who survives.
Are you still an MP and able to run?
Exactly, and there are all sorts of questions around that. Also, whether Victoria Atkins gets through. She's a dark horse in all of this.
Really?
Yeah.
Again, there are some names that are mentioned, and you just find yourself going, really?
But she's on the One Nation run. I think. He's been around for a while. I mean,
but do we think the big question marks about Robert Jenrick's seat? Indeed, he may be one of the first sort of big beasts, although he's out of government now. He may be one of the seats that we'll find out the soonest.
In New York, yeah, exactly. It's interesting with. I spoke to a very senior Conservative recently, someone who until a few minutes ago was a senior person in Number 10, and who said that they thought
they took time out from betting to talk to you. That was nice.
they thought that it would be Victoria Atkins versus Priti Patel in the final two.
I just think these people are living in cloud cuckoo land. Isn't this part of the problem? I don't know. Okay, but in terms of, Rishi Sunak, genuinely, I'm thinking worst case scenario for him. He's led the party to massive defeat. I don't think the whole thing is down to him. I really don't. Tories go, it's all down to Rishi Sunak. With someone different, it would have been a different result.
Show me the person who inherited what Liz Truss left. But
he's still an MP.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that was the plan.
No, perhaps not. On who knows, he may stand down. There are prime ministers who have done this at various points. We will see. But yes, you mentioned Robert Jenrick. I've just looked up New York here in the exit poll forecast. 83% that he will hold that. So we'll see what happens there. And Rishi Sunak, 99% Conservative hold.
Yeah, indeed. And again,
Richmond.
These are still projections. We've had the Conservatives saying, look, we see how these go. The exit polls are very, very accurate, aren't they? In terms of, if you just one word, well, two words, who do you think the next Tory leader will be?
Priti Patel.
Priti Patel. Oh, the eyebrows being raised all over the place here. Right, we're going to hear more from Peter Cobbold. We'll hear more from you. We'll hear more from Richard Palisade, more from Benedict Spence. We'll give you the results again. Up next, we are going to be talking to former Scottish First Minister Alex Salmond about what on earth has happened to the SNP, the party he used to lead. More coming up here on Talk, the home of common sense, with me, Julia Hartley-Brewer. Stay tuned.
on DAB+, on YouTube, on your mobile, and on your side. This is Talk.
Well, good evening. This is indeed Talk, the home of common sense. Our election night special with you all the way and, well, throughout the night. I'll be here till 1 a.m. Mike Graham coming up then, and then Ian Collins. And, well, what a night it is. We haven't yet got a single actual election result, but we do have the exit poll. That was out just over 1 hour ago. And it is a 170-strong majority for Labour. It's really, no question at all, a Labour landslide. It is a Tory bloodbath. But as many Conservatives are saying, it's not as bad as they thought it was. Well, thank heaven for small mercies, they might say. 410 MPs. That is what the exit poll predicts for Sir Keir Starmer. Conservatives down to 131 seats. Liberal Democrats, a massive big increase for them, up from 12 in 2019 to 61. And perhaps the most controversial prediction of all, Reform UK on 13 seats. The hardest to predict, many are saying. SNP down to 10. Their number of seats has been slashed from 43 just 5 years ago. 2 MPs for the Greens, that's double. They've done better than anyone, that's all we could certainly say. But a majority of 170 for Labour. Well, we've been talking to top guests throughout the show. Delighted to say we've got Lord Robert Hayward, Tory peer and pollster back in the studio. And also delighted to be joined right now by Alex Salmond, former Scottish First Minister and currently leader, obviously, of the Alba Party. Previously, of course, leader of the SNP. I've got to ask you first, Alex Salmond, what the hell has happened to your former party? 43 out of 59 MPs in Scotland last time round, slashed to just 10 on this prediction. Why do you think that's happened?
Well, it's the slaughter of the innocents, isn't it? I mean, it's a devastating reversal for the SNP. It's not to do with independence. I mean, there's plenty of London commentators crowing tonight they've seen the back of independence. But just to give you an example, I mean, when I won a landslide for the SNP in 2011, independence support was about 30%. Now independence support's 50%, and the SNP are getting a complete drubbing. So what's actually happened is the SNP are paying the price for probably 4 years of... Well, the only worse government I can think of in living memory than the SNP in Scotland over the last 3 or 4 years is the Tories at Westminster. I mean, you know, they've been competing... It's
quite a low bar.
The pair of them have been competing to be the 2 worst governments in history, and they've both paid a very, very heavy price. So the SNP... Were they bad, but in different ways? What? Tell me the top 3 things you think that went wrong under Nicola Sturgeon, and of course, I mean, we got another 5 leaders since then. Well, I mean, when Nicola Sturgeon, I mean, people are asking the questions tonight, is it about police investigations and tents and charges and all the rest of it? No. What it's about is the kamikaze policy of self-identification, you know, the ludicrous idea that anybody can nominate their sex at a whim, which, of course, came to its disgraceful denouement when they couldn't explain why a male rapist should be put into a female prison. I mean, this sort of stuff, it doesn't go down well with anybody. I mean, the number of people that support that nonsense in Scotland is in single figures. Yeah. But there's also things like bottle schemes, there's ferries that haven't been built, there's wastage of hundreds of millions of pounds here and there in a time of austerity. You know, the SNP built their position on not just on the cause of independence, but on competence in government. So back in 2014, when we lost narrowly an independence referendum, not one person says, oh, you can't run the Scottish Parliament, you shouldn't be independent. Yeah. It wasn't even an issue. Now, of course, they've undermined the competence in government, which was one of the key pillars of moving forward. And, of course, one of the key things also, they were going to be dealing with education. We've seen a world-class education system in Scotland basically completely, I mean, absolutely undermined. That is no longer the case, falling way behind England, falling way behind many other countries. I mean, how much do you put that down to Nicola Sturgeon, to Humza Yousaf? I mean, John Swinney has only been in for a short period of time this time round. Well, I think it's entirely Nicola's legacy. It's a poisoned legacy. The mistake that Humza Yousaf made, and then John Swinney over the last couple of months, is instead of dramatically departing from it, instead of saying, no, this was a bunch of rubbish, we're really sorry, we're going to try and do better, let's have a new policy for a new leader, they sort of slid away from controversial aspects one by one so that nobody noticed. So instead of taking the opportunity that a new leader should to set out their own direction, they've gone for continuity.
Yeah.
And as someone once famously said, in Scottish politics, continuity doesn't cut it, and now it's decimated the Scottish National Party.
OK, let's come to you, Robert Hayward, not a Tory Pip, but also as a pollster. I can remember a time, I'm old and I'm long enough to remember a time when we were talking about how, look, you know, I mean, I don't see how Labour can come back to power while the SNP have got all those seats, because Labour have always relied on having all those seats in Scotland that have helped them with power at Westminster as well. But, I mean, this has been a complete change in fortunes. What do you put it down to?
It is a complete change in fortunes, and Alex has rightly identified a fair number of issues in relation to the Scottish Government. I'm not sure that he's quite right. I've been trying to turn up some polls in Scotland about independence. I think the figure in favour of independence is now, on opinion polls, below that against independence, not by a huge margin.
But nevertheless, the support for independence has stayed high despite the SNP plummeting in the polls.
Because it's a cause rather than a brand, which political parties are in England in a different way.
Is that because people have gone, well, we'll put independence on the back burner, we've got other things to deal with, like the cost of living?
But I think we will see. I'd be surprised if the SNP are as low as is predicted by the exit poll. I don't think they'll be massively higher, but they will be. I will be surprised if they're not higher.
I think that's a fair point. I think there's one or two, looking at the detail of the exit poll and applying it to the constituencies in Scotland, there's one or two where you would say that doesn't look likely. I mean, if you take Aberdeenshire North, for example, where Douglas Ross has been disowned effectively by his own party because he knifed in the back poor David Duguid, who was in intensive care in hospital. I mean, short of cutting off his life support, I've never seen anything quite like it in politics. So whether he can win against that sort of reputation,
well,
we'll see.
We're not likely to see any seats in Scotland until about 1 o'clock in the morning. East Kilbride and Strathaven, Hamilton and Clyde Valley and Rutherglen will provide the first indication of patterns of voting.
He's correcting your Scottish. Straven.
I can't even pronounce the Alba part.
It wasn't the pronunciation.
Apologies.
Can I just warn you, and I'd warn listeners, returning officers say what their target time
doesn't necessarily mean.
But they regularly are an hour to 90 minutes out.
This is true. I've covered a lot of election nights.
As bad as politicians. They're telling us to lie all the time. Dreadful.
And all the indications of those seats that I've been trawling through so far, which have been overwhelmingly English, they are some very, very close calls.
Which means it can be slowed down because they
Which is what I indicated earlier, that there will be winners on low percentages, but probably more recounts.
Well, the thing is, I mean, you know what's interesting, of course, I mean, it's different when we see some of the other elections we've had recently, with the local elections, where, you know, some councils, some start counting immediately, some don't start counting, like the London mayoral election, they don't start counting till the next day. All 650 seats start counting at 10 o'clock on the dot. Now, the first seat to declare, we expect to be, OK, anyone's going to correct any of this, Blyth and Ashington, or Houghton and Sunderland South, both in Tyne and Wear, they're both seats in North East England. Both are being defended by Labour, although we're looking at lots of changes in the boundaries. A lot of these seats are sort of new seats, slightly changed names. The expectation is that Blyth and Ashington could actually declare in less than 10 minutes. That would be pretty early. We normally expect around 11:30. What would we be looking, Robert, to hear there that could tell us whether the exit poll was right or that it was horribly, horribly wrong and all the pollsters are going to lose their jobs?
Unfortunately, the seats you cited are not exactly representative of anything.
They're Labour seats.
They're Labour seats. I think what you will see is a large reform vote. This is the sort of territory which has voted UKIP and Brexit. It voted to leave, whether it's Sunderland or Blythe Valley. The whole of the North East was heavily a leave area, and that's where the first declarations will come from. So I'd give a guidance to all those who are watching or listening to this broadcast. Don't take the reform figure as a guide for the rest of the results.
I understand John Curtis is saying, or the doyens of political predictions is saying that he thinks it's perfectly possible reform could only be getting 3 seats, which is interesting. Coming back to you, Alex Salmond, look, you know, Alba Party, you know, first leader of the SNP, and now the Alba Party, looking at what Nigel Farage has done and Richard Tice have done with Reform UK, look, you know, he did it with UKIP, he did it with the Brexit Party, and everyone, and it's amazing the people on the sort of Remain side who say, look, this guy's always been a failed 7 times, failed attempt to be an MP. He was an MEP for many years, of course. You know, he's a failure. Of course, I would say the most, you know, influential figure in British politics in the last generation. It does look like 99% chance, according to this exit poll, of Nigel Farage winning that seat in Clacton, even though he's only been campaigning there for the 6 weeks. Reform UK's deputy leader David Bull says the political revolt has only just started. Before you answer that, I do apologise. We actually got an early result. Houghton and Sunderland South in Tyne and Wear, they are actually announcing their results right now. We will expect that, of course, that to be as defended by Labour, to be a Labour seat. It had, of course, you know, that won't necessarily tell us anything. But those early seats, as you've just said, Robert, don't tell us very much. But it does look like, yeah, we've got a Labour hold, 18,837 votes for the Labour. This coming second, we are, interestingly, now this is very interesting, coming second is the Reform candidate with 11,668, and then the Conservatives under half that, around 5,500. What do you read into that?
It's precisely what I was saying just now, that this is territory which we will see replicated in places like South Yorkshire, North Nottinghamshire and the like. Very heavy Reform territory. The Conservatives have never had a real hold, although the Conservatives held Blythe Valley at the last election. Very different constituency, and therefore no surprise whatsoever.
I mean, again, if you combine that vote, you're looking at 70,000, just under the vote for the Labour Party. This is, of course, I mean, the first big beast of the Labour Party getting through. Bridget Phillipson, of course, Shadow Education Secretary. Your reaction to that, first of all, Alexander?
Well, I mean, I agree with Robert. I mean, I think one of the stories from Reform is still going to pile up lots of votes. It looks like they're going to make a parliamentary bridgehead breakthrough. Now, as you know, I disagree with Nigel Farage on just about everything. But I do have sympathy for insurgent parties trying to break through the first-past-the-post system. And if Reform have pulled it off, then they deserve congratulations despite our disagreement.
It's incredibly hard to do in a first-past-the-post system.
Exactly. I mean, it took me 25 years to do it with the SNP. It took 25 years for myself and other people to break the Labour Party in Scotland and break past first-past-the-post, which is why I'm so anguished about that leadership position being handed back to the Labour Party with apparently no effort whatsoever. But of course, with Alapa, I'm working on a shorter timescale. but Alapa has one big advantage over Reform, and that is that the next elections in Scotland, of course, are proportional elections. Whereas if Alapa, for example, get 15% of the vote, which is what was being suggested around the Reform vote and first-past-the-post, then Alapa in Scotland would get 24 seats in a parliament 129. Now, that's the difference that PR can make.
And that's something we know, that the smaller parties always push for PR. Labour Party have flirted a bit with PR. The funny thing is, any party that gets elected on first past the post suddenly loses interest in the PR thing. I mean, I'm certainly looking at what's going on in the European continent right now in terms of how long. I mean, I think Belgium taken a year to put together a coalition government, for goodness sake. I'm not entirely sure that it's a solution to our problems.
But then, well, I mean, obviously, the headline of the night is Keir Starmer's got a thumping majority, of course. The underlying story, of course, is that it looks like a substantial realignment of the right in English politics. And maybe in the future we're going to see, from the demise or collapse of the SNP, a realignment of the national politics in Scotland. These are all implications that are coming from
these are just massive, big, game-changing moments, aren't they? I mean, I think so much of the shtick, let's be honest, of the SNP, and I think the Labour Party as well, is this: we don't want to be ruled by those ghastly, horrible Tories in Westminster. Every time Boris Johnson reared his head when he was Prime Minister, you guys were all cheering. Brilliant. Another boost, another boost for Scottish independence. But if you've got a Labour Party in Scotland, and you've got a huge number of people in Scotland, it would appear from this exit poll, who voted Labour, you've lost that.
But Julia, I became First Minister of Scotland in 2007. The Labour government was in Westminster. I won the First Ministership. The SNP won, for the first time in its history, a general election in Scotland with Labour in power at Westminster. Now, if you just devote yourself to being an anti-Tory party and say things like "I hate all Tories" and all that nonsense, you might dislike the Conservative policies. but you shouldn't confuse the pursuit of independence, which is a noble cause, with just disliking the Tory party.
You know I'm a big fan of Scottish independence.
Well, I want
them to go away and stop moaning about the English. Rob's favourite.
While Alex has been speaking, I've been looking at more Scottish constituencies, and interestingly enough, the exit poll forecast both the Aberdeenshire seats to be Conservative holds and significantly Angus and Perthshire Glens to be a Conservative gain. So I'm not surprised that if the SNP have gone down that far, that there would be one or two Tory gains. I'm not getting carried away as a Tory hat on.
That would be
as an analyst, I think there may be one or two Tory gains.
Let me ask you more about sort of British Westminster politics as well, Alex Salmon, because you've sat in Westminster for a long time as well. What do you think? We're almost not even concentrating that much. What does a Labour government bring? Has Keir Starmer and his shadow cabinet about to be a cabinet? Have they had enough scrutiny? Do we really know what they're going to do? What it means for the country at large? Because it impacts Scotland just as much as it does the rest of the country.
It might help a little if I answer a question asked to me by a taxi driver. He asked me, how is it that Keir
Politicians
Starmer...
and taxi drivers.
Yes.
I'm not going to answer your question, but I'll answer the one that the taxi driver...
But how is it that Keir Starmer's heading for this massive victory, but nobody likes him? That's the question I was asked.
No, there's very little enthusiasm.
Well, let's put it that way. Well, of course, if you actually analyse this, if the exit poll is correct, Keir Starmer will win this landslide. Well done to him, massive landslide, great achievement, all the rest of it, but less seats than Tony Blair had in 1997, and also, perhaps even more interestingly, less votes and a lower percentage vote that Jeremy Corbyn had in defeat in 2017.
Very interesting. There isn't actually that enthusiasm. You can definitely feel that. People aren't talking about, can't wait to see what happens.
But the difference is the right, that is the Conservatives and Reform, are now split almost down the middle in terms of the voting share. And that's the difference between a landslide and explains why Sir Keir Starmer will have a massive majority without enthusiasm.
Do you think, our Labour guest was saying earlier, could be looking at a second term, haven't even started the first term yet? I mean, talk about counting your chickens. I mean, people were saying that about Boris Johnson in December 2019. I remember sitting here in a different studio time, but basically everyone was saying, 2 terms easy. Politics is different now. There is not that allegiance that people have, this is what my mum and my dad voted this way and that's how I vote, end of. People's allegiances have broken down. We've got a much more sort of vibrant, movable feast in terms of the voting public. But here's the thing, does that say to you, a majority of 170, all those seats, does that make life easy for Keir Starmer, or actually having such a big majority can bring with it, weirdly, its own problems? You've got an awful lot of backbenchers, an awful lot of people who conform into different groups, you've got an awful lot of people who aren't going to be offered seats on the government payroll.
That's the key figure. The key figure is you've only got about 100 government jobs. If you've got 350 or more MPs, or 411 or whatever it is, then there's three quarters of your party doesn't have a government job.
MPs.
That's the biggest problem.
And every time someone else gets promoted and you don't, I mean, do you think that's going to be an issue, Lord Haven?
Please, Robert. But no, it will be an issue. There's no question about it. And idle hands, in terms of work, etc., will bring dissent, make dissent much more easy.
I just want you to know, by the way, when I am Empress, and it's only a matter of time, I will expect you to use my full title. Lord Robert Haven, more from you throughout the evening. Alex Salmon, fantastic to have you. Thank you very much. Former Scottish First Minister, leader of the Labour Party. I just pronounce it differently every time to keep him happy. 11:21 is the time. So much more coming up. Do stay tuned. This is Talk. It's the home of common sense.
across the UK, on DAB+, on YouTube, on your mobile, and on your side. This is Talk.
Good evening to you. 11:24 is the time. This is Talk, the home of common sense. Well, we've been talking about the exit poll with our guests, Richard Power Said, former Labour Party official, Benedict Spence, Conservative commentator, still with us, Robert Hayward, Tory peer and pollster. We actually had, while Richard and Benedict were out of the studio, we actually had an actual result. Bridget Phillipson, Shadow Education Secretary, re-elected in Sunderland South. What was really interesting about that election, I thought, though, Richard, was the fact that there was such a big Reform vote. She was on 18,000 plus. Reform came in second place, chasing heels at about 11,600 votes. What do you make of that?
You know what? Earlier I was saying, gosh, I'm a bit worried about Reform coming in second place in Labour constituencies. And of course, Bridget Phillipson, our fantastic Shadow Education Secretary, hopefully now the real Education Secretary.
Grovelling away, wants a job. Let's face it, you're the only person in this studio who's going to get a job in the next government.
It is my job to be polite about these people, and she's done a pretty fantastic job so far, I'd say. Point is, and this is really good news as far as I'm concerned, maybe not you folks, that actually the combined Tory and Reform vote has basically stayed the same, whereas Labour has gone up by a couple of thousand. So that's a really good sign. So you're talking about
Reform UK taking Tory votes there rather than taking Labour votes. We know, because Robert Hayward, you were saying earlier, actually Reform are taking a bit of votes from mostly from the Tories, some from Labour, but also some from the I wasn't going to bother voting, I was going to stay at home.
Absolutely. And I think it's an interesting point, and we can start arguing about numbers, but at the last election, in many constituencies, the turnout dropped dramatically, particularly on the Labour side, because people would not vote for Jeremy Corbyn. And therefore, to say that the Labour vote has gone up, that's just a few of the people who abstained in that constituency.
Last time round, indeed. Well, Bridget Phillipson, speaking after the declaration in her seat, said the people have spoken, and if the exit poll this evening is again a guide to results across our country, as it so often is, after 14 years, the British people have chosen change. She said they have chosen Labour, they have chosen the leadership of Keir Starmer. Benedict Spence, that's a Conservative commentator. I haven't felt the vibe, even from many people I know who are staunch Labour supporters, that this has been a positive, just that the Keir Starmer is going to change the country. That was, that was the word that was on the podium, on the backdrops, and on, all over the manifesto, along with all the pictures of Keir Starmer in his shirt sleeves. Change. And the question is, change to what?
Well, I suppose this is going to be the problem, is actually what is it that they can do structurally to improve the fortunes of the country? They've been rather reticent about all of this, because they're scared of, spooking the horses. In whatever direction that may be, we have yet to see, obviously. I remember when Tony Blair was in power, actually, there was a lot of things in the manifesto were not, in fact, the sort of the key achievements of the Blair years. Often they would do a lot of obfuscation there. But just to sort of pick up on something that Richard said, which was that the combined Tory Reform vote actually went down slightly. How old is Reform again? It's 11,000 plus votes for a party that, and in fact, a couple of weeks ago, many of those voters may not have even knew existed. That is a seismic change. And
interesting what Alex Salmond said. It took him over 20 years to get the SNP
and now those guns will be trained on the party of government, which is going to be Labour, and that is going to be a really interesting thing to see how they then approach taking those votes away.
Your reaction to that, Richard Said, as a former Labour official, and hey, let's face it, hopefully future Labour official. As at the end of this show, if we could achieve nothing else, can we get Richard a job?
Wouldn't that be delightful? I'm quite happy where I am, but that's very kind of you. Look, I actually think the job for Reform is rather more complicated than Benedict perhaps is describing there, because in fact Reform know their job in Parliament is to actually make life difficult for the Conservative Party. I don't mean they won't be attacking Labour. I don't mean that won't be difficult sometimes. But ultimately, Starmer has made it very clear that he thinks the way that he wins the election after this one is by having maintained sort of the most boring levels of stability you can possibly achieve in the terrible global economic and geopolitical context that we are in, and that you don't do that by pandering to the Reform Party.
Here's the thing, stability. Now, you talked about that. I think a lot of people, after the chaos, they'd want a bit of stability, and you kind of count the prime ministers in and counting them out again. Yeah, all very well. I wonder how much stability there will be with the Corbynistas in the party. And yes, Jeremy Corbyn likely to lose his seat in Islington. However, you've got an awful lot of people who wanted to put a lot of pressure on the Labour leadership over issues like Gaza, who are going to be causing trouble. You've got Angela Rayner, who, look, I know that you couldn't put a cigarette paper between Keir Starmer and Angela Rayner. Of course you couldn't. Look, there is no love lost between these two people, and there'll be a power struggle at some point between the left and the right of the party. Do you think that Keir Starmer's position is so solid now that he can just basically do he's Tony Blair in that sense? He can do what he wants?
I think it's rock solid as long as he keeps on with that ruthless focus on A, growth, and B, living standards. It's going to be...
But how does he do that?
Right, absolutely. It's a really good question. So
that was a great politician's answer. Whenever anyone says it's a really good question, you think, yeah, and what's the answer?
Give me time for thought.
Yes.
Short term is that cash injection that you've heard so much from Rachel Reeves about. You're going to get your
cash injection?
The cash injection that
you've
you
heard
get
about. The cash injection.
The cash
you all know the
injection.
cash injection, right?
Hands up, everybody.
Who's heard of the cash injection?
We're giving you more time to think.
This might possibly be sort of like a wonky, geeky Labour Party thing, but I think everyone else has heard about it. Wonky, yes. Yeah, there you go. So the cash injection comes from taxes on non-doms, on energy giants, on hedge funders, and on private schools.
Isn't it?
So that goes to 6,500 new teachers, 40,000 NHS appointments a week, and 16,000 cops and PCSOs on our streets.
Every third school will get one extra teacher.
Right.
I mean, party. I mean, our education system will be transformed.
It's better than fewer teachers, was what we've had over 14 years.
But right, it's not changed.
So that is the immediate cash injection that we're going to get over the next couple of weeks with the spending review. The spending review, that's what we're going to get, I think, very quickly. And then, absolutely, it's about bringing foreign direct investment into the UK through, there's going to be this Mark Carney task force that already exists. There's going to be the summer investment summit.
I don't even think you believe what you're saying right now. I really don't. But it is. I mean, this is one of the things we've been talking about on the show, is regular on the show. Again, this idea, what change you're going to get, how much is it? And actually, it is a whole don't frighten the horses, carrying that Ming vase very, very gingerly, across the obstacle course to get to power. But we had that really telling line from Wes Streeting, the Shadow Health Secretary, the other day. I would say one of the best performers of the Labour Party. And he was saying, look, the manifesto isn't the sum of everything we're going to do. And as you hinted at there earlier, Benedict, it isn't. There are going to be other things. But the Institute for Fiscal Studies and other think tanks are basically saying, look, you haven't even counted for the, tax-wise, for the things you're going to do. And the things that you're going to have to do, like defence spending, like more spending on the health department, like more spending on, dealing with other issues. You haven't accounted for any of that. There's so much more that needs to be done. Stability ain't going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, where the foreign investment's going to come after the Labour Party goes after things like, non-doms and, bankers and all that sort of thing. The international people with money are going to look at this country and go, oh, yes, this is exactly where I want to put my money. To this party that robs the rich to pay for one extra teacher per school. That's not going to work. That's not really going to hack it. And the thing is, to go back to what we were talking about, where it is that Reform are going to sort of pick up support here, what are the two things that they are big on at the moment? Lower taxes and immigration. Do we really think that the Labour Party is going to affect either of those things?
The things that stop people voting Tory. Can I just say, want to interrupt, apologies to interrupt, but we've had our second result of the evening, Blyth and Ashington, and as predicted, as expected, it is a Labour hole. There is a new seat, newly created seat in Northumberland. Notionally, if you allow for the boundary changes, Labour defending a notional majority of 6,100. We are looking at a big vote, more than 20,000 for the Labour candidate. Again, Reform UK coming in second on 10,000, almost 11,000, and the Conservatives coming in third place on just about 6,000. Quick reaction to that, Robert Hayward.
It is precisely what I said. We're in the North East, strong Reform area, strong Leave area previously, and therefore I would expect many of these seats to produce very strong
You can't necessarily extrapolate that.
Absolutely not. They're not going to be reflective. The Tories have never had a stronghold in most of those seats. Part of that Blythe constituency was Conservative in the first big shock in 2019.
Right, OK. Well, those are the first 2 seats. They are Labour holds, as predicted. But interestingly, Reform UK coming second. Again, that doesn't necessarily mean we can extrapolate from that. That's one of the frustrating things about the early seats that are announced. But if you are just tuning in, we are looking at an exit poll predicting a majority of 170 for Labour. That is 410 seats for Labour, 131 for the Conservatives, the Liberal Democrats on 61. Reform predicted to get 13. SNP absolutely collapsed their vote to less than a quarter to 10, and 2 for the Greens. That majority of 170 being handed to Keir Starmer. There's no doubt at all, unless that exit poll is unbelievably wrong and there won't be a single pollster left in the country. They'll all have fled on their private jets, no doubt. If they are wrong, we are looking at Keir Starmer walking into number 10 tomorrow morning. We'll take a quick break. Do stay tuned. This is Talk, the home of common sense.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on YouTube, on your mobile, and on your side. This is Talk.
Well, good evening to you. It's 11:37 on exit poll night and election night. We've already got 2 results in. They are Labour holds in the 2 seats, very much predicted to be Labour holds. And we got, of course, Blythe and Ashington and Houghton and Sunderland South, both Labour holds. But interestingly, Reform UK coming second in both of those seats. But we are told by Lord Robert Hayward, our Tory peer and pollster in the studio, not to read too much into that, even though that exit poll out at 10 o'clock, as soon as the polling stations closed this evening, did predict Reform winning 13 seats, far higher. It's up with one of the mega polls, but actually far higher than Reform themselves have been privately predicting. Let's talk right now to another guest who's a journalist and Labour Party activist, Paul Mason, who joins us on the line. Good evening to you, Paul.
Good to see you, Julia.
Thank you very much for joining us. Well, look, what is your reaction? A prediction of a majority of 170 for Labour, 410 MPs. It's just a small bit down, 9 seats down from Tony Blair's big majority in 97.
I should be saying it's the best day of my political life, because I do remember many, many Labour defeats, including 1983, 1979. I'm old enough to remember those. And it is. We're at the end of a political era. The Tories are finished. And you look at those two results. I'm not happy about Reform coming second to Labour, but I think this is a real pattern. I think both Houghton and Sunderland South and Blythe Valley are ex-mining constituencies. And so it's very clear what's happened is that pro-Brexit working class people who are never that keen on voting Tory, kind of Boris Johnson kind of hooked them in a bit. So what's happened, I've switched to Reform. What's happened in Sunderland South is that a more or less straight switch. Brexit were on about 7,000 last time. They've gone to 11 and as Reform, and the Tories were on about 12 and they've gone down to 6 as the Tories. So we'll see in parts of Northern England, I think Reform will be the second. But that's a problem for the future. It's a problem that I, as a socialist, am appalled by.
Why appalled?
The leader of Reform made disparaging comments about 2.8 million British people who are Muslims. I don't find that very appetising at any time of the day.
What disparaging remarks did he make?
He made comments about how Muslims don't integrate with our country.
I think he was quoting a poll, was he not, from the Henry Jackson Society, which suggests there were issues about younger Muslims not being integrated.
Yeah,
I think have there not been numerous reports done, including by David Cameron?
There's been plenty of reports done, but what
Trevor Phillips has done whole documentaries about this.
The 2.8 million Muslim people in this country are our friends and allies.
I don't think he was saying they weren't.
Oh, he's otherising them, stigmatising them the same as he does with refugees. And look, if people want to vote for that, fine. You can't eat it. At the end of the day, you can't eat racism. Racism doesn't deliver and put food on the table, and that's what we in Labour have argued. And I'm delighted to say the two results
I have to say, you're on pretty shaky ground given what happened under Jeremy Corbyn, and I would say what's happening in quite large swathes of the Labour Party right now over Israel.
I don't understand this obsession with Jeremy Corbyn. I've been on the streets campaigning against him. I hope he loses.
No, I know, but I'm talking about parties with a problem with racism. Let's think. Which parties in this country have actually had a formal investigation over racism? The BNP and the Labour Party.
Yeah, Labour, and that was a real stigma for us and something that people like me have worked hard to overcome.
Can I go back to something you said very early on? You said the Tories are finished. Now, there's no doubt at all, if this exit poll is borne out, 131 Conservative MPs. I don't know how far we'd have to go back to find. I'm looking back at, the 1997 elections, Tories were on 165, 166, and a Hague in 2001. They crept back up again, 194. But you know what? They were back in power in 2010 at a coalition and then back in majority then. We saw that, what Benny said was a wipeout of Jeremy Corbyn in 2019 down to 202 seats for Labour then. But, Tory parties collapsing, Labour back in power. Is it a bit premature to say the Tories are finished?
Well, it may be premature, but the Tory party... Look, the last 14 years we've had a pro-Remain socially liberal Prime Minister in coalition with the Lib Dems, Cameron, then May, then Johnson, then Truss, then Sunak. And none of them have delivered for the British people. And the verdict is what you're seeing tonight. Look, I would be the first to say that Labour has to earn the trust of the people who voted for it and people who've given them the benefit of the doubt, and it must now deliver on the things that it's promising. But the problem we have with it, when I say the Tories are finished, what I mean is the right of politics is splintered fundamentally into this illiberal Reform, UK, whatever you think about them, they're self-defined. They want to spend 144 billion plus. Liz Truss wanted a smaller state. That you can't have two kinds of right-wing politics coexisting with each other than in the form that it's happened, which is Reform have split and they're starting to win and the Tories are losing. And let's remember this, because many of my Tory friends, as a Labour member, I do have Tory friends, they tend to be on the Liberal side of the Tory party, down there in what we call the blue wall. I'm very interested. what happens there.
Yeah, well, this is going to be very interesting, isn't it? And once we saw that the Conservative, leadership and the campaign, they stopped campaigning in many of the red wall seats. They obviously gave up any hope of some of those seats. We looked at Rishi Sunak campaigning in seats that had a 13,000 majority last time round in the last week. That would not be where you would normally be if you were hopeful at all. Some MPs, Tory MPs, you'd expect to be in completely safe seats, possibly losing their seats tonight. In which case, where does the Conservative Party go after this? You're very much looking at it from the outside. But, if you were advising them as a staunch Labour member, I'm certainly very much on the left of the party, what would you advise?
Well, as I was saying, my feeling is for those Conservatives who call themselves liberals or want to be part of an international order that, for example, would include the European Convention on Human Rights, the pressure of reform on the Tory party is going to pull the survivors to the right. And I can see Conservatives who would never think about crossing the floor to Labour having to think carefully about whether or not they form something new or link up with the Lib Dems. But that's their problem. Our problem is success. Labour's problem now is that it looks like a huge chunk of the British people have voted for it. Of course, it's a lowish turnout, and we're probably only on about 41%.
Yeah. If that, there are lots of predicting even lower. But this is the thing also, without all the enthusiasm there was for Blair in 97, and crucially without the billions and billions of money of pounds in the Treasury coffers, there isn't any money. It's all being spent. We're in massive debt. The same in tray of problems, whether it's Rishi Sunak or whether it's Keir Starmer in number 10 tomorrow, is still there. What is Keir Starmer going to do that's going to make people go, yeah, that was the right decision to vote for Labour?
I think Keir Starmer, the first thing he will do, and it's too early to say the exact shape of this at the moment, he'll look at the shape of the majority, he'll look at the shape of the electoral coalition of the voters, the millions of voters who put him there, and he'll try to he'll take the temperature of that coalition and ask himself, how do I keep this going? Because it will include people who have very different views to me on migration. It will include people to the left of me, people way to the right of me. And Keir's job is to hold that coalition together. I have no doubt that he will do it by saying, let's be absolutely clear, and your viewers and listeners are very interested in this. I don't think this is going to be a woke government. I think it's going to be a government that just focuses on the deliverables, on economics, on crime, on migration, on the task force, the Border Patrol task force. I think that you asked me what I think.
I think it'd be really intriguing, because I think a lot of people's fears about a Labour government is that going down that work route. We'll leave it there. Great to talk to you. Thank you very much. Appreciate you joining us. Paul Mason is a journalist and Labour Party activist. Going to come to you, Benedict Spence, Conservative commentator, sitting in the studio with us. Your reaction to this, because one of the biggest fears a lot of people have been saying is we're going to have this sort of explosion of woke. Tories tried to sort of use that as part of their campaign armoury, didn't they?
Yeah, I think we'll have to wait and see actually what the underlying numbers are for the Labour Party. Actually, if they're getting lots of seats with quite large majorities so their MPs feel comfortable, maybe you might get that. But they'd be very foolish to take that tack if there's lots and lots of marginals that we're talking about here, because as has been pointed out, these are not particularly popular things. Leaning too heavily into what are called cultural war issues when what people want is competent government is not a very smart move at all. But is that going to be something that Keir Starmer can avoid? Because there are a lot of members in his party who really want that sort of thing.
And he hasn't avoided it in the past. I mean, coming back to you, Richard Powell-Syed, former Labour official. I mean, come on, the taking the knee for Black Lives Matter, the trans women are women. It's wrong to say that not only women have a cervix. I mean, some women have penises. All of that madness and stuff. I mean, that is not what I think even most Labour voters want. But there's no doubt there's a big constituency within the Labour MPs and the people who shout the loudest among the activists that they'll want that stuff. And we saw, Joe Biden did all of that stuff in America, which within hours, frankly, of being elected supposedly as this sort of moderate leader. Do you think that Keir Starmer will be able to resist those urges?
Keir Starmer is going to do exactly what he's always said he was going to do, which is focus rigorously on living standards, and I think that's the only way of keeping that electoral coalition together. I would point out that there are loads of people on the right of politics in this country who think that their best bet electorally, this is of course what Lee Anderson has literally said, that is cultural wars issues. They think that dividing our communities is the way to electoral power. Divide and rule.
I don't think it was the right that did that.
Well, you know what?
I don't think we had any choice but to fight back.
Well, you know what? Over and over and over again, people get asked by pollsters, what do you care about electorally? And they never say this stuff. And that
well, they also don't care about net zero. You're still thrusting that down our throats.
Well, that's not true. The environment usually comes up. The environment comes up third in people's. The environment comes up third on YouGov voting intention focus polls, and all of these
except when you tell them what it will cost.
And all of these culture wars issues don't, and that is why reform is never going to form a government.
I love it if we never discuss culture war issues ever. That's because we didn't have insane people saying things like some women have penises, and until every single MP and politician in this country doesn't say stupid, blatantly untrue things like that publicly and privately, then I'm going to keep talking about it. Now we're going to take a break. We are expecting Sunderland Central to declare. It's very much expected to be a Labour hold. These early seats are all likely to be Labour holds. You can't read into that on the exit poll. The exit poll is looking at across the whole country. Got a nod from Robert Hayward on that one. We'll take a quick break. Plenty more coming up from this bunch. This is Talk, the home, sometimes, of common sense.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on YouTube, on your mobile, and on your side. This is Talk.
Oh, well, good evening to you. It's coming up to 11:53. This is on the night of the election. Of course, if you're just tuning in, if you didn't know that, God, you lucky, lucky things. You missed 6 weeks of absolute abject nonsense. Being told, basically, well, the world was going to end if you voted the wrong way. Well, look, people have voted. We've already got, I think, 2 results we've got in. A third we're just waiting for. Sunderland Central expected to be a Labour hold. We'll bring you the results of that as soon as we get it. But we have got that exit poll, of course, a Labour majority of 170. And, you know, good news for the Labour Party. Keir Starmer getting a 400 410 MPs, but it does look like there's possibility of trouble for certainly one member of his shadow cabinet, Thangam Degbonair, in Bristol, where the Greens are challenging her then. But also, Robert Hayward, who's a Tory peer and pollster, who's in the studio with us throughout this evening, you said there's also trouble perhaps for another candidate.
I think it's a question of the performance of the Muslim candidates who are generally standing as independents or members of the
and these are sort of like it's over Gaza.
It's over Gaza primarily. And I've got an initial indication that Rushnara Ali in Bethnal Green and Bow is in difficulty. Now, whether that turns out because you don't know which boxes people are looking at the early stage, so it comes with a highly qualified...
And again, when we will talk about, people are getting an idea, what this comes down to is they literally take all the ballot papers, they're on the trestle tables, and they're being counted, and then you can see the piles going up for one candidate and not so big for another. And then, of course, sometimes when there is a very close-run thing, the agents and the candidates are brought to look at some of the ballot papers that have possibly been spoilt, and they have a look, or are they spoilt, aren't they? What particular appendage can you draw in which box on a ballot paper and it's still valid? I mean, they literally have these conversations. I've been at counts where they've done that.
I think of more significance possibly is a question you asked me earlier in the evening, which was the question of turnout. And I said that we would not have the final figures until all the results were in. But what is striking of the first two results, the turnouts are down by just about or just under 4% in each case, which would be depressing for Democrats like myself.
Well, yeah, I mean, the turnout in 2019 was 67.3% overall, and that was quite a lot down on 2017. I think a lot of people would be surprised that the vote was lower in 2019 than 2017, given that it felt like such a big change.
I think that's true, but people also were very clear about the result. In 2017, the Conservatives went into the election with a huge lead in the polls, and they managed to destroy it in one manifesto launch.
Yeah.
So therefore, therefore.
But that said, Theresa May put 3 percentage points on her vote from the 2015 vote. For which David Cameron had won. Again, even though lost loads of MPs and had to be propped up by the DUP. I mean, simpler, happier times. I suppose that was the chaos that you've been talking about. Richard Powside, former Labour Party official, still with us, of course, along with Benedict Spencer, Conservative commentator. Let's look ahead to what we're going to hear very soon, because we are expecting to hear Sunderland Central's result. I don't think there's going to be any surprises there. It depends, of course, whether we see, yet again, Reform UK really sort of snapping at the heels of the Conservatives and overtaking by a long way, as they've done in the two previous seats in Blythe, Ashington and Houghton and Sunderland South. The Tory candidate. We're looking ahead after midnight. We are expecting to get 2 seats. It would be interesting. Swindon South is the first battleground seat of the night to declare. Former Justice Secretary Sir Robert Buckland is defending a majority of just 5,500 there. I mean, that would look pretty precarious on these sort of figures.
It would be astonishing if he held it.
You think he's almost certainly out. But also Basildon and Billericay in Essex. That result's due. That could be one of the sort of Portillo moments. Well, it would be if people knew who this guy was. Would you? I'm calling it as it is, guys. Richard Holden is Conservative Party chairman now. He's standing in that seat. He basically parachuted himself in as the only option for the local Conservative Party to choose. Hello, it's just me, after basically his seat further north had just completely disappeared. And there's now some possibility, extraordinarily, Richard Powside, that he could lose that seat. So are we in Chris Patten 1992 territory in Bath when he was ousted as Tory Party chairman, even though John Major went on to win?
Well, yes, except for the point that you've just made, that the people that we're counting as Conservative big beasts these days don't feel quite like the big beasts of old, and that's partly because...
They're not household names, are they?
Well, it's also that after 14 years, this kind of ancien regime has kind of so lost its talent and its integrity that the people who are kind of being lost are just not quite as impressive as they might have been. But what you're going to see with Basildon and Billericay, it's this...
Basildon Man. I mean, we all heard about Basildon Man during the Blair years, didn't didn't we?
Quite. And you're going to, what's really exciting is that you're just seeing in Essex, yes, but then, kind of going up the coast of East Anglia and also down into Thanet, all the way along the south coast, all the way to loads of seats in Cornwall. Labour's going to be taking, I hope, a really kind of broad sweep of these seaside towns which have been so undermined by our economic model, and absolutely they were promised levelling up. It didn't happen. And I really believe that Keir Starmer's Labour Party can do that.
Yeah, I mean, that would be great. I don't. I'm going to be honest, I just don't. I just think, well, with what? I mean, with what? Benedict Spence. I mean, looking at these seats, we're told we're going to see some big beasts going. We're going to be seeing, Jeremy Hunt, yay! I'm sorry, there are some people I just don't want to be in politics. Jeremy Hunt out. We're talking, Penny Mordaunt might lose her seat. Even, some people, Robert Jenrick is a possibility of someone who's a possible contender. Grant Shapps and others. What do you make of this?
I think anybody who's heard of Richard Holden will shed very few tears to know that he's in trouble. And given the nature of how, as you alluded to, how it was that he parachuted himself in.
I mean, the irony.
There was nothing more emblematic of the way that the Conservative Party has set itself up very badly and has managed to irritate and isolate even its staunchest supporters by taking them for fools. And this is the end result, ultimately, of poor governance, is that, surprise, surprise, the voters will punish you for that. Yeah. If you can't even stitch up your own seat correctly, well, what hope have you got? That kind of
tells you, this is up there with, let the Prime Minister stand outside and announce the election in the pouring rain. And why don't you just leave the commemorations for D-Day early? Yeah, exactly. I have to say, Richard and Benedict staying with us. Robert Hayward is leaving us now, getting a well-earned...
Across the UK. On DAB+. On YouTube. On your mobile. And on your side. This is Talk.
Welcome back to the show. This is indeed Talk, the home of common sense, with me, Julia Hartley-Brewer, with you all the way till 1 o'clock. Then Mike Graham will be here, taking you through till 4, and then, of course, Ian Collins. Now, we're just about to get, I think, the third result of the night. We've already had results in 2 of the other seats actually being counted in the same counting hall in Newcastle upon Tyne. But Sunderland Central is, as everyone's predicted, a Labour hold. And interestingly, again, Reform UK coming second. It does appear 16,852 for Labour in Sunderland Central, 10,779 for Reform UK. The Conservative result, just 5,731. Peter Cardwell has joined us once again, not just a talk presenter, but also our resident political wonk. That is the word we are choosing to use tonight. We've double-checked it for Ofcom reasons. But, I mean, we've got 3 results in, all very predictably Labour holds. We can't, a lot of people go, oh, well, it's going to be a Labour slide. Look, it's already a Labour landslide. 170 majority, 410 MPs they're predicted against only 131 for the Conservatives. But how significant do you think it is how well Reform UK are doing in all 3 of these seats? I mean, these were big Leave voting seats,
Absolutely,
weren't they?
and we've got Reform UK, for example, in the one just declared, Sunderland Central, just about 5,000 votes, fewer than 5,000 votes behind Labour. And this is really interesting for Keir Starmer, because the question for him is how free is he to govern? And if he has a lot of his MPs, for example, these 3, but there'll be many others as well, who say, actually, Reform UK are breathing down my neck here. People want to move to the right. There are a lot of people who voted Leave, who vote Labour, but also they're looking to Reform UK. So it'll be really interesting to see how free Keir Starmer is to do the more centre-leftist stuff that he wants to do, when actually there are a lot of people voting for reform.
It's going to be very interesting. Well, look, we're going to get the thoughts of Richard Power Said, who's also in the studio, former Labour Party official, and Benedict Spencer, Conservative commentator, in just a few minutes. To get the reaction first, though, from a Reform UK supporter, big donor indeed, businessman Zia Youssef, who joins us right now. Good evening, well, I suppose good morning, early hours of the morning now to you, Zia.
Good morning, Julie.
Thank you very much for joining us. Well, look, you must be absolutely thrilled so far. We've got this exit poll that's predicting, well, that one of the mega polls that we saw before the election may well be correct, that Reform UK could be winning 13 seats in this election. What's your reaction to that?
Well, look, my reaction is I think the British people want real change. They want real change in Westminster, the reality of which Labour will not be. The Conservative Party, true conservatism, is being reborn in the form of the Reform Party. The most important thing about today is that Nigel Farage, we're very confident that Nigel Farage will be a member of Parliament for the first time.
8-time trying, 99% likelihood that he will win Clacton is what the exit poll is saying.
Indeed, and I'm in Clacton now. The energy is amazing. So, look, I want to be really clear that this is just the beginning. We're very happy, but this is simply the beginning on a journey to elect Nigel Farage as the Prime Minister of this country.
Do you think that's going to happen? No, he said, look, of course, he wasn't going to be having a manifesto for government this time round. He said that, that wasn't an option, didn't like the word manifesto either. But I've been talking to senior figures in the Reform UK over the last couple of days. They're not predicting 13 MPs this time round. They think it's going to be rather less than that, perhaps even as low as 5, even 7. This is suggesting a much better turnout. What do you put that down to?
Well, look, I would caveat that this is an exit poll, and we are in the realm now. It looks like clearly Reform are the 3rd largest party by vote share. Whatever that number is, ends up being 17, 18, 19%. The reality is we are at an area of the vote share where the seat return for each incremental percentage point of votes is very, very significant. So I wouldn't want to prejudge it. I'd rather wait until the results come. But again, what I will say is regardless of the number of seats Reform get in this particular election, what is very, very clear is that Reform has gotten 17, 18% of the vote share with a shoestring budget. Remember, it was just a few weeks, short weeks ago, that Nigel Farage wasn't even standing. In October 2022, Reform was sitting at 4% in the polls, delivering now 17, 18, 19% of the vote share. I would tell people at home to appreciate just how quickly, the world... We live in a world where these numbers can move very, very quickly. Political parties can gain enormous amounts of support in a relatively short period of time. I point people to France, where Marine Le Pen, and just to be clear, Nigel Farage is no Marine Le Pen, but if you look at what happened with her results just 2 years ago, she was at 18%. She's now at 36%. I firmly believe, and we firmly believe, that this sort of momentum can be replicated here, and that's why we're very confident in this movement. And I encourage people to join us if you believe in true conservatism, not claiming you're conservative and then governing in an opposite way. That has been reborn this evening in the form of the Reform Party. I'd urge people to join us.
Well, we spoke to Alex Salmond, the former First Minister of Scotland, former leader of the SNP, and he was saying, with him, with the SNP, it took them 20 years to get to this position, if this is what you achieve. The role of Nigel Farage and Richard Tice, the leader, the chairman, have talked about is being, basically the opposition, providing opposition and destroying the Conservative Party. Conservatives are predicted in this exit poll to get 131 seats. Is that destroying the Conservative Party?
To be clear, the Conservative Party have done a great job of destroying themselves. Let's see where we end up in terms of the Conservative, the number of seats. The reality is very precious few, if any, of those Conservative MPs will be truly Conservative, regardless of what their business card may say. We're focused on our positive message. That is what people have voted for. Anyone who has seen the rally that we did in Birmingham,
which you spoke at, of course.
Yes, and the energy was absolutely incredible. This is a really, really positive message. We have a chance to return Great Britain to its greatness, and Reform are the party to be able to deliver that.
I've got to ask you about that. We had Paul Mason on earlier, obviously no fan of Reform UK as on the left of the Labour Party even, but talking about, basically, I think he maybe even used the words that, Nigel Farage, racist things, basically, saying that sort of the 2.8 million Muslims in this country are sort of not integrating, not friends of this country. What do you make of the criticism of Nigel Farage and indeed of a number of the candidates in this election who have said some, frankly, the candidates in this case, some pretty horrific things?
Well, first of all, Nigel Farage did not say that of all Muslims.
No, I pointed that out.
I can categorically say that. Yeah, no, totally, and I appreciate that. Look, the reality is that we are in a position now where Reform, not just in polls, but it looks like Reform are actually going to deliver whatever it may be, 17, 18, 19% in an election. So I'd encourage people to really keep in mind whenever a senior politician makes such aspersions about the entire Reform Party, they are casting such aspersions and slurring almost a fifth of the entire nation. And it's just remarkable to me how, as I said in my speech on Sunday, people whose salaries rely on their electorate, the electorate they are supposed to represent, think it's a sensible strategy or remotely appropriate to keep sneering at and insulting their own voters. The reality is that people who support reform because they believe in true conservatism, they believe in having secure borders, they believe in putting British people first, and they believe that Nigel Farage is the only politician actually willing to even talk about our biggest challenges, let alone have the solutions to solve them.
OK, really good to talk to you. Thank you for joining us there on the telephone there from Clacton, of course, where Nigel Farage is expected to win that seat. That's Zia Youssef, Reform UK donor and businessman. Let's come first to Richard Power Said about this. We're in that sort of Hillary Clinton deplorables territory here, aren't we? There's sort of they're all racist, if you vote for Reform UK, and certainly the Tory Party, some of the emails and the campaigns they've been putting out about Reform UK, into that sort of territory. The attacks we've had with the Channel 4 undercover a reporter just happening quite by coincidence to be put with a man who happened quite by coincidence to be an actor who specialised in undercover acting jobs. Using an accent that wasn't his own, saying the most disgusting foul things about the Prime Minister's ethnicity. Does telling an awful lot of voters that that basically, well, you must be bad people because you're voting for what we think is a bad person or a bad party, does that go down well, do you think?
I would strongly discourage it as an electoral strategy, yes. I don't think that is quite what most people in the Labour Party are doing. Maybe it's what some shouty people on Twitter are doing. But I think most people in the Labour Party recognise that the anger that we're seeing across the country from all different parts of the ideological spectrum is down to the fact that people's wages have stagnated for a decade and a half. Their living standards aren't improving. Like, people get really bloody angry, and they should be angry because it's not good enough. And the thing that I would say, you know, in relation to kind of Reform's electoral success is two big problems for them. One is, OK, over the last 2.5 decades, the, technical term, wonky term, the electoral valency of cultural conservative ideas.
Lord.
So, like, that how much it motivates people when they go to the ballot box, that has increased. Those cultural conservative ideas have become more persuasive for people at the ballot box. But the number of people who hold those views is it's going down. And that is a fundamental structural problem for any of these kinds of parties. Now, if Reform was to start being a kind of levelling up party, then I think they would be in a really strong electoral position. But instead, they've got Nigel Farage, I think, holding them back, because the moment that voters start to notice that he's a low tax for rich people, he's against...
Free marketeer.
He's a free marketeer.
That, you think that's not where the British public are, and that's in... Yes,
and it's particularly...
They're
particularly where
conservative, but economically
are
there. Benedict Spence, I mean, that is a fair point, isn't it? And also, of course, the first-past-the-post voting system. I mean, we've seen this incredible rise of the right in the European Union elections, but in the parliamentary elections, and looks like in the parliamentary elections in France. But, of course, first-past-the-post isn't their electoral system.
This is reassuring, because these have been some of my criticisms of Reform for some time, is that it doesn't actually understand the sort of people that it really needs to be appealing to, and it's almost sort of succeeding despite that. Nigel Farage has wanted this breakthrough for a very long time. He's got it, like Icarus. He's flying very close to the sun, and now he's going to enjoy all the scrutiny attention that comes with that. And it's not just going to be a very vindictive Conservative Party, which I know lots of people are saying, oh, there might be some sort of pact. The Conservative Party will never form a pact with Nigel Farage. They would rather fail and see him fail rather than form a pact. But also now the Labour Party, because this is the hunting ground, really, for Reform. If they want to succeed and survive long term as a party, that's where they need to go back, which means they're going to get that back in return.
Let's come to Peter Caldwell, who is still with us as well, talk presenter and analysing all this. Now, just bearing in mind, Swindon South is about to declare. And in fact, Labour has gained Swindon South from the Conservatives. Oh, Richard's excited now. He's very happy. That is basically you can tell by when they line up on the stage if you're actually been in these.
Well, they're told a little bit before. Actually, in 2019, I was in South Swindon when Robert Buckland tripled his majority, and now he has lost.
Former Justice Secretary Robert Buckland, I mean, a regular on the media rounds. He was defending a majority of 5,650, which ain't anything compared to the sort of. I mean, you see these by-election results.
And this is a bellwether seat. I mean, had Labour not won this, they would have been in serious trouble. Heidi Alexander, former MP, former Deputy Mayor of London. Now she's the MP for South Swindon. Yeah,
this is the sort of seat, basically, Labour should not just be winning, but winning comfortably. And if they don't win a seat like this, then they're going to be doing very badly. We're looking at 21,000 plus seats for Heidi Alexander for Labour on 48% of the vote. Robert Buckland on 12,000 for the Tories on 26%. Reform coming in third place, just over 6,000 votes. Again, you'd expect that sort of result, but I mean that is very bad news that Robert Buckland is out of a job. But again, this will be a pointer to the idea, Peter, that this exit poll is very accurate. This result tells us a lot more than those first three, which would be predictable.
Yes, everything the exit poll has told us has been correct. Robert Buckland has gone very badly down there, dropped by nearly a quarter of the vote, which will be reflected in many other seats as well. He has lost his position as an MP. He'd previously been a cabinet member, both under Boris Johnson and Liz Truss. But yes, he's out now. He has a knighthood. But Heidi Alexander, it's interesting actually with people like Heidi Alexander, who has a lot of experience both as an MP and Deputy Mayor of London, and people like Douglas Alexander, who may well win in Scotland, because they will have a lot more experience than some of the people in the shadow cabinet at the moment. So interesting one for Keir Starmer to say, actually, do I give Heidi Alexander a ministerial job? Do I give someone like Douglas Alexander a ministerial job? Yeah. So that's a very interesting dilemma to have.
Let's come back to that, actually, with you, Richard, because again, that's the thing, handing out the jobs. Now, one would assume, normally, well, you know, if you're a shadow cabinet member for this or that, or shadow minister, you will take on that job. That may not be the case. There's certainly been a question mark about one particularly senior shadow cabinet minister, and that is David Lammy, the shadow foreign secretary, that actually... doesn't do a very good job. He said some rather unsavoury things about Donald Trump, who could well win the next US presidential election. That'd be rather awkward if the British Foreign Secretary has been, let's face it, slagging him off and calling him God knows what names under the sun on Twitter, and it's all out there. Do you think that most of these Labour shadow cabinet members feel they're safe in their jobs? I mean, other than Rachel Reeves, I think she's a sure thing. Angela Rayner guaranteed her job, of course, through the actual members' votes. But anyone else?
I would be really surprised if there were major changes from the shadow cabinet to the cabinet. Of course, there are fewer departments at the moment than there are shadow cabinet jobs. So probably, I think Starmer will probably wield the knife rather than creating whole new departments.
This is the issue, though. You instantly have enemies at that point.
Yeah. Well, he can
on the first day.
He can afford to because you know, he's got that big majority. I would stress that actually there's a lot of experience in this shadow cabinet. You've got lots of people who had ministerials.
They've all been lawyers. They've all been lawyers and special advisors. They've got loads of experience.
I mean, we've got a pretty fantastic thing in, you know, somebody who used to be an economist at the Bank of England, now running the Treasury. That sounds pretty good to me. But look, there is...
Because we've all got so much faith in the Bank of England's decision-making.
I'm the economist.
Yeah, good Lord.
Come on.
Wonderful. Happy days.
On this question,
I'm beginning to feel sorry for Richard now.
I'm feeling pretty happy for him.
I think it's probably doing okay. You're not having too bad an evening.
This is one of the funny things, actually, because I had lots of people on Twitter saying, of course, we have to be very, politically neutral during the election. I mean, basically, I'm quite happy to criticise everybody, all the people who I think have been messing up. So I'm an equal opportunity criticiser. But it is really interesting. Some people were saying to me on Twitter, can't wait to watch you on telly. We're crying your tears over the election result. I have to say, I care not a jot, and not because I don't care about politics, I don't care about this country or the policies. I just genuinely, I just don't think for a moment that anyone could seriously claim the Conservatives deserved to win this. But I also don't feel any enthusiasm in it because I don't think the Labour Party deserved to win it either.
Well, you could imagine that I disagree pretty strongly with that. Look, the Labour Party is going to, I think, offer exactly is going to provide exactly what it's offered, which is stability, which is change. You might have heard those words a few times.
God, give him a slap, Benedict.
But you know
I'm
what?
being filmed.
But actually, I think quite seriously, some of us in the Labour Party would like more egalitarian policies, would like a bit more redistribution. It's not going to happen, quite frankly.
Get those kids out of those private schools. Benedict Spencer feels very strongly about this one as somebody who went to private school. No, Benedict, just some breaking news we've got in. A Labour source is claiming that Jeremy Corbyn is set to win Islington North, which of course was his seat. A snigger already from him. Islington, of course, his seat as a Labour MP, and of course being ousted from the party by Keir Starmer, standing as an independent. It's thought, it's been claimed, he could win by as few as 1,500 votes, which is a very close run thing in a general election. What do you make of that? Because is that a little bit of a clue to the sort of challenge that a lot of candidates who are standing against Labour, particularly over the issue of Gaza, that the threat they could pose to a lot of these Labour MPs?
Well, I think it's very important that more people stay and work longer. I think we're going to have a very difficult conversation about upping the state pension age at some point. So Jeremy Corbyn staying in Parliament for as long as possible is leading the charge on that. So that's a very good thing. Obviously, this is something that we are going to see reflected across the country, is that uptick in vote for certain independents on this issue. I think, obviously, oh, for heaven's sake, is currently escaped me, but there are a number of a certain former Labour MP who won a by-election very recently, and his name is Galloway.
Galloway,
heaven's sake.
How could anybody forget George Galloway?
Please, could we all forget George Galloway?
For a few blessed minutes, I was the most charmed man in Britain. We may well see a few more seats there. It will be interesting to see how big that is.
That's going to be fascinating to watch. Well, we shall see. Look, obviously, we're waiting for more seats to declare. I'm still waiting for Basildon and Billericay in Essex. That, of course, is the seat of the Conservative Party chairman, Richard Holden. And it could look, I mean, after he parachuted himself in as the only candidate option for the local party, it could be looking that he will be losing that seat on the basis of the exit poll. We'll bring you that result as soon as we get it. Any other results that come in, we'll get them to you first here at Talk. This is Talk, the home of common sense. Stay tuned. This is Julia Hartley-Brewer.
UK. On DAB+, on YouTube, on your mobile, and on your side. This is Talk.
Good morning to you. It is the early hours of the morning at 12:25 a.m. We are listening to Talk, the home of common sense, with me, Julia Hartley-Brewer. Still with me in the studio. Everyone's munching sweets now. Stop munching sweets. I'm about to introduce you. Talk presenter Peter Cardwell, Labour Party official Richard Power-Said, and Conservative commentator Benedict Spence. Just to let you know, we are expecting a result from Washington and Gateshead. So in fact, that result has just come out. I'm going to guess that here we are looking at a Labour hold, as we would be expecting this time of night. A lot of these results that come out are in basically staunch Labour seats that you would expect to continue with Labour. Let's turn our attention now, though, to the Green Party. Delighted to be welcomed by former Green Party leader Baroness Natalie Bennett to the show. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Julia. Not our usual time for discussion.
Not our usual time, no. I think we're about 12 hours out, aren't we? Natalie, if I may call you that, we've got the predictions from the exit poll of the Green Party doubling their seats from 1 in Brighton to 2. Expected, obviously, Bristol Central. That could actually be the most extraordinary scenario of the night, of Labour getting a majority of 170, and then one of their front benchers, Thangham Debonair, being out on her ear from the voters in Bristol. Tell us your reaction to the exit poll.
Well, I think, first of all, we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that actually what this is overwhelmingly, if the exit poll is right, which all the indications are as it is, that overall it's a great rejection of 14 years of Tory chaos, 14 years of Tory austerity, 14 years of Tories failing to act on the climate and nature crises. But certainly, yes, for the Greens, if the poll is right, and I think the indications are that it will be, Bristol Central is tremendously exciting, and Carla Denyer, the Green co-leader, will be a great representative, really absolutely right fit for Bristol Central, and that will really, doubling, and we still have hopes for more later in the evening, but doubling is a great sign of progress for the Green Party.
Yeah, doubling from a very low number, of course. Caroline Lucas sitting for many years as the only Green MP. Does it put you out a bit that these upstarts at Reform UK, they've only just started, the first time they actually run in an election, they're being predicted, although they seem to be thinking they're going to win less, 13 seats. You guys have been around for years and years and years, battling it out, and best case scenario, you can only imagine manage 2?
Well, I think we're talking about the exit poll, and we know that in Waveney Valley and North Herefordshire, where there simply hasn't been the sampling, we don't know what's going to happen in those seats. And I'm confident we're going to see an extremely strong showing and quite possibly a win. But time will tell. What we're seeing around the country, and I'm sure there's going to be a large number of very strong second placings. You look at what's happened with our local councillors over the past 5 years. The number of local councillors has increased 5-fold. That's an exponential graph of growth. We're looking to start on the same path in terms of Westminster.
OK. And you'd mentioned at the beginning there about, the chaos of 14 years of Tory rule and failure to tackle climate change issue. I mean, a lot of voters turning to Reform, of course, because they want to get rid of net zero. They're the only party, I think, that is actually opposed to net zero. I think maybe the SDP as well. I don't think they're predicted to get any seats, though. But, I mean, what would be different under Labour, given that, voters have, it would appear, according to this exit poll, elected with a very strong majority a Labour government? Because as far as I can tell, all the talk of GB energy and all of that, only thing different between Labour and the Conservatives on net zero is that Labour are going to do things 5 years sooner.
Well, I think there is a grave concern that Labor extremely watered down its original proposals, the $28 billion investment that just disappeared and slid away to practically nothing. And those are the kind of investments that could give people actually warm, comfortable, affordable to heat homes, that could tackle both the cost of living crisis and the climate crisis. So I think there is a real problem here that Labor is being elected on a very weak mandate. They haven't really stood up for what needs to be done in our society, the kind of investment that we need, the kind of taxes that we need from those with the broadest shoulders.
It's always about tax, isn't it? It's always about tax.
Well, that's about investment in the NHS, which actually surveys show overwhelmingly people want to see that investment in our NHS.
Everyone wants to
in Waveney Valley.
Everyone's very, very keen on lots of extra spending. They just want someone else to be taxed to afford it.
Well, people want to be able to see a local dentist. We have a huge rise in DIY dentistry because people are simply unable to get to see a dentist. Surely that's something that we as a society should be able to provide.
I would have thought that given the net zero policies that you want to pursue, I mean, we'd be going back to pre-industrial age, that everyone would be having to pull their own teeth under the regime a Green Party government would lead us to.
Well, of course, what we would see if we want to cut people's energy bills, what we need is onshore wind and solar, the kind of investment that we haven't seen.
Not what we need.
That's the cheapest source of energy, Julia. That is the reality.
It's not. It's subsidised and it's unreliable.
Relying on fossil fuels and gas, that's relying on energy prices which are volatile, as we've all seen very clearly over the past couple of years.
Less volatile for the countries that are actually producing the oil and the gas, fracking and producing the oil out of North Sea oil. I mean, America's doing all right on that front. Just finally, okay, you reckon you might do better than the 2 seats that you're predicted to win in the exit poll?
Yes, I mean, we will know in 4 or 5 hours. Yeah. So there's kind of, we can speculate at this point. But,
hey, that's the whole job right now, Natalie.
but it's when you look at the exit poll, it looked at 133 seats. None of them were Tory Green marginals, which is what's the case of the 2 we're particularly focused on.
Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate that. Baroness Natalie Bennett, former Green Party leader. Come to you, Benedict Spencer, because it seems to me you don't need to vote Green if you want to go for any of these policies, because all of the major parties have fully signed up to this stuff.
I mean, it is one of the problems of being a sort of a single issue party, and frankly taking a pretty extreme view of that single issue is if you decide to go off at that tangent, you are going to massively hamstring yourself. If, as you say, the Labour Party and the Conservative Party were to go, oh well, we'll take some of those ideas because these ones play well and these ones sound nice.
Everything plays well. Everyone cares about this issue until you ask them to pay for it, and then they say, I don't bloody think so.
I mean, this is the thing, and Natalie Bennett's talking about some of the these 2 other seats. One of which is the Waveney Valley, which is where I'm from, and I just sort of think, well, it's that sort of politics of vibes very much. It's sort of the sense that actually we want it to be offshore because it's very close to several nuclear power stations, and there's a certain degree of, I think, actually self-indulgence in that part of the world, and that, I think, is a very common theme amongst many of these Green target seats, self-indulgence of middle-class people.
I just still can't get over you saying the word vibes. I just didn't see Benedict as a vibes kind of person.
I'm not.
I get those vibes from Benedict.
I don't get those vibes from my day. That's Peter Cobb, I'll come to you about this. I mean, look, the Greens are not going to be storming into power. No. But again, it's a fair question. You're a bit peeved. Reform UK suddenly, the new upstarts, they're the new popular kids in town. What do you make of overall, looking at the results we've got so far? OK, we've seen Labour hold, Labour hold, Labour hold, Labour hold. Reform UK and a lot of these seats coming a close, well, not a close second, some of them, but, a good solid second. Yeah. But absolutely trouncing the Conservatives in these. Can we read anything into that, combined with the exit poll, about the future of Reform UK?
Yes, I think we can. It is undeniably a major electoral force in this country. Keir Starmer cannot totally ignore what those MPs, whether there are 7 of them, whether 13 of them, are going to say, and they will prove to be Nigel Farage MP, as he will almost undoubtedly be in the next few hours. Well, that is something that is going to give him a legitimacy that he hasn't had previously. It's interesting with the Green Party as well, because they did very well in the local election results recently in England. In fact, I think that was kind of underreported how well they did, and the fact that they've only got 2 MPs, they will say, oh, they want PR and they want to change the voting system and so on, but actually to only have 2 MPs is not exactly brilliant for them.
No, indeed. I mean, let's come back to you, Richard, as a former Labour Party official. I mean, the Greens say, it's going to be ending the chaos in the lines that Labour have used. But in terms of the Green stuff, my argument has always been the Conservatives, Labour, anyone who's likely to be in power, which is that you can either have growth or you can have net zero. You can't do both. It's an either or. Which in the end will, I'd love to look on your face at this, that's the statement of fact, which in the end will Keir Starmer choose?
Well, you know what? All of the most kind of red and tooth and claw capitalists in the world are disagreeing with you, and they think that the clean energy revolution is going to be the big geopolitical rivalry between East and West, and we've got to make sure that we're fighting it and
the
that
East
we're
is going to win it.
You talked about subsidies earlier, subsidies for renewables. Fossil fuels have received far more subsidies than renewables, both in the long term and in the short term. That is despite the fact that, of course, fossil fuels are a highly established sector, whereas renewables have basically been a start-up until very recently. And fossil fuels are going to need more and more subsidies in future as it becomes more expensive to extract them, whereas renewables are just getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper.
More. It's not more expensive if we were fracking. I have to say, genuinely,
fracking. Let's talk about fracking. Yeah. Fracking has only become cheap in the US because they've been subsidising it for 4 decades.
But their economy is not trashed by what's happened with Ukraine and energy prices because they are a net exporter. Look, we're going to have to move on. We're still waiting to find a result from Basildon and Billericay. I wonder if it's just very close in Essex. That could be the first big drama of the night, with Richard Holden, the Conservative Party chair, possibly losing his seat. Also expecting around now Broxbourne in Hertfordshire, which has been continuously held by the Conservatives since it was created in 1983. Majority of them 19,000 last time round. Now this will give an indication, if that is held by the Tories, that they're able to hold on to some of their home county seats. If they lose that, then my God, we are looking at a Tory bloodbath, no question at all. So we'll keep an eye out for those seats. It's 12:36. Do stay tuned. Back in just a few more moments with more from our panel. This is Talk, the home of common sense.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on YouTube, on your mobile, and on your side. This is Talk.
It is indeed a general election all-nighter here at Talk, the home of common sense. I'm Julia Hartley-Brewer. Time is 12:39. If you're just tuning in, I don't know, you've been having a great night out. You might have missed the exit poll. Came in at 10 o'clock. The moment the exit poll came out, the moment the polls closed, 170 majority for Labour is what is being predicted by that exit poll. 410 Labour MPs, 131 Conservative MPs, Lib Dems on 61, Reform on 13, far more than they've been predicted. SNP very unhappy on 10. I think the Lib Dems, Greens are happy, going from 1 to 2 is the prediction for them. Some very happy, some very unhappy people. A lot of people in the Tory Party looking like they're going to be losing their seats overnight. We're still waiting for Basildon and Billericay in Essex. Was expected to be announced already, and that could be the first drama of the night. The chairman of the Conservative Party, Richard Holden, standing in that seat, having imposed himself basically as the only candidate choice. Wait to see whether he can hold on to that seat. Not probably looking looking likely, given the numbers we're on. But still joining me in the studio, Richard Power-Said. He's a former Labour official and Conservative commentator, Benedict Spencer, also talk presenter, and we're saying our politics wonk. I call him other things off air. Peter Cartwell.
Different files and the word wonk.
Yeah. I mean, let's just be mature. It's that time of night. We've had a lot of Harrobert.
Post-watershed.
Yes, post-watershed. We're pre-watershed again now, aren't we? Look, you've been hearing word out of the Rishi Sunak's.
Yeah, very close aid to Rishi Sunak got in touch with me to say, in their words, it's a bloody tough night for us.
Did they use that language, or was it worse than that?
No, that's exactly the language that person used. I'm unsurprised at that, but it's at least an admission.
Is the bloody tough night aspect of it the fact that that realistically, if you're going to lose as Tory leader of the Tory Party, you don't necessarily want to carry on being an MP, although it would be the first time a sitting Prime Minister has lost his seat?
Yeah, well, it certainly looks as if Rishi Sunak will win his seat in Richmond and North Allerton, but we'll see.
OK, right. But I think we are getting a result in Newcastle Central right now. I have to say, this part of the world, they are knocking it out. There's those results coming in thick and fast. And we are seeing yet another Labour hold there, no doubt at all. Easy Labour hold. And by a very long way as well, it does appear. With a second place, it does appear once again Reform, but quite a long way back. So I think I say 18,000 there for 18,875 for Labour. 7,815 for Reform, just 4,228 for Conservatives. We are just seeing this story again and again, Peter.
Conservatives down 16.3 percentage points, Reform up 10.7 percentage points. No surprise there, Chian Wara, who has been the MP for Newcastle upon Town Central since 2010. She's a shadow science minister. She's been around the shadow front bench or the shadow ministerial positions quite a lot. I would imagine she'll be a minister in Keir Starmer's government. But yes, Labour down a bit, certainly, but still a very strong performance from her.
One of the other things we're definitely seeing is that Turnout is down. Now, Turnout was down in 2019 to 67.3%. That was down from 2017 to 2019. And again, I find it extraordinary. You would have thought 2019 was such a big, get Brexit done. Jeremy Corbyn was such a divisive figure, you'd think. But that did not result in that. But we're looking at the vote going down again this time round.
Well, here's the interesting point. When all the votes for Labour are totalled, in 2017, when Jeremy Corbyn was leader of the Labour Party, he got more actual votes than a Labour Party had ever got previously. We could be in a position in about whenever all the votes are counted in 12, 14 hours' time, whenever that is.
It's a long night, folks.
Where there are fewer people this time round that voted for Labour in 2017, yet Labour has a massive majority rather than losing about to Theresa May.
But again, let's come back to Richard Power-Said on this. This is a stat I bore my poor audience with again and again. This big sort of wave of support for Tony Blair in '97, and it was such a popular figure for so many people who voted for him. Such enthusiasm about after so many years of Tory rule, and yet he got fewer votes than John Major got in 1992.
I think that you can overdo the kind of everyone was incredibly enthusiastic in 1997 story. I ended up writing a book about this, so unfortunately it's my pet topic.
I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be nice. He's the author of 1997, The Future That Never Happened, A History of New Labour.
Fantastic birthday present, ideal for Christmas presents, bar mitzvahs, still available in the bookshops. It's on the second run. Look, the...
plug of the night.
I can do more of them.
Honestly, these people who plug their books, I mean, as the author of The Secret Advisors, I mean, I just think this is awful,
And it's an excellent book.
Just say something.
So the point is that in 97, actually, all of the criticisms that you hear about Keir Starmer now, exactly the kinds of things that were being said about Tony Blair before the 97 election. I think the thing is we kind of remember it for those very carefully choreographed images of people waving. I was a political
journalist then. There was a very different feel in terms of what the focus is. The enthusiasm for Tony Blair was among Labour supporters was completely different from the sort of, well, I guess he'll do that for Keir Starmer. Benedict Spence, got a book to pub now.
My first job was in a Printworks making books.
Oh,
you might be interested.
Sorry. And are you the son of a toolmaker?
I was going to say I stood on the balcony observing the factory floor. What were you actually going to ask?
I don't know anymore. I don't know. I think we've lost it. No, but in terms of enthusiasm for Keir Starmer, this is one of the things. Look, you get there's a lot of talk. It started in America. Your first 100 days. You've got to achieve things. well, you've got that wave of support, you've got that power, and you basically get all the big stuff done as soon as possible. And there's stuff that he's talked about doing in the early months, and we know he's got Sue Gray. She is his chief of staff. Wow, she knows how things work. She's been at the top of the civil service for many years, secretly planning to go to Labour while she was investigating Boris Johnson over Partygate. So extra marks there. But, and there's going to be a lot of scrutiny of her work, isn't there? But it's all very well. He'd likely to have all of his MPs, 410 MPs. He's got this plan, but will he be able to actually achieve anything to maintain the minuscule levels of enthusiasm there already is?
Well, it depends, I think, on the makeup of the party, what their majorities are like, actually what kind of Labour MPs they are, because, of course, this is not, in fact, the size majority that he could have had, and that, obviously, the larger it is, the easier it makes it for him. But, ultimately, it's going to depend, is it going to be the sort of thing that looks quite nice, window dressing, or is it going to be the difficult stuff? Is it going to be, for instance, planning reform? Well, that's the thing that the country really needs. Is that going to happen in 100 days? Almost certainly not. So
they say it will.
They say it will. They say, and it depends.
Angela Rayner is the new housing secretary.
It depends entirely on the makeup of the party, of the MPs, and what their majorities look like. Otherwise, they're going to run into the same problems that the Tories have.
Do you know what? I feel we're going to be talking about this for a very long time, but not necessarily tonight. We do need to go to a break. Up next, we're going to be talking to John Sweeney, who's a Liberal Democrat candidate, to see what he expects happening for him tonight. And of course, coming up at 1 o'clock in the morning, will be Mike Graham taking over in the hot seat. This is Talk, the home of common sense.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on YouTube, on your mobile, and on your side. This is Talk.
Welcome back to the show. This is Talk, the home of common sense, for me, Julia Hartley-Brewer. Yeah, it is the election all-nighter. Well, let's turn our attention to John Sweeney now. He's on the line. He's a Liberal Democrat candidate for Sutton Coldfield and, of course, a long-time journalist, and joins us. Good, early hours of the morning to you, John.
And good early hours of the morning to you, Julia. How are you?
Very well indeed. Will you be taking your beanie hat off if you get elected?
No.
Fair enough. What do you reckon are your chances? Look, the Liberal Democrats only won 12 seats back in 2019. Absolutely devastating for them. 61 seats is what they predicted by the exit poll this time round. Are you likely to be one of the beneficiaries of that?
No. I'm delighted, and we've done extremely well. But at the moment, to be fair, Sutton Coldfield, there's no Liberal Democrats councillors at all. And it looks as though Andrew Mitchell, Deputy Foreign Secretary, he's clinging on by his fingernails. We're looking at the numbers that we can see so far. We're crunching them, and we think he may lose.
Okay.
Or if he stays, it's by a very small number. Labour comes second or first. Reform has done very well. I'm not happy about that, but
a lot of people don't seem to be happy about that, about Reform doing well. No, let me go back to more big picture stuff of people listening from around the country. The Lib Dems absolutely trounced in 2015, making their way sort of back up again. What do you put that down to? Is it the leadership of Ed Davey? Is it the sight of him in a wetsuit falling off a paddleboard? Was that the big decider, or was it policy, or was it just people hating the Tories?
So there's a whole. Listen. I'm a war reporter, and I went to Bakhmut 7 times in 2022, but I wouldn't do a bungee jump.
No, neither would I.
Yeah, Julia, I mean, by the way, everybody who's listening ought to know that Julia and I first met.
We know each other, yeah.
But not like that.
That
Julia.
sounded wrong, didn't it? The Tatton election in 97.
And when we both reported on Martin Bell's great victory against Neil Hamilton, and my nickname for you was Julia.
You can't say the words. You cannot say the. Oh, good Lord! Whatever out of the morning, in a friendly way. I'm just going to ask you one final question. Lib Dems, there was a hope from some of the mega polls. There was some hope that the Liberal Democrats could be the official opposition. You know, we were in sort of, go back to your constituencies. Prepare for power. Didn't really happen. Back on the way up at 61. But what role does this give the Lib Dems when Labour's got such a big majority?
We will remain the party of Remain and rejoin the European Union.
Good luck with that.
More or less, more than anyone else, with a party of decency, and also, thanks to Ed, we brought a real sense of fun back to British politics. I fear that Keir Starmer, and congratulations and well done. We live in a democracy. Fair play to Labour. But there's a certain joylessness about
with that I would definitely agree. Although I don't want to see Keir Starmer in a wetsuit falling off a paddleboard either. We're going to have to leave it there. John Sweeney, I'm so sorry, Lib Dem candidate there. Apologies for the choice language. It was an affectionate. I'd like to point out, though, although you two were talking about writing books, I was in his book for the Battle of Knutsford Heath. But yeah, that was a very fun election, 97, following Neil Hamilton and Martin Bell. Look, let's get back to big picture. We've got the last few moments of the show. We're still waiting for some more results coming. I say still waiting for Basildon and Billericay. Still waiting for Broxburn in Hertfordshire. Benedict Spence, in terms of tonight, what we've learned, let's assume the exit poll is correct. They have been in the last few elections within a few seats, and we get this as a sort of picture. What do we expect from the next, not just 100 days, as we're discussing earlier, the next 5 years?
I think for the Labour Party, it is going to be difficult. This isn't me sort of trying to cope on the perspective of the Conservative Party. The structural issues that the Labour Party faces, even with this majority, are very sizable. It will be a very difficult first 2 years, and if they're unable to sort of get over those hurdles, I think the public will not be very sympathetic, given that what they have promised is stability, a sort of a sense of competent managerialism that the Conservatives haven't been able to give them. In terms of what we're going to see from the Conservatives, well, that's entirely up to them. Do they want to continue the infighting? Do they want to continue deciding, well, we're very to the centre one day and we're very talking far to the right the other? Or actually, are they going to decide, yes, we are a party that can potentially be in government? These numbers, 130, Peter Mandelson talked about an asteroid hitting. Well, this is not an extinction-level event. There are some dinosaurs left. There is an opportunity there for them to rebuild. There is enough sort of exposure for Nigel Farage to push them in a certain direction, but also to become exposed himself. So it is not, I think, necessarily the seismic change on the right. There is still the possibility for the Conservatives to survive. It is entirely up to them and how they interpret what it is that Labour does over the next 5 years.
You've focused a lot there on the Conservatives. Let's come to you, Richard Said, a former Labour official. The thing is, look, there is no money left. It's very different from 97 when Blair came in. A very, very difficult in-tray for whoever is in power. And I can imagine Rishi Sunak, frankly, and the word is he's going to resign tomorrow morning. Well, yeah, tell us something we don't know. But I could imagine someone actually heaving a sigh of relief at this point, saying, "Oh, thank God, I don't have to deal with all, Ukraine and energy issues and all of the other issues that are coming up with the NHS and the cost of living was still not resolved." What is the picture for the next 5 years? Because voters, it seems, are basically got quite high expectations that change will make things better for them.
I think that as long as Labour can get the tax receipts up from the growth, so that they so that the NHS can just about get out of the doldrums, so that we can get rid of our court backlog, so that there are enough police on the streets. Those are the kinds of things that are going to be that Keir Starmer is going to be judged on.
All of that costs a lot of money, don't it? That's the key thing. And again, those promises we've got so far of change, of minuscule, 1 extra teacher every 3 schools, 40,000 extra operations in the NHS or appointments. There are 1 million plus a day, for goodness sake. Great if you're one of the 40,000. Doesn't make much of a difference. Crime still going up. Still the same number of prison places right now and for the next few years. Early release scheme continuing. Stopping the boats. Barely touched on immigration tonight. Peter Corbyn, come to you. That's going to be a big issue. It's been a real sort of massive issue for Conservatives, top 3 issue for Conservative voters. Not so much for Labour voters. But I have a funny feeling when the boats don't stop and we have nice weather over the rest of the month and August and the boats keep on coming at great speed, this is going to become a massive, massive headache.
Well, I interviewed Keir Starmer about this about a week and a half ago, and I said, where is the deterrent in your plan? And he said that smashing the gangs was the deterrent. I think a lot of people will have trouble with that. Everything Labour wants to do costs a lot of money. The gamble is growth. In 5 years' time, and way before then, people will be saying, where's the progress? And have you done it without putting up the burden of taxation? I think it's impossible to do what Keir Starmer wants to do without putting up the burden of taxation. We'll see what he does and how quickly he does it. And in the budget that Rachel Reeves will have in October, November time, we will see very quickly where the axe will fall or where taxes...
And we're certainly going to expect, certainly the Institute of Fiscal Studies said, look, neither the Tories or the Labour Party were being remotely accurate about, how much money is needed just from an ageing population.
That's right.
Let's talk about what happens with the Conservatives. We've just got a couple of minutes left before we hand over to the news and then Mike Graham. Come back to you again, Benedict Spence. Tories, what happens now? We know Rishi Sunak is going to resign. We know there's going to be a leadership contest sooner rather than later. Depending on which big beasts are left, who do you think is going to run? Who's going to be the final 2 candidates going to go to the party membership, and who's going to win?
Well, you've heard them both mentioned in this studio tonight. I think it's going to be Priti Patel and I think it's going to be Tom Tugendhat. Those would be the 2 that I would think
candidate
would be
on the right, candidate really on the sort of one nation left. You don't think so?
I think so.
Let's come to you, Richard Said. Although you're not, this isn't your party, I know you're a close watcher.
I think that a really interesting historical lesson is David Cameron, right? In 2005 to 2007, even to 2008, OK, you knew that David Cameron was, quotes, the moderniser, but you had no idea that he was going to be defined both in the 2010 election and as Prime Minister by his response to Gordon Brown's response to the financial crisis. This was a big geopolitical event, and then the Prime Minister, the Labour Prime Minister, responded to it, and then David Cameron was defined by his response to that. Right. I think that the next Conservative leader is going to be defined by their response to Keir Starmer's response to things that we can't even predict now.
I've lost track.
I'm sorry, it was convoluted. My point is...
Victoria Atkins is what you're saying.
Peter Corbyn.
I think Victoria Atkins versus Priti Patel, and Priti Patel wins.
Where's the Victoria Atkins thing come from? Have you seen her? Have you
into existence.
They need a one nation.
What are you all seeing and hearing that I'm not?
They're going to have a one nation person, and it'll be her.
You think that's going to be? It's going to be absolutely fascinating to watch. Can I say a huge big thanks to all of you for joining me this evening. Peter Corbyn, of course, I know you'll be presenting tomorrow. Richard Said and Benedict Spence as well. Thank you so much for all your analysis and, frankly, the laughs as well. And all their books are available in every rubbish bookstore and good bookstores as well.
I'm
done for the night and we'll be back. back with you at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning to look at all the analysis and who knows what is going to be going on by then. Up next, in just a couple of moments after the news, it is Mike Graham taking you through till 4 o'clock in the morning. And then, of course, at 4 o'clock, we will have Ian Collins, and then he'll be taken over again by Mike again. I'm done for the night. This is Talk, the home of common sense.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on YouTube, on your mobile, and on your side. This is Talk.
Good evening and welcome to Election Night. It's a special. We are here from 1 until 4 and we are going to bring you some pretty bad news, I'm afraid. We're going to be bringing you probably Conservative Minister after Conservative Minister getting kicked out of their jobs, losing their seats all up and down the country. We've got the SNP getting absolutely rogered up in Scotland. And also, of course, we've got the rise of Reform, which you have to say is maybe the story of the entire night so far. Reform are predicted to get as many as 13 seats. We'll bring you all the details. We've had the exit poll. Thanks very much to Julie Hartley-Brewer and her guests for the last 3 hours. We've got Tim Montgomery with us here this morning. We've got Scarlett Maguire as well. Very good morning to both of you. We are going to be going at it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going going to be telling you the truth about what's really happened. They're all looking very smug over at the BBC, which can only mean one thing. The lefties have taken over. So I'm afraid we're going to have to give them a bit of a kicking. 0344 499 1000 is the number. We're going to take your calls. Nobody else wants to hear from the public, but we do. And that's why we predicted that Reform were going to do an awful lot better than anybody else said. And we're going to be right once again. Send us a WhatsApp voice note as well, because we love those. Just record it, send it via WhatsApp to the same number, 0344 499 1000. This is me, Mike Graham. It's an election special. Let's get it on. So, here we are. Tim Montgomery, I've seen you this evening several times, looking very dapper, if I may say so, but also looking rather depressed about the sight of the Tory Party perhaps beginning to draw its last breath.
Well, I push back a bit on that, actually, Mike.
I knew you would.
I thought that it would be worse than it actually is. I know it's a historic defeat. I'm not trying to belittle that. Yeah. People wanted to punish the Tories, and my goodness, they have. First past the post as electoral system really allows people to get rid of governments in a way that proportional representation doesn't on the continent.
Yes.
You know, and so, look, the party's suffered a massive defeat, but it's not extinction level. You know, some of these polls that we spent far too much time discussing during this campaign.
We're talking about 60 Conservative seats, weren't
absolutely, and we got twice as many as that. It's not good, but it's not the end of the Conservative Party. And you said Reform's rise is perhaps the story of the night, and I have a lot of sympathy with that. And Scarlett may disagree with this. She may be more up to date with the numbers than I am. But what we're looking at, seems to me, is Labour winning a massive majority with something like under 40% of the vote. So they will have got something like 4 to 8% less than Theresa May got when she lost her majority. So it's, I support first the past the post system because of what I've just said. It allows us to get rid of governments we want to get rid of. But Labour have got a massive majority with actually not that huge amount of support.
True.
You know, in the top 30s. And, you know, tweets are sort of reading from well-sourced people now saying Labour might actually lose seats to Reform in the north of England. This is not a government, despite what the headline looks like, being elected on a wave of enthusiasm by the British people.
And it's not as many seats as they had under Tony Blair, is it? And it's not as much of a vote share that they had under Jeremy Corbyn, which is kind of a weird twist to the story. Scarlett, you're the person crunching the numbers here. Tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, if the exit poll does transpire to be true, and so far it looks like it is pretty much tracking, then I think we will see a situation in which there's not a huge amount of sort of enthusiasm for Labour, in that, as you quite rightly say, it looks like they'll get under 40% of the vote, which is quite extraordinary then to have a majority roughly the same size as Blair's, actually slightly less, but only slightly. And I think that, but you know, there were quite a lot of signs for that already here. So like if you looked at Keir Starmer's popularity ratings, he was the least popular leader of the opposition that was about to become Prime Minister. And if you looked as well about how enthusiastic even Labour voters felt about their party and about their vote, Labour voters, people voting Labour this time round, were less enthusiastic about this party than they were in 2019 than they were in 2017. And so it's quite an interesting story that's telling you. And I think this story about Reform, whether or not Reform managed to take seats off Labour, especially in the northeast of England, I'm still not quite sure we're going to see that. I'm still not quite sure that 13 is going to transpire. Let's wait and see. But either way, I think it shows you that Keir Starmer in the next Parliament, it's not just the Conservatives that Nigel Farage is going to be giving a hard time. The threat from Reform is going to be a headache for Labour as well as for whatever's left of the Conservative Party.
And presumably, from what Tim was saying about the vote share, it's because the right-wing vote has been split, right? It's because Reform has gone into the middle there from the right and sort of taken seats away, or maybe taking seats away, certainly taking votes away from the Tory Party. We've got Nigel Farage at the moment, who's apparently predicting Reform will win 6 million votes. And so far, he hasn't been wrong about anything.
No, let's see. I mean, I do think it's very impressive that Reform, if you think about this time last year, they were in low single digits. They were struggling to even get to 5% of the polls. They now look like they're going to easily surpass UKIP's high watermark in 2015 when they got just under 13% of the vote and 3.5 million votes. That is quite an extraordinary turnaround in just a year. Let's see how many they end up with. But even if they end up with, say, 5 or 6 seats, that's still a big deal.
Right. Yeah. And we've seen Robert Buckland going already. He's the first sort of big name, I suppose you would say.
But wasn't, I don't know if you heard his speech, his concession speech.
I've only read people saying what a great speech it was.
Well, you know, it was generous to his opponent. We don't get enough of that in politics, frankly. And a lot of people in politics actually get on well behind the scenes. But, like, you know, we spend all of our time, of course, focusing on the differences between politicians. But I think what he did say in his speech was really important. He said, look, there's all sorts of debates that the Conservative Party is now going to face about whether it moves more Brexity, more rightish, more liberally. But he said, The people out there want solutions, and that for me is where the Conservative Party must go. We're at our best when we're the serious party, the adults in the room, the competent party. We haven't been that for a long time. But this Labour government that we now know is coming in will not solve the country's problems. It didn't spell out in its manifesto how it would do so. It doesn't have it doesn't have a clue.
And let's face it, the country has a lot of problems.
The problem has a lot of. The party will come back and deserve to come back if it uses its time in opposition to say, this is what's wrong with the NHS, this is what's wrong with our international competitiveness. You may not like these solutions, but we can show you how they'll work. A little bit like a doctor's mandate.
But won't they just get at the beginning, certainly from Labour, well, hang on a minute, you know, you say you've got solutions, but you've been here for 14 years.
Of course.
I mean, of course, the Tories did that when they got in. They blamed Tony Blair and Gordon Brown for at least a decade for the things that they couldn't do. Labour will just do the same thing, won't they?
They will do it. And look, one thing the Tory party does have in abundance now is time. You know, we've got 5 years, almost certainly. Labour have got plenty of big enough majorities to stay in power without any challenge. We've got these 4 or 5 years, if it is a 4-year parliament or 5-year parliament, to show that we're serious again, we're adults again. People think the Labour Party's heart's always in the right place. I would question that. But they usually elect us. We've dominated post-war British electoral history because we're seen as the grown-ups in the room. Getting that reputation back is the number 1, number 2 and number 3 priority for Conservatives in opposition.
And as far as what you're looking at, Scarlett, in terms of some of the bigger names that are likely to fall in the course of this show, nevertheless in the course of the night, we're expecting that sort of thing to start happening around about 3 a.m. Are you seeing, like, for example, Rishi Sunak's seat, if under this particular projection he keeps that, I understand?
I think he'll keep it, and I thought he was going to keep it anyway. There's no sort of history of Labour voting there. We had it in our projection holding by about 8 points, I mean, which is not safe, but is looking quite a lot better than quite a lot of the other Conservative seats that were projected to hold.
OK, we've got some clips to show you, obviously, tonight. We'll be going live to every single place we can go live to. We've got correspondents in all sorts of places. We've got guests coming in from all sorts of other places. We've got Nigel Farage right now. Let's hear from him talking about what's
It's midnight. There are 2 results in from the northeast of England that put Reform on 30% of the vote. That is way more than any possible prediction or projection. It's almost unbelievable. And what does it mean? It means we're going to win seats, many, many seats, I think, right now across the country. But to watch the TV coverage, it's almost comical. There's not a single representative on there from Reform UK. Mainstream media are in denial just as much as our political parties. This is going to be 6 million votes plus. This, folks, is huge.
And I think you can't disagree with any of that, can you?
No. I would have voted for Nigel Farage if I'd been in Clapton. I know I'm a Conservative Party member. You know, Conservative Party is in my blood in a way, but he talks in a way that Conservative politicians used to talk about immigration, about tax, about crime. And
about fairness as well.
About fairness, and about just representing the ordinary people against an establishment that really doesn't. Let's go back to that Brexit vote. Why do people vote for Brexit, Mike? Some, like me, voted because they wanted to reassert our sovereignty as a nation. But a lot of people voted for Brexit as a way of saying to the people in Westminster, the economy's not working for me anymore. I don't think you understand my problems. You're in London, a great, magnificent global city, but here in Hartley-Brewer, here in the Welsh Valleys, here in Lincolnshire, life is tough, and you are living a life that doesn't understand our problems. And the Tories didn't respond to that cry for help. The levelling up agenda that Boris Johnson promised 5 years ago wasn't delivered. Nigel Farage is still representing that cry of, you know,
and many
anger.
Tory MPs, because I remember it very, very well, I'm afraid, because I was sort of stapled to the floor of College Green. I was in that tent for weeks and weeks on end when nothing was happening. They even had a special session on Saturday, I remember, for Oliver Letwin, and nothing happened again. And so people were looking at it going, you people are now trying to actively stop what we wanted to do, what we wanted to vote for, and that's where the Tory party went wrong. But do these figures, Scarlett, show that the Labour Party has now recaptured parts of the north of England that they lost under Jeremy Corbyn? Because famously they won Putney, didn't they, in the last election, and not much else.
Yeah, I think Putney might have been actually their only gain, if I remember correctly. It was literally. No, I mean, the thing is, the results that we're getting through at the moment are in the northeast of England. These are places that are sort of incredibly safe Labour seats. And yes, Reform is making quite huge inroads to the vote in some of them, sort of 30%, as Nigel Farage was just saying. But we're not quite in the sort of red wall sort of heartlands. But I mean, I think unless something very unpredictable is going on with Reform, let's look out for Ashfield, Lee Anderson's seats, because I suspect that one will go Reform. Now, but otherwise, no. I mean, those, if you think about the sort of national swing that we're seeing, all of those red wall seats should be easy for Labour now at this election. There shouldn't be a fight.
But at the moment, the projection that says 13 seats for Reform, so far we've seen them coming second in the first 3 accounts that came back up in the northeast of England. Outside, someone was saying, well, UKIP did quite well in the northeast as well, so it's difficult to extrapolate it too much. But there's still big percentages, like 29%, 20-odd% in places like Newcastle.
They're big percentages. I suspect they didn't have much of a ground campaign there either, because they were always in places that Labour were going to very comfortably hold. I think we'll see. I think the most interesting seat to look out for that's probably going to come quite soon is Barnsley South. Right. So that's a Labour-held seat that Reform should, well, if the exit poll is to believe, that Reform will take. Yeah. So I think if Reform don't take that, then maybe we'll give a bit of pause to thought and see if that exit poll number for Reform is looking right. But it'll be really interesting to see what that result is.
There's one rumour on Twitter, and I should say it is only a rumour, from Patrick O'Flynn, the right-of-centre commentator. He's saying Yvette Cooper, the Shadow Home Secretary, might be in trouble.
Oh, really?
You know that the Reform...
I'm just seeing that, yeah.
So, the thing is, what we could
I think it's going to be a very interesting night. I think we're going to be quite surprised by quite a lot of stuff.
I'm getting quite excited. I shouldn't be, but I love elections.
Well, it's hugely exciting, and this is what I was saying, because lots of people have been saying, because I've been doing lots of these sorts of interviews in the run-up to the election, everyone was saying, well, Scarlett was so bored of polls, we're so bored of this campaign. And I was trying to say, no, but you don't understand, election night's going to be fascinating, because you're going to have so many 3-way fights, 4-way fights, you're going to have results that are decided within 2%, 3% of a winning margin, and you're going to have lots of MPs, I think, elected on less than 30% of the vote.
I wonder whether ultimately, when the history's been written, this won't just be about a Labour supermajority. It might be just the end of Britain's two-party political system.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right about that, and I've been saying this for a while, and people weren't listening to me, because I was like, there's something happening here, and it wasn't just about, Reform's PR campaign saying there's definitely something going on. There really is something going on.
Well, people are fed up, and you can get to this in lots of different ways. You can see it with the support for Reform and for the Green Party, actually. It suggests that we're going to see. But then also you can get at it other ways as well. So we asked people if there was an option on the ballot that said none of the above, would you tick the none of the above box, or would you actively vote for a candidate? Found 28% of people this time around said none of the above.
Exactly right.
28%.
Right.
Yeah, it was
and
only
for a
just
lot of people, that's a Reform vote as well, because that resonates more with them. Now, we've got a couple of things to say. Keir Starmer's seat is apparently imminent. One of the things we haven't got yet is Basildon Billericay in Essex, which is where Richard Holden, the Conservative Party chairman,
I so want him to lose,
of course, was parachuted in a way which I think I'm right in saying, did they not just completely wipe away all the other candidates and just give it to him?
Yeah, so this is the Tory Party chairman who's supposed to be about protecting members' rights. He imposed himself in a one-person shortlist on that seat on the last possible day of nominations. If you wanted an image to confirm the worst caricatures that some people have of the Conservative Party, of selfish individualism, he did that. I'm being a very naughty boy here as a Conservative Party member, but I would dearly love him to lose. He deserves to be punished for that.
If the Conservative Party needs to be taught a lesson, maybe it starts with him. Maybe that's where we should go. Let's get a voice note. You can join in, of course. Send us a WhatsApp voice note, 0344 499 1000. This is from, I don't say who it's from. Who's it from? Let's go.
Hi, Mike. Thanks for working through the night for us. Really appreciate it. Right, OK, so where are all these Reform votes going in the next general election? Because you can't tell me they're going to go straight back to the Tory Party. By predictions, there's anything between 19 and 25% of the vote to Reform. They don't just migrate to another party. They have to go somewhere. Whether it's extrapolated into seats or not, it doesn't matter. Nigel Farage is a rock star. Everybody knows it. It's what he is. Look, be careful, you, Ian, Julia, Peter, everyone, because you're working all through the night and tomorrow morning. Be careful. Thank you.
We're always careful here at Talk. It's what we're famous for, but thank you. All it says is from Needs and Dreams there. I'm sorry I haven't got a better name for you. Theo Usherwood's going to be here in a minute as well. Reform supporters must take heart, says Karen in Mansfield. It was a 4-week thrust from near zero after a snap election call, and that is pretty amazing. It is a 5-year plan. Somebody who doesn't give a name. Is anyone else scared about what the next 5 years or more is going to hold? Tim Montgomery's put his hand up. Scarlett, are you scared? She's not scared. She's not scared of anything. And neither are we. Right here, listen, the lefties are taking over, but that's not going to stop us, because we're still here and we're going to be telling you what they're getting wrong, because they'll be getting everything wrong. Don't worry about that. 0344 499 1000 is the number. We got loads more. This is an election special. We're up all night.
UK. On DAB+, on YouTube, on your mobile, and on your side. This is Talk.
And he said they would... I said,
Welcome back to the all-night election. I nearly said morning glory there. It's not morning glory because it's the middle of the night glory, I suppose you can call it that. Labour landslide is what everybody's doing. If you've just joined us, you've got a big night ahead because we've got expert after expert coming in to tell us exactly what is going on with this Labour landslide. The projected numbers are these: Labour 410 seats, Conservative 131, Lib Dem 61, Reform 13, SNP 10, a disaster we haven't yet even talked about, the Greens with 2, doubling their vote from Brighton to Brighton and Bristol, and then the others are 23. I understand, Scarlett, that's 18 in Northern Ireland and a couple of other bits and pieces. I'm presuming Jeremy Corbyn might be one of those. I'm assuming George Galloway might be one of those. We haven't talked about that yet. Theo Usherwood's here with us. Should we address that? I mean, Corbyn will get in a little while, I think.
He's going to be very close, and Labour had been hoping to shut him out because, of course, he said he was going to stand against the Labour Party.
Right.
Keir Starmer had been trying to get rid of him for ages, and when Jeremy Corbyn said he was going to stand, it was an immediate expulsion under their rules. And, of course, he looks like he may well win in Islington North because he's got that huge local support over Gaza and Palestine. And that's going to be a thorn in the side for Keir Starmer.
Well, I wonder about that.
It's going to be difficult.
According to this, I don't know if you can change our mind on this, Scarlett, but there doesn't appear to be any sort of leg room, if you like, for the sort of the northern towns that might follow what happened at Rochdale in the by-election and might actually vote for an independent candidate because of Gaza.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are quite a lot of Labour PPCs that were sort of worried about what was going to happen in some of those northern places. I think especially if you think of somewhere like Batley and Dewsbury, I think is the new constituency name. They're quite worried there. It was Rachel Reeves's old advisor that's been sort of put in there, very worried about the threat, and George Galloway did very well there in 2021. But I think, again, this points to, if you think about what this means for the next few years, you're going to have Keir Starmer sitting there with some MPs in Labour who are feeling this massive threat from Reform, with Reform on 30% in their constituencies. You're going to have some MPs who are looking over their shoulder at independents racking up massive votes over Gaza. You're going to have the same with Greens, and then trying to keep them all happy or even just on board and compliant is going to be really hard.
It's going to be really difficult. And Theo, you were saying that the size of the Reform vote in the North East that we saw, certainly in the first 3 constituencies that counted, huge, right?
Yes, so if you go up, and these are Labour seats, right? So in Houghton and Sunderland South, in the 2019 election, the Brexit Party, previously Reform, got around 9% of the vote. They're now up to 29% vote share. In Blythe, it's 27%. Keir Starmer wanted a 10-year project, but looking at these numbers, it's very difficult to see that unless he has some quick wins, how Reform doesn't go even further in 5 years' time and potentially puts his vote under threat. Now, if the Tories can do some sort of deal with Nigel Farage, and there are already mutterings that they're going to have to find some sort of alliance, Steve Baker, former Northern Ireland Minister, was talking about it, and actually get organised, then it's going to be a real question. I think they can come back quite quickly. This is not the 10-year project because the vote is spread so thin. Reform has done so much better that Keir Starmer was hoping for. He's going to be under pressure at the next election, despite it being a majority of 165. And there's not a huge amount of money around. You've been discussing it previously. So it's going to be very difficult to get those quick wins.
Well, Keir Starmer's going to be under pressure immediately, isn't he? His first day in the job happens to be a Friday, and we all know he doesn't work beyond 6 o'clock on a Friday. So, I mean, I know that's only a joke and he doesn't like it, but we're going to keep doing it because we like it, we love it. And, you know, the thing is, he's got such a massive in-tray. You know, there were stories around a couple of days ago saying the first crisis he has to solve is the prisons crisis. Well, guess what? There's also a crisis in the NHS, there's a crisis in education, there's a crisis in the Channel, there's a crisis in our defence budget. I mean, everywhere you look, there's a crisis, right?
Yeah, it's massively hard. I do think, though, the one thing I think it's going to be incredibly hard to deliver. I think that's actually, to start with, that's the only thing that matters to the public, is that you deliver on these priorities, namely the economy, NHS and immigration. But I would say that the sort of other way of looking at it, and I think this is unlikely just because it's going to be such a difficult ask, but public expectations are so low of Keir Starmer and his party and all politicians generally that actually it might be easy to outperform them, but I'm not quite sure that will happen.
Yeah, I mean, Keir Starmer has not been known for his, you know, sort of incredible sort of agility, has it? I mean, when he gets asked a question, he gets flustered. I mean, I don't know whether he's going to be getting special, you know, kind of coaching lessons between now and tomorrow morning, but, you know, he's suddenly in the biggest job in his business. business, and that's going to be tough for him.
It's a huge job. He has done big jobs before because, of course, he was the Director of Public Prosecution.
Yeah, but nothing like this.
Nothing like this. No.
I know he keeps saying that he had this big job before and he served the nation. It's like, no, you didn't. You did not. You did a pretty crappy job, actually, all things considered. And a lot of people that you prosecuted, didn't get prosecuted properly, etc., etc.
And I think, Mike, he needs to deliver. And if you looked at that manifesto and you went over the numbers, and lots of us did, we went over it with a fine-tooth comb, the numbers didn't add up.
Right.
And how's he actually going to... you can't do vague promises when you're Prime Minister. You get hammered.
Right.
That's why the Tories are in so much... have been walloped tonight by the electorate. If you don't deliver, this is... There was a lot of complaints. There was an editorial in the Times, and the Times said, you'll get the votes, but you've got to actually win our respect, win our... And there were lots of people saying, oh, I don't think that's right. I think if he's got the mandate, then he's got the mandate. No, the electorate is unforgiving. Keir Starmer needs to deliver from day one. He needs to deliver quickly because this is a paper... If you look at the margins, this is a paper-thin win. I know it's a big number. I know it's the biggest number since 1906 when the Tories went down to 157 seats.
But it's a slightly... it's an unusual number, isn't it? Because it looks as big as it is. And yes, it is. But as we've been saying already, it's not as big as Tony Blair's and it's not as big and vote share-wise as what Corbyn had.
And it's not even as... Yeah, they've got the majority of Corbyn. I mean, all the Corbynistas are jumping up and down saying, hang on a moment, our absolute boy in 2017. That's their phrase for him, the absolute boy, magic grandpa. Right. He won 40% of the vote and it was a hung parliament back in 2017. And if you add up, if you tot up the SNP vote, the Liberal Democrat vote, you're going to have a predominantly left-wing House of Commons overall. And then if you go out into the country, you know what your listeners are like. The majority of the country are small C Conservative. They may not have voted Tory this time round, but they're small C Conservative. And I think there's a real danger. There's this even more of a disconnect between your listeners here at Talk and what the House of Commons is made up of in terms of a left-wing,
and also,
overwhelmingly
let's
left-wing...
face it, all the people that voted for Brexit, by and large, were fed up with Westminster politics. They were fed up with being told what to do by Brussels and by London, and that's why they changed.
And it's going to be bumpy.
Right.
And if you've got that disconnect between voters and the political... the government...
Yeah, the political class.
The political class.
Yeah.
That is not a good thing. He needs... Now, if Keir Starmer can bridge that by actually getting things right, stopping the small boats, for example...
Well, that's not happening, is it? It's just...
But you looked at his plan, and of course, actually, when you looked at the Rwanda plan, he actually fared quite well, because he, when he was actually questioned on it, he said, oh, we're going to send people back to their country of origin. You said, well, you're going to send people who fled Afghanistan back to their country of origin?
Even Rishi Sunak beat him on that one. He couldn't answer the question. He didn't really know, and he came across as a little bit naive and a little bit kind of... And none of these people, effectively, have been in government before.
No. And this is new for all of them. They're going to... I think what you're going to have, and I'd look out for... Douglas Alexander up in Scotland. I think what they're going to start...
Do you think he's going to be Foreign Secretary?
Yeah, they're going to biff Lammy.
Yeah.
David Lammy. I've heard that now from
I think a lot of people would think that was a good idea.
Yeah, they're going to biff David Lammy. He's insisting at the moment that he's not going to be... He's not for the chop. But I think what Starmer's going to do is he's going to bring back a lot of the old guard from the years of Gordon Brown. What they call in Parliament retreads.
Yes.
They basically can't get enough of it, so they all come back in.
Well, it's not a bad idea to have some people who've been in that place before and they actually know a bit about what they're doing. Scarlett, feel free to jump in here at any time. I don't want to just have a monologue with Theo Rossington. But let's get a voice note to break things up. Peter has something to say. Go for it.
Morning, Mike. Sounds like it's going to be a good night for Starmer. Really pleased with the way that the Brexit voters held out. For it to make my night, I'm just looking for Yvette Cooper to lose her seat in Pontefract and Castleford after the way she's acted since the Brexit referendum.
Well, I mean, a lot of people are going to be very happy, particularly those who went out and voted for reform. The other thing that I found, and I don't know if you've seen this yet, Scarlett, on the sort of the headline numbers, the turnout was bigger than we were told it was going to be, I think.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, including myself, actually, were speculating that it might be quite low turnout because everyone is so turned off as we're discussing. But actually, it looks like it's not apathy; it's sort of anti-politics. It's not just sorry, I'm going to stay at home. It's actually, sort of screw you. I'm going to come out and vote and protest, whether that be Reform, Green, Independent, or whatever it may be. But it's a sort of it's not just like a sort of resignation at the two main parties. It's a active resentment.
Absolutely right. We're going to do news headlines every half an hour, so we're going to take some right now. Stay where you are, you two. Don't go anywhere. Let's get some news.
Tonight is Political Party Night on Talk.
Stay up all night with the UK's top team on the Ultimate Talk Election Party All-Nighter.
Sample a night of deep political vision and crucial constituency comment. Kicking off with Julia Hartley-Brewer, first past the polling stations from 10 p.m.
Followed by speculation, swings and surprises as the votes come in with me, Grand Mixer Mike Graham, in the nation's definitive anatomy of an election from 1 a.m.
Then, Ian Collins hits the decks, back where he belongs, out on the terrace for a post-vote 4 a.m. poll party.
The Talk Ultimate Election Political Party All-Nighter.
Tonight from 10 p.m, racing through till dawn, election night is go on Talk.
Do you know, I'm quite looking forward to it. I haven't had an election in over 5 years.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on YouTube, on your mobile, and on your side. This is Talk.
That's right, we're keeping you up all night. This is, of course, an all-nighter. We are going to be here all the way through. I'm here till 4, and after that, you're going to get Ian Collins from 4 till 7, and I'm back again from 7 till 10. Then Julie Hartley-Brewer's coming back again after that, so it's going all the way through till 1 o'clock, by which time, of course, we'll know everything. I assume we'll expect some kind of resignation from Rishi Sunak at some point through the course of the morning.
Yes, we're expecting Rishi Sunak to resign. It'll probably happen, I'd imagine, early doors, about 8 or 9.
Yeah.
He will, of course, get...
Will he be waiting for a rainstorm so he can sort of get back out there without...
There's a large forecast, a weather cloud coming over Downing Street.
Right.
We're expecting him to resign, and it'll be interesting to see. The only thing that he might do is he might stay on as the leader of the Conservative Party while they pick a new leader, but I imagine he'll leave fairly sharpish. And there'll be a leadership contest underway, which will aim to the first round, where they select the 2 MPs between, in those 1922 committees. That'll aim to conclude before everybody breaks for their summer holidays, and then they'll have the contest over the summer. He'll resign on the steps of Downing Street. So you'll first hear from Rishi Sunak when his constituency is announced in Richmond, up in North Yorkshire, which of course was William Hague's seat. Big majority of 27,000. There'd been some talk he might lose it. He's not going to lose it. He'll keep it. He'll give a short speech. Then he'll be down to London on the steps of Downing Street, resign, and then they'll pack their bags and move out of Downing Street, and Keir Starmer and his family moving.
Presumably, he'll have to go back on another promise that he said he was going to stay in the country. I don't think he's going to do that. Liberal Democrats, by the way, have gained Harrogate and Knaresborough from the Tories. Now, apparently, they last held the seat between 1997 and 2010, so they must have got a more than 8.0 percentage point swing to take the seat from the Conservatives, ranked at number 21 on the party's target list. We haven't really talked about Lib Dems. What are you seeing? What's their popularity at the moment? Why?
Again, I think there's something with what we've seen from Ed Davey is, again, firstly, just trying to make as much noise as possible, but again, trying to set himself up as something that's a bit different from just like mainstream politicians in suits, because I think they're trying to pick up on that as well. I think mostly, though, the Lib Dems will not really be capitalising on that. It's just people across the country that I spoke to anyway were just casting their vote in a way that would best get the Conservatives out, and I think that's mostly what.
Do you think there's been a lot of that sort of tactical voting then?
Yeah, I really do. I think there was the strong desire, whichever, basically, if you weren't going to vote Conservative, it was whichever way you could do it to give a kicking. I mean, we even met people who were natural Reform voters who said they wanted to vote Reform, but actually this time round they're going to vote Labour just to make sure the Conservatives stayed out, but next time maybe Reform.
Right. I mean, there's no doubt that Reform has really kippered the Tories here, isn't it?
It's just taken a button up and gone straight through the middle of this vote. And they've cut it in half. And the Tories, I can't see a way that they come back quickly unless they find a way of doing a deal with Nigel Farage. And what's really crucial about Nigel Farage's success tonight is that he looks like he's won 13 seats. If he'd won 1 or 2, if it'd just been him and Richard Tice sitting on the back benches, chuntering away, leaning back, blah, 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 the Tories could have got, what they could have done is they could have got a moderate leader, Tom Tugendhat, looks nice in a suit kind of leader, moderate, and then they could have ignored him. They're not going to be able to ignore him now because he's going to sit there with a block of MPs, around 13, people like Lee Anderson. He's going to be a power in the House of Commons.
It'll be like he was in the European Parliament, where he was a pain in the neck, pain in the backside. Lib Dems are apparently claiming that they have taken Chichester from Gillian Keegan, although it has not yet been declared. But normally when they make these kind of boasts, they're normally correct, aren't they?
Yeah, they normally are when people get... And that would be amazing for them to take Chichester. It's all the way down at 103 on their target list. So far apart, you know, far passing the 60 seats that we've got for the exit poll, 61 seats. If they have done, that's a big win for them.
Yeah, absolutely right. Poor old Gillian Keegan, you know. It turns out nobody does give her an F for what she's doing for the country.
No, yeah, I mean, it's the first... It'll be probably the first one of the first names, one of those first Portillo moments. I think the big ones, of course, are going to be Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor down in Godalming. That'll be a moment. I think that'll probably be the biggest of the night. Again, to the Liberal Democrats. The Lib Dems, they usually do this at by-elections. This is where they score well, and they've managed to turn it into a general election. And actually, props to Ed Davey, the leader of the Lib Dems, because he did a paddleboard, he did a roller coaster, he did cycling down a hill, he did that CPR thing, which was strange.
That was very odd.
Very
I saw that, and I don't know whether it had been edited, but you know, it didn't look like it was meant to look. Anyway,
no, it didn't. But what he did is he's avoided doing what Nick Clegg did, where he just got completely sidelined in 2015, and then they just got decimated.
Although he did make it onto Plank of the Week this week, not for any of that stuff, but for going to Scotland in a private jet. And he actually said, "Oh well, the thing is, I know it's a bit silly, but you know, the important thing is that we're standing up for environmental, proper behaviour." And he said, "We want to put tax up on private jets."
Harry and Meghan.
But the only way the only way I could get up here and see my children was to come on a private jet. And you're going, oh, of course, because everybody can do that. You know, I just decided to take a helicopter down to my kids' school so that I could watch them play football on a Saturday and then go to work in Holland. I mean, you know, nobody talks like that. No. It's unbelievable. Hypocrite of the week.
We're going to hear a lot more from Ed Davey. He's going to be a bigger voice in the House of Commons, and he's never been thought of in Westminster as being the most inspiring character. But they finally went for it. He's sort of a slightly businessman, middle-of-the-road guy. But he's delivered a result, and complete hypocrisy, of course, on that point. I mean,
I mean, just own it, and you know,
do as I say, not as I do, and I'm not sure. You know, he's going to have more of the spotlight on it. He keeps on doing that kind of thing. The voters on the
He's going to have to be careful. Plus, he's still dragging that stone that's got post office stamped on it all the way behind him, because he's never really dealt with that properly. Tina says, I'm seeing some really downhearted comments from people who are saying reform might not do as well as first hoped. I hope they are wrong, but it's squeaky bum time now. Come on, reform, get some seats. I mean, when do you think we can expect to see the first seat? Is it Clacton, or is there one coming out before that?
I would have thought we'd have seen them before that. Clacton, I don't think we're expecting until about 3 a.m, 4 a.m. So I think you'll see more. I mean, we were expecting to see Richard Holden's result, as you were saying, and some other ones too. Yeah. So if they are on course to win 13, then we should start getting them. Barnsley South, exactly. But that's what I was saying.
Slim majority of 4,000 over the Brexit Party last time round, and that's Labour MP Stephanie Peacock. If they can overtake, leapfrog and win that seat, that would be extraordinary, and that would point, I think, crucially to the fact that reform are not just a threat to the Conservative Party, but are a big threat to the Labour Party. And Labour need to tread carefully over the next 5 years. They're going to have that big, that landslide victory, that huge majority. It's not quite on the scale that anybody was expecting, and there are some fine margins there, and that 2029, people sort of laughed at Nigel Farage when, do you remember, he came out at the beginning and said, we're on course for the big breakthrough is going to be 2029.
Thing,
2029. People kind of laughed at him and said, what are you talking about? This is impossible. But going on these results, it would be the most, for your listener who texted in, this is the most positive launch pad that they could have hoped for, because this really gives an opportunity for them to deliver on that.
Absolutely right. Well, we've still got John Rentoul's quote, a tweet from 2014, which I point out to him every time he comes in. In 5 years' time, we will have forgotten who Nigel Farage was.
Well, that's the other thing you can say as well, because I think, even if they don't get 13 seats, even say it's 5 or 6, I still think that matters a lot. I mean, we could see from UKIP in 2015, yes, they only got 1 seat, but their impact on British electoral politics is huge.
Well, Nigel Farage has been the most influential British politician, I think, of the last 20 years, hasn't he?
Yeah,
you'd have to say that. In terms of what's happened.
If you give decades to politicians, you give the 80s to Thatcher, you give the 90s to Blair, 90s probably again to Blair and Brown, just as the main politicians, and you give the 2010s to Farage every single time. The only person who could maybe come close would be Boris Johnson, but Nigel Farage. And that's unheard of to give, if you look back, that's unheard of to give
somebody
a decade
who wasn't
of politics.
actually an elected MP.
Exactly.
That's the thing. I mean, absolutely extraordinary. How about this from Martin in West Sussex? He says, Reform UK, amazing. Why worry about Labour after living through the dreadful political decisions the Tories made the last 14 years? I'm excited for a new Reform government in 29 or earlier. I mean, of course, there are people who say, well, the thing is, Starmer's going to run into trouble quite quickly. He might become quite unpopular quite quickly. But, I mean, with a majority like this, there's no danger, is there, that there's ever likely to be a plot to kind of remove him, because he's not the Tory party.
Well, I mean, you say that, but we saw Boris Johnson come in with a majority of 80 that was sort of similarly volatile and fragile. Yes, it was nowhere near as big. This Labour majority looks like it will be about 170 fine. Yeah. There's a big difference between 80 and 170. But we cycled through 2 leaders since then, didn't we? So
the thing about the Labour Party is they don't quite have the mechanisms. If you're elected leader of the Tory Party, it is a very dicey role. They've got all these mechanisms where they can get rid of you quite quickly, and Labour don't have those mechanisms. What I do think is going to happen, I think that the heir apparent is Wes Streeting. I don't think you're going to have that friction between Blair and Brown, number 10 and number 11.
We haven't talked about Angela Rayner yet, because we'll have to get to that. But I can tell you that breaking news right now, Stroud is apparently a Labour gain from the Tories. What can you tell us about that, if anything? I'm trying to look here to see if I've got any notes on it, but I don't think I have.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly one of the ones that you'd expect to go. It's not very far down Labour's target list. It was only quite a small Conservative majority. I think it's number 14 on Labour's target list, so it's absolutely one they should be clocking up.
OK. And here's some real news. The Tories have actually held a seat. Rayleigh and Wickford. How about that?
Which is Mark Francois, if I'm correct.
Is it? OK.
The former Defence Minister, big Brexit candidate. And, of course, these are important numbers, because these are important announcements, because we're looking also just in our own minds about the makeup of the Conservative Party. Do you have the Wets, the One Nation, as making up the main rump of the Conservative Party? We know people like Tom Tugendhat down in Tunbridge. He's going to come back into the party. But more importantly, in terms of, given how well Farage is doing, Mike, what is that? Where is that? Is there going to be that big rump of Brexiteers from the 2019 days? Mark Francois was really key in that as a deputy, really, to Steve Baker in delivering on Brexit, helping to deliver on Brexit. Do you see those types of MPs, Kemi Badenoch, Suella Braverman, is there enough of them as well, so there can't be a stitch-up where they put in the Tories decide to put 2 moderates forward to the Conservative membership, and they all throw their arms up in the air and say, well, we don't want one.
Well, that is the big battle, isn't it? Let's just get another voice now before we carry on. Stuart on tonight's show. Stuart.
Hi, Mike. It's Stuart in Hampshire. Fantastic show, as always. And lovely to you, Julia, all your colleagues, Ian later, covering this rather dismal election. But let me say, way better than the Beeb.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, they're really doing a lot of smug sort of smile. I mean, very unlike 2019. Whenever you switch to BBC in 2019, they did not look happy at all. But they're looking a lot happier this time around. So I'm very happy for you guys. You can have a nice night and enjoy. But I tell you what, let's talk about Labour and like the likes of Angela Rayner and David Lammy. What sort of job does Angela Rayner get?
Well, she's going to be the Deputy Prime Minister.
But is that it, though?
Well, she'll be levelling up and she'll be in charge of housing.
Right.
So there's a big promise.
How appropriate.
Yes.
She knows a lot about housing.
Yes. Yes, she does know a lot about housing, Mike. So she's going to be in charge, and it's the 300,000 homes. It's the big part of the big promise of Keir Starmer. And she's going to be deputising for him at PMQs when he's away, when he's on a foreign trip. So she's going to be a big part of this government.
And that'll be soon, because he's off to NATO, isn't he? In a few days' time.
We've got the King's Speech, I think, afterwards. So, but yes, she'll be a big figure in this government. Make no mistake about it. And there are many Conservative voters, Reform voters, who think that she is of the left of the party. You'll see pushback, particularly I think what you'll see on Gaza, Palestine. There'll be a huge amount of pressure on Keir Starmer to...
Well, do you remember we saw her before the election, proper kind of right at the beginning of the campaign, talking to that group of Muslim community leaders.
Well, her constituency is going to be a very interesting one to look out for. I think it's one of those ones where if, say, a Workers' Party candidate was having a very good night, that's the sort of place they could do well, or at least threaten her a bit.
In Tower Hamlets, it's also looking... They've got a Amjad Mansour, who's an independent backed by Galloway, and it's expected that he should do very well in this election, because there's a huge amount of upset about Rushnara Ali, the Labour MP there, supporting Keir Starmer by not going for a ceasefire vote. So that is it's not that you know, it's one interesting subplot to this election is the Muslim vote. How well does it turn out for George Galloway and Galloway-inspired left, you know, anti-Israel voters,
Yeah, it's going to be
pro-Palestine
fascinating
voters.
to watch all that. Coming up after the break, we're going to have Baroness Claire Fox, Peter Cardwell will return, Roger Gewald will be here, of course, as well. We want to take your calls. We might take a couple of calls actually, and some voice notes too. 0344 499 1000. We are up all night. It's an election special. It's a Labour landslide. The lefties are taking over. We want to hear from you. Let's get it on.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on YouTube, on your mobile, and on your side. This is Talk.
Welcome back to the All-Nighter. It is, of course, an election special with me, Mike Graham, and I'm with you all the way through until 4 o'clock. We should be seeing a few big names falling by the wayside between now and then. Peter Cardwell's here with us. Roger Gewald joins us as well. Peter, it looks as though, as we just said before the break there, that Gillian Keegan might be the first sort of proper cabinet casualty.
Yes, the Liberal Democrats think that they have taken her seat, and actually in the last few minutes Marcus Jones, who was a relatively senior Conservative, he has lost his seat as well in the constituency of let me see here, Nuneaton. Labour have gained that, so they're up now to 12 seats. And yeah, the only Conservative at the moment who has been elected is Mark Francois in Raleigh and Wickford.
Yes, so he's the sort of first of the holdouts. I mean, I said that's proper breaking news. The Tories have actually won a seat.
Yeah. He's the leader of the Conservative Parliamentary Party at the moment, is Mark Francois.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, so committee of one. Roger, what are you seeing here? I mean, it's great news for reform, isn't it? I mean, considering that they only really started this campaign 6 weeks ago, they didn't expect to have to do it so quickly. Right? Nigel Farage at the beginning wasn't even running. You know, he certainly livened up the campaign, didn't he?
Absolutely. And considering also, Mike, that in the last week they've been the subject of black ops, dirty tricks, I don't know exactly what.
Right.
But this whole thing with Mr. Parker and the
racial 4 News,
and the racial slurs and the rest, which frankly affect every party. I can only imagine, and forgive me, Greens people, you know, I'm not singling you out, but I can only imagine what some people in the Greens say about fossil fuel company executives and other capitalist type. You find them everywhere, and I think it was really unfair to conflate that with Nigel and reform.
Yeah.
And it hurt him.
Well, it did hurt him, but it didn't hurt him, you know, fatally, which a lot of people thought it would do, which tells you how strong the reform vote is, Peter. I mean, it's quite resilient, isn't it? Because
it is
a lot of people see reform as a kind of antidote to Westminster politics, to, you know, politics as usual, and the kind of people who are out of touch with reality. They see Nigel Farage as a kind of rock star celebrity figure, don't they?
Yes, they do, and that's why Reform have done so well. They've come second in a number of seats. They've pushed the Conservatives into fourth. And actually, just on the point with Greens, there have been a number of Green councillors, what we've seen in the last few weeks, who have said things that are Islamist as well.
And they lost
and anti-Semitic as well.
Yes, exactly,
And they also lost a few candidates, didn't they, over the course of the kind of election period?
Yes, they did.
Just a little bit of breaking news. We were asking about Basildon and Billericay. Apparently there is a full recount going on there, according to the BBC. So that would suggest, would it not, that Richard Holden, the Conservative Party chairman, is pretty close to perhaps losing that?
Well, this was always going to be tight. The exit poll puts him at a 56% chance of holding his seat, but very, very interesting in regard to Richard Holden. No love lost there between many Conservatives and him, because he was the single candidate in a single candidate shortlist for that relatively safe constituency. What so many Conservatives are finding this evening is that there's no such thing as a safe constituency, even for very large majorities in previously Conservative constituencies.
Exactly right. And Roger, you study these things around the world, particularly here and in the States. You know, is this, do you think, a kind of sea change in the way that British politics is going to be conducted in the future? Because obviously Nigel Farage says Reform is making a bridgehead here. They're only going to get maybe 10 seats, maybe 12 seats, but they're sort of preparing for the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing if you think about it. 4 years ago, we Brexited.
Yeah.
To get away from the woke, oppressive, lefty, over-regulated, red-taped European Union.
Right.
And now we've got Europe acting like Brexiteers, moving to the right, while we are clearly this evening moving towards what it is that we got away from.
And hardening up their rules on immigration as well.
Yeah, and we're moving towards what it is that we left 4 years ago. It's insane.
Yeah.
It's not so queer as folk.
Indeed. A bit of breaking news.
Labour has just gained Darlington as well. No massive shock there. This is a red wall seat with a smallish majority, but the previous MP there, Peter Gibson, has certainly been someone who at least privately has been critical of Rishi Sunak's leadership, so very interesting on that one.
Yeah, I've got them gaining Nuneaton from the Tories as well, which I think we already knew. Coming up after the break, we'll talk to Isabel Oakeshott, so she may give us an insight into what's being said inside of Reform. One of the things that has been said is that Nigel Farage is expecting he might get as many as 6 million votes, but is there any possibility that we see Reform coming second a lot, as we have already, and we don't see them doing quite as well perhaps in the numbers of seats?
Yeah, I mean, I think David Bull said it all tonight on another channel, that one of the first things they need to do is bring in proportional representation, because the first past the post system is getting really quite not fit for purpose for us.
Well, I think there are going to be a lot of people, especially Reform UK voters, who look at the number of votes that Reform UK get versus the number of seats they get. And there could be a situation where Reform UK gets double the number of votes that have been cast for the Liberal Democrats. But because of the electoral system, they'll get 7 or 8 seats, whereas the Liberal Democrats will get about 60.
Let's bring in, sorry to interrupt you, Roger, let's bring in Baroness Claire Fox, who's been waiting patiently. She's up in the northwest of England. Baroness Claire Fox, welcome to the all-nighter. How are you?
I'm very well, thanks, Mike. Quite energised by the fact that this election, whilst the substantial main parties are dull as dishwater, everything else is quite exciting.
Yeah, I think so. I agree with you. It's the most galvanised I've felt, really. I mean, 2019 was interesting, but this is sort of multi-level interesting, isn't it?
Yeah. One of the things that's funny, I'm flicking between channels and listening to you and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
But one of the things that's really interesting about the kind of mainstream channels is they're kind of in a state of shock that populism is popular.
I know.
You know,
it's amazing,
it's never dawned. It's never dawned on them. Everyone's kind of like, oh, there seems to be some interest in the populist party.
Yeah, and they've been talking Reform down for the last 4 weeks. They've been saying, oh, they probably won't win any seats. I said this to Nigel Farage. We had him on the other day. And so first of all, you weren't going to run. Then they said you weren't going to get a seat, because you never do. Then they said you might win 1 seat. Then they said you might win 3 seats. Now it looks like 13.
I know. Mind you, I'm until they actually start coming through as seats, I don't quite believe it myself. But one thing I think, you were talking about Nigel Farage is a bit of a rock star, and I know that's true, but I actually think that the voters are kind of quite canny on this. You know, they want to change politics in a different way. They want political realignment, the same kind of political realignment they wanted in 2019 and in 2016. Yeah. And reform is the vehicle for it. You know, it's not just that people are like, Nigel Farage, and I'm not going to be critical or anything. Right. They know how to exert their agency in these things. You know, this is a statement of saying the Labour Party are not good enough. We don't trust them. Yeah. And the absolute betrayal of the Tories and so on. So I just think reform have now got to live up to those expectations. But I am enjoying the exit poll 13 seats, and I'm really hoping that those come true.
Yeah, absolutely right. Roger, back to you. I mean, it is a sea change, I think, you know, because, it's far too early to talk about reform as a third-party force, possibly. But does this bring her any closer to what Labour said they would do, which was to have proportional representation?
Yeah, I mean, because...
they won't want to do it now, will they?
No, absolutely. I mean, first past the post has always favoured the Tories, and now Labour will be the... I mean, they're the unity party, after all. There's no differences, really, you know. So, but, I mean, it's looking, you know, like the writing is pretty much on the wall. I heard that... I heard that Joe Biden, President Joe Biden, has sent a transatlantic cable, whatever the heck that is, already congratulating... and saying, you know, congratulations on your win and good luck in the first 100 days, Mr. Churchill.
Yeah, I'm sure that's right. Yeah, absolutely. So, Peter, what do you make of the sort of the first step? Because reform will say this, and we'll probably hear them saying it a little bit later on in the show. The first step towards a slight change in the way that people vote in this country.
Yeah, I think there is, and I've been speaking to a very senior figure in Reform UK this evening who says that that person doesn't believe it'll be 13, thinks more sort of 7. Right. But even so, there'll be questions at Prime Minister's Question Time from time to time. Nigel Farage having MP after his name, which he almost certainly will. Yeah. Well, that gives him a legitimacy that he hasn't. Yes. I mean, he's legitimate in many people's minds, but even in greater legitimacy, he's tried for a long time to be a member of Parliament. This is a parliamentary force and a force to be reckoned with.
Gives him an agency.
Exactly, and it's come from nowhere. They'll also get money, I think, short money that opposition parties get to employ various different people and so on behind the scenes. So this is a real watershed, I think, in Parliament. It's very, very, very difficult to get seats in Parliament if you're a small party, and certainly if you're a start-up party, which is okay. They've got the UKIP and Brexit Party heritage, but essentially they started 3 years ago. So this is really something very different, and there'll be a lot of Labour candidates as well, or Labour MPs now. People like the very first MP elected, Bridget Phillipson, Shadow Education Secretary. Reform came second to her, only about 8,000 between them off the top of my head, and people like her will be saying behind the scenes to Keir Starmer, you see these people, they're a threat to us. In the next election, or maybe the election after that, they'll be even more of a challenge. So we need to think about the people who vote for them, and it's not just former Conservatives who vote for Reform UK, it's former Labour, it's Labour Leave, lots of different people, and that threat to Labour in the longer term needs to be thought about now.
Of course. Claire, back to you. How do you think the House of Lords is going to welcome Mr Farage into the Palace of Westminster?
Well, I actually think that, well, first of all, we've bizarrely had Rishi Sunak announce his peerage list tonight. So there's some very peculiar people on that. So the Lords is going to be drowning out with even more peers. I mean, God knows there's too many of us as it is. I am going to enjoy, not just Farage, but even if it's a handful of Reform MPs, because you've just been talking about the voting system, what is remarkable is that with first past the post they could have done it. And there's a kind of snobbishness about Reform that really is vile, kind of sneering, you know.
It's terrible, isn't
it? You know, it's like the voters, it's all a bit unsavoury. And all I can say is, if you want a kind of earthquake, you're going to have to put up with these MPs are going to come in and say unpalatable populist things. And I do know that in the House of Lords, when I say things like that, there's a whole range of people who just really despise
their nose. Oh, I know. Absolutely.
I enjoy it so much, winding them up, right?
No, of course.
So can you imagine having a load of Reform MPs up the corridor? But Reform will have to also grow up. And Nigel has said he's going to do this, so just to say, it's got to become a democratic party. It's got to have local groups. It's got to professionalise itself. But it's not just reform, it's the mood of the voters that is significant.
Claire, we've got to run. Lib Dems have gained...
across the UK, on DAB+, on YouTube, on your mobile, and on your side. This is Talk.
Welcome back to the election night all-nighter. We're going to be here all the way through the night. I'm here till 4, then I'm back again at 7. In between, you've got Ian Collins. It's an Ian Collins sandwich, people might say. Coming up in this section, we've got Isabel Oakeshott, talks international editor. Scarlett McGuire's back from Jail Partners. Theo Usherwood, of course, is here as well. Let's get a voice note from Amanda.
Hi, Mike. It's Amanda. I'm watching you, and gutted that Labour are going to win because we all know what's coming. But really, really pleased that Reform are making some headway. Rishi Sunak, he played a blinder, didn't he? 4th of July elections. Had it been November, I think then Reform would have probably nailed more seats. Good luck to us all, because I think we're going to need it. Loving your coverage.
Thank you very much indeed, Amanda. Yeah, we're going to be doing this all the way through the night. We're going to get some big names, I think, coming up very shortly. We're waiting for a recount result in Billericay, which is where Richard Holden, the Conservative chair, is trying to win a seat. And also, of course, we're expecting Keir Starmer's seat anytime soon. And we're expecting a load of other big names coming in after about 3 o'clock. It could be carnage for the Tory party. Thea Rushwood's here, Scarlett Maguire's here. Anything happening since we last saw you?
Yeah, I think quite an interesting potential health warning about the seat count for Reform UK from the exit poll. So Barnsley North, the exit poll had them as 99% likelihood as winning, and now Labour's won it pretty comfortably. Labour's won it with an 8,000 majority. So, you know, let's see what happens with the rest of the seats that the exit poll had, Reform UK winning, but interesting.
Okay, well, let's go to Isabel Oakeshott and see what she can tell us, because obviously we're looking at all sorts of situations all around the country. Isabel, very good evening, good morning, I should say to you, sorry.
Good morning, and yes, Scarlett is right. I mean, I tweeted a good couple of hours ago now about some big caveats about the exit poll in relation to the number of seats that Reform is projected to win. It's a difficult one, this, because it's a new party, and because of the way these exit polls are modelled, that figure of 13 could be a huge overestimate, but it could also be an underestimate, which I realise is not hugely helpful to our listeners. But I think it just means to say that everybody who's thinking, well, this has been a truly phenomenal result in terms of seats, we really yet don't know how it's going to play out. I have to say that the party has been taken by happy surprise at the scale of the Reform support showing in some of these northern areas, in Sunderland and Newcastle, coming a really solid second in seats where, whilst there were very good teams up there, they certainly weren't considered by the party leadership as kind of target seats. There weren't lots of kind of Nigel Farage rallies up there. There weren't huge resources poured into those seats. So that is a very, very interesting indicator of where the party could go, given time and resources to build what Nigel Farage has promised to be a movement.
Yes, and we've already heard from Nigel tonight saying to what looked like a group of I don't know if it was in Clacton, but he was addressing a group of Reform staff, at least, I think, saying that, you know, this is a very, very big moment in British politics, and I think he would say they're doing better than he expected them to do, and there's talk of maybe 6 million votes being cast for them.
Well, I think that's realistic. I imagine he's in Clacton, and there will be his team up there, and lots of people want to be part of the excitement in that particular constituency. But there's really interesting things happening in quite unexpected places. There's a real possibility of having to have a recount in Yvette Cooper's seat. Yvette's one of the longest marchers in the potential new Keir Starmer government. You know, she's actually held cabinet positions in the last Labour regime, and she's under a great deal of pressure there from Reform in Pontefract. Quite a surprise. And how that will play out, I don't know. Sometimes with recounts, if there are recounts, there ends up being quite a big margin for whoever eventually wins. You know, you think a recount would only take place if there's a handful, a 30 vote difference, but actually sometimes it ends up being many hundreds or even 1,000.
Yeah, indeed. Well, because we're looking at,
but it's nobody saw that one coming. Let's put it that way.
And Billericay looks like they're having a recount as well.
So, I mean, just extraordinary and unexpected things are happening. And, Nigel Farage will say this is a real message to the establishment. You know, the party has been absolutely hammered by the media in last few weeks. The kind of campaign to smear the party and to try to root out anything possible negative that could be said has been quite something to behold. And of course, it's a new party, it's a start-up. Of course there have been mistakes. Of course it's rough around the edges. And of course, unfortunately, it's attracted some people that it would rather not have anywhere near it. But I think what this shows, the scale of these results coming in second place time and again in the seats that have been declared, is that ordinary voters have seen through that smear campaign, and they are not satisfied with what the two main parties, the Tories and the Lib Dem, Tories and Labour have to offer them, although, of course, the Lib Dems are doing very well as well tonight.
Yes, I mean, you might even say that's a bit of a sort of a protest vote in a way. Theo, I can see you scribbling furiously there. What have you got for us?
Just on the Lib Dems, it looks like we have our second cabinet scalp. It's Alex Chalk, the Justice Secretary down in Cheltenham. It looks like he's being beaten by the Liberal Democrats. Lib Dems now confident of winning at Cheltenham. It's a seat that they've held before. Nuneaton, Labour haven't won it since 1997. It looks like they've now won that, seen as a key bellwether, bellwether seat. And just to Isabel's point, what's interesting is that, and this is, I think, about the infrastructure and reform not being able to campaign in the north of England. I think what's going to happen now is that Tory donors are going to seriously look at whether they're best placing their money in the Conservative Party, or whether actually, if they want to see their money get some bang for their buck, actually start putting their money into reform and backing Nigel Farage. Can Nigel Farage now use this time to build infrastructure within the party, get the party, in councils, when we have those council elections in the midterm, can he build his party up so that when he goes again in 2029, he's got the money, he's got the backing, he's got the resources to take that next step and make reform a real force.
Well, as Claire Fox just said, they need to sort of professionalise the outfit altogether, don't they? Because, I mean, they'll say, well, we didn't have a lot of time to select a lot of the candidates, but a lot of the candidates they did select probably turned out to be duds.
Yeah, and they didn't even manage to get candidates everywhere. I mean, one thing I've just spotted is, of them doing very well, though, is Castle Point. So Castle Point in Essex, there was a bit of attention this before the election. People gave it some write-ups saying it was going to be a three-way fight between Conservatives, Reform and Labour. So the Conservatives have held it, but there was a 34% swing towards Reform.
Wow.
So Reform not far behind. Conservative majority wiped out, 26,000 down to 3,000. Absolutely astonishing.
That is incredible. If you're still there, Isabel, I mean, is there one particular place you think that Reform are looking to as a kind of, a bellwether? If they get it, that could mean that they are going to get up to sort of 12 or 13 and maybe more.
Well, I'm not sure about that, but what I would say is that there's a handful. I mean, there's one in Barnsley. I know a result has come in Barnsley which has not been very good for Reform, but there's a neighbouring seat there that is potentially very exciting for Reform. I'm here in Boston and Skegness tonight, where Party Chairman Richard Tice is standing. I think it's worth pointing out that the Tory majority in Boston and Skegness is the second. It is actually the second safest Tory seat numerically in the whole of the UK. So that is a hell of a mountain to climb. I don't know whether or not he will achieve that, but if he does, that would be very, very indicative.
Yeah, absolutely right. Isabel, thanks very much indeed. We haven't really talked about Scotland yet, Theo. Let's have a look at what's going on there, because the SNP losing heavily to what looks like Labour. I saw one projection in which it said the Tories will actually end up with more seats in Scotland than the SNP will.
And that would be incredible.
Which would be ridiculous.
The SNP, just to manage expectations about where we were before, going into this election, the SNP were hoping that they would get more seats than Labour, and they were going to use that to then try and shoehorn a second independence referendum. That was their mandate for a second independence referendum, demanding that from Keir Starmer. And now it looks like, given the strength of feeling against the SNP, they've had that monopoly over power now since 2014, following on from the first independence referendum, now seems to have been smashed. Labour back in play, but also the unionist vote, those who don't want, of course, to see the breakup of the union, coming out for the Conservative Party as well. It's looking like a very bad night for the SNP.
It certainly is, and as of course you would expect, the people who support the union will say, well, if you wanted this to be a referendum on whether there should be another referendum, then you've lost another one, haven't you?
Yeah, I think so. But one thing I would say is that I think we've seen independence decline in terms of its salience in terms of Scottish politics. I think we got a sign of this in the Rutherglen and Hamilton by-election, where Labour took it with a huge swing off the SNP. I think that was probably foreshadowing some of the things that we're going to see tonight. But it seems to me that the voters in Scotland are not so much voting on the issue of independence this time around, more about how the country is literally governed and the things that are going on in it at the moment.
And somebody did point out to me that if it is true that they end up with about 8 or possibly 10 SNP MPs in Westminster, they could fit them all in a motorhome. Yeah,
but the thing is that the SNP have spent so long. They could. It could be all a static caravan.
Static caravan,
put them on the edge of a cliff and they can look out to sea. But the problem is with the SNP is they've spent so long banging on about independence that actually they haven't realised they've been in Hollywood. They've been the governing party. And what's happened to healthcare? What's happened to education? It's all fallen apart.
This was the same problem for Labour in Wales, but it doesn't seem. We haven't seen the Wales results yet, but it doesn't seem to have harmed Labour.
No, I feel like it probably won't harm Labour in Wales in the same way, but the SNP are definitely sort of getting that anti-government backlash that the Conservatives are also suffering on. There's obviously other stuff going on with the Conservatives as well. There are a couple of other interesting things with reform coming through. So Blackpool South, they've really improved their performance from the by-election. So they got 17% in the by-election just a couple of months ago, now on 28%, and they came second in Telford, beating the Conservatives.
That is a big jump, isn't it? Because people said in all of the by-elections that no matter what Richard Tice was saying,
their actual general election result.
The polling was, they were polling sort of higher and higher, but they weren't really getting the results of the ballot box. But they now seem to be getting that.
That's exactly right. So you would have quite a lot. Actually, I feel, we feel slightly vindicated in my firm because we released a report last November saying that the Conservatives were in trouble with the Reform Party, and everyone pretty much dismissed us out of hand, saying the Reform vote's not real.
But again, I mean, like Claire Fox says, a lot of that dismissal comes from prejudice, in my view, of reform, because, you know, an awful lot of political commentators just kind of, you know, hold their noses and kind of dismiss reform. Oh, they're a bit sort of shabby, they're run by these chancers, and nobody really likes them, they're not part of the establishment. You know, I think it's very unfair.
But I think it speaks to what a tremendous campaign they've had, though, because I think there's been, if you think about it, so part of the reason why commentators were saying that was because UKIP would overperform in by-elections relative to their general election performance, and Reform is completely bucking that trend, which shows that they've had probably the most, in terms of, well, we know actually they've been the main source of movement in the polls in the campaign, in a campaign where I think both the Conservative Party and Labour have been fairly lacklustre, I think probably quite deliberately on Labour Party's part, because they've so not wanted to scare the horses, but all the movement's been with Reform, and I think this is what a lot of these results are showing.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've been very dominant on social media, haven't they? I mean, TikTok, billions and billions of views, and very sort of big grip on younger people.
Yes, it's the younger people, and of course, you know, we've always seen reformers going for the older voters, places like Clacton, but actually what Nigel Farage has done, and working very well with his team on social media, particularly on TikTok, where the other parties just have no real presence to try and win over younger voters, because that's where these future elections are going to be fought. And they just do some very simple videos, quite like what's been going on in France with Marine Le Pen and Jordan Bardella, where he has a huge following on social media, particularly to win over those younger voters, because that's where the elections of the future are going to be won. And I think one of the problems with the Conservative Party is that they keep on narrow. They become more and more narrow in the slice of the electorate that they want to win. And in this election, they really hit young people. So we had national service, we had, you know, we'll do some tax breaks, but you're only going to get a tax break on your pension. They weren't speaking enough to young people.
And there was a sort of perception, wasn't there, that the Tory Party is for older people and it's punishing younger people as a result.
But it's actually, if you go out there in the country and you speak to younger people, yes, there are those who go to Glastonbury, but there are also younger people who don't go to Glastonbury.
Right. Yeah, like the ones who can't afford it.
Well, we polled 16 17-year-olds. Obviously, Keir Starmer, it's been rumoured he may give the vote, and we found that 1 in 4 16 17-year-olds would vote Reform, and amongst 16 17-year-old men, they were neck and neck with Labour.
I was talking to some people around here, and apparently in various schools around the nation, they've been having sort of mock elections, and this guy was saying he's got 2 kids at 2 different schools, one of them's private, one of them's grammar, and they both voted and elected Reform.
Wow.
In the school. So, you know, we're going to go to Ashfield for Lee Anderson. It's coming in live. Let's have a look.
Wow.
Daniel Holmes, Liberal Democrats, 619. Ria Key, Labour Party, 11,553. Debbie Solomon, Conservative Party candidate, 3,271.
Well, Debbie.
Jason Zadrosny, the Ashfield Independents, putting people before politics, 6,276. The number of ballot papers rejected was 102. The vacant seat is 1. The electorate was 68,929. Ballot papers issued, 39,986. And the turnout was 58.1%. I do hereby declare that Lee Anderson is duly elected.
There you go. Lee Anderson's the first Reform win for Ashfield. I wasn't sure from his body language there whether he'd actually won it. He was disguising that rather well, but that's big, isn't it?
It's huge. And Labour had targeted that seat. Keir Starmer personally targeted that seat. They wanted to take Ashfield from Lee Anderson. Of course, he defected from the Conservative Party. It was seen as a point of principle if they could, if Labour could actually oust Lee Anderson or stop him from winning that seat, because of course it was his seat. He was the incumbent candidate, but Labour failed, and he disguised it. Yeah, he looked as if for a moment there, as if he'd lost it. He was a great poker face there from Lee Anderson, but no, he's won. He's
amazing. So Lee Anderson's won. I mean, that's the big news of the night so far.
I think it is. It's huge news, and actually, I think there can be quite a lot of snobbishness towards Lee Anderson switching parties. Because obviously, he started off as an advisor to a Labour MP and then Conservative. But actually, I think this is interesting, and it speaks to something we were saying earlier about the sorts of problems Keir Starmer's going to have in government. Because actually, Lee Anderson's journey mirrors an awful lot of voters in this country, which is Labour to Leave, to Boris, and now to Reform. And that's clearly where quite a lot of voters are, and that's going to become an increasing headache for Keir Starmer.
That's very interesting indeed. Let's get a voice note from Chloe. If we can. Don't have to if we can't. Don't worry, we'll come back. We'll come back with Chloe's voice note, but that's the big news. Ashfield is a win for the Reform Party. The first seat for the Reform Party, 17,062, is a gain for Reform and Lee Anderson. I'm Mike Graham. This is Up All Night with Talk, and it's an election special. We'll be back after this.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on YouTube, on your mobile, and on your side. This is Talk.
Welcome back. It's an all-nighter. We're going to be here for the duration, and we've already got some very exciting news. Ashfield is a win for Lee Anderson, so Reform get their first seat, a massive gain, of course, from Labour. Let's get a voice note from Chloe.
Hi, Mike. Great coverage tonight from you and Julia and Peter Cardwell. I just want to say the story of the night is not Labour. It's not even Tory. The story of the night is Reform. Bring on 2029. I'm there for it. Great show. Loving your work.
I think you're
Harry in Hampshire.
Sorry, Chloe. I see him talking over you there, sorry. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And the big story is reform, because at the end of the day, not only are we going to be looking at what seats they've taken from Labour or what seats they've taken from the Tories, but initially as well, where that leaves the Tory party. I've still got Scarlett Maguire here, Theo Rushall as well. I think Keir Starmer's report is imminent. His count is about to be, I think, announced. Paul Scully, meanwhile, is joining us, former Conservative Minister, of course. Paul, very good morning to you.
Hiya, how are you?
Yeah, very well indeed. Now, you took a decision earlier on in the, I think it was even before the campaign, that you probably weren't going to be running again. So, I mean, we're watching a pretty poor night for the Conservative Party. Labour, funnily enough, are not really unhappy about what's happened, but in some ways they're not really the story tonight, because we've just seen Lee Anderson winning in Ashfield, and for me anyway, I think the reform size of the vote is going to be the story, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's about the breaking of the two-party system. You know, you're likely to... We're all predicting the fact that you got the lowest vote share between the two parties since year dot, I think. So people going elsewhere, you know, still come back to the point, as I've said, probably on your programme, but elsewhere, that, you know, it's not about reform, it's about Nigel Farage, actually, because he's the one that's come into this, and as Chloe just said there, about 2029, he's basically saying, look, you guys look after yourself for a little while. I'm coming back for a big job in 2029. It's about him. It's not about... He's tapping into disaffection, anger and frustration without really any solutions. He's the sort of right-wing version of the Lib Dems on the other side.
Yes, but I mean, he's pressurising, as he always has done, the rest of the political system. And he was majorly responsible for David Cameron having a referendum about whether to leave the European Union, in the same way that the Brexit Party was, you know, absolutely kind of, you know, very, very fundamental to the way that Britain existed within the European Parliament and all of that, you know. And so, I mean, I think he's a bit more than that now, particularly if he wins in Clacton. Because at the end of the day, you're talking about the Conservative sort of heart and soul, and where is it?
Well, that's a fair question, but I think first of all, what we need to do is, the reason that we've allowed Nigel Farage to come in, the reason that we've given up an 80-seat majority, is partly because of the big issues that we've had to go since 2019, COVID and Ukraine, etc. But we've shot ourselves in the foot so many times. It's about perceived competence as well. So it's the competence bit that we've got to get right and show people that we're actually competent first, before we then decide what kind of Conservatives we want to be.
And I think the perception of the country as well, Paul, is a thing, and that's probably played into the way people have voted tonight, because in a way it's been sort of a rejection, if you like, of the two main parties, and as you've just said, it's maybe the creation of a change in the system, but people look around and they can't find anything that works. You know, the trains don't work, you know, there's channel immigration problems, there's legal immigration problems, there's NHS problems, prisons crisis, you know, crime crisis. There's an awful lot of things that don't work, and whether anybody wants to perceive it like that or not inside the Tory party, they're going to get the blame.
Yeah, and there's you know, so much that we need to work through this, because it's not even just about the last couple of years, because actually I think we've been coming to this. I think Theo said something earlier about the fact that, you know, not talking to about young people and to young people enough. We've stored up some of these problems in terms of public services as well. That's been exacerbated by those big events that I just talked about. Because if you go to France, you're seeing a similar disaffection. If you go to America, you're seeing a similar disaffection. It's almost the government that's left holding the COVID baby around the world that's suffering as on top of this. But we've added an extra layer because of the mistakes that we've made as a party. We've got to show some humility now and actually say, you know what, it's not just this vacuous I'm listening, but actually we've got to really have a bit of soul searching about what we now do before we start going on about lurching one way or another. Because the problem is as well, if you look at the result of the polls that we've had, and by the way, I think we've had too many polls, I'm sorry, Sky, but in the 6 weeks, because they're starting to lead opinion rather than report on it, in my view. But they're actually, the polls, when you see what happened since 2019, half of our vote seems to be going towards reform, but the other half clearly goes the other way. And so if we just do a lurch to the right, we lose the other side as well.
Yeah, but what actually happens post this election then? You know, when Keir Starmer's out there setting out what his next plan is for the next 100 days, you know, who's running the Tory party? I mean, it may be that you lose the chair, it may be that you lose quite a lot of senior cabinet ministers, including Jeremy Hunt. It looks like Gillian Keegan's already gone. You know, who's actually going to be running the party?
Well, it sounds like I think it was at the Times that are reporting that Rishi's due to resign tomorrow. I don't know anything. I'm actually not even in the country. I'm working now. I've got a new job.
Oh, right. Good. Well done.
I'm in Gibraltar. Sorry, I'm an hour ahead of you. But it sounds like Rishi's going to announce tomorrow that he's going. And if that is the case, I would hope that he would then stay on to oversee a leadership election, because we don't want to create the vacuum that you rightly describe. I think it's probably right that he goes, but he does need to do it in an orderly fashion.
Yeah, and as far as Keir Starmer is concerned, I mean, he'll obviously be swept in on a wave of sort of euphoria, but he's got a big problem on his hands in that, one, most of the people that he's going to be bringing into government with him have never been in government, and two, he has got all of those problems to solve.
Yeah, I genuinely don't think he's ready. I think he was ready for the election campaign. We gave him that, but I don't think he's ready for government. He's not been tested. He's not been road tested. His ideas haven't been road tested. He's been this sort of holding them in vase, as it's been described, and just safety first. And he will be tested. And the fact of having such a big majority, oppositions always come from somewhere. And if we don't do it, his own party will. The vacuum will always be filled. So he's not going to have very long honeymoon, I don't think.
And who do you think is going to emerge as the next Tory leader then after Rishi Sunak? Who would you like it to be?
I'll be honest, Mike. I think we need to wait and see who's actually who comes in. I think, but I will be looking for someone, not an ideologue, someone first of all who have faith to actually unify and lead the party, and let the party then do that work about what kind of Conservatives they want to be. But they've got to be a strong leader first that not just gets the trust of the party, but can appeal to people outside the party as well. We've got to speak to a wider audience.
Yeah, I think so. Paul Scully, thank you very much indeed. Former London Minister, probably Tory Business Minister, of course, as well. Rachel says, good morning, Mike. Really enjoying the election coverage from Talk. So refreshing. Pleasantly surprised that Reform seems to be coming in second in several seats, but it's official. The lefties have taken over the asylum. Roll on 2029. And Kev from Paignton says, is the Speaker of the House allowed to give more questions to Reform during PMQs because of the high percentage of votes across the country as opposed to the number of seats? That's one for you, Theo.
No.
Sorry about that.
Nigel Farage isn't going to get one question in PMQs. It's going to be the new leader of the Conservative Party. But I just point you, this is a good one actually, it's a good question, because I'll point you to the Hartley-Brewer result.
Yeah.
Labour win it from the Tories, but if you add the Conservative vote and the Reform vote together, it comes down to just a handful of votes separating the two. And that's going to put huge pressure when we have this Conservative leadership campaign now on both Reform, well, I think firstly on the Conservative Party and whoever takes over, to find some sort of deal, to find some sort of alliance with Nigel Farage and Reform. Because if right-wing politics is going to exist in this country, it will exist in the media, of course, it will be here on Talk, Home of Common Sense, but if it's to exist in the House of Commons, as a force, there has got to be some sort of deal with Nigel Farage.
Some kind of crossover.
They can't carry on like this, otherwise they're going to just cannibalise each other.
Right. And presumably as well, Nigel Farage, because I think he's quite enjoyed this campaign and I think he's been quite pleasantly surprised by the size of support for him, he doesn't really feel, I don't think now, from what I understand, that he wants to become part of the Tory party, but he might want some Tories to come and join Reform. Would he?
Yeah, and I guess some of them might be tempted, especially after this election result, and especially if they're feeling them under renewed pressure, depending on the direction of the party. I think we're expecting quite a long, drawn-out leadership contest, so you never know, you may get more defections in that period if they're not going to sort of merge straight away. I do think it is worth saying, though, so we've been talking a lot about sort of a Labour underperformance in terms of national vote share. Yeah. They are still getting record swings towards them. Now, you might say that's more because of a collapse in the Conservative vote and Reform splitting it, but it is still quite remarkable. There's just been two records for Conservative to Labour swing at a general election, broken within sort of minutes of each other.
Right, interesting. A lot of people have been very complimentary about you two, by the way.
Oh, that's nice.
Lily says this, great show, love your guests Scarlett and Theo, very well informed and honest discussion. I don't usually get accused of that, so it's obviously down to you guys. Thank you. Let's get a voice note from Dan, who's in Bahrain. Hello, Dan.
Hi, Mike. It's 4:30 here in Bahrain. I'm enjoying the brilliant coverage from talkTV.
I don't know how many seats Reform are going to win, but I think the most encouraging thing and the thing that Nigel Farage is going to be able to build on is the fact that he's got such a huge percentage of the vote in these places.
Yeah, I think people are going to be very, very encouraged by that, of course. We've also discovered, and you can talk us through this, Theo, that Keir Starmer placed a bet, did he not, on whether Lee Anderson would be able to win in Ashfield.
So he went to do a Q&A at the Daily Mirror, which is, of course, a left-leaning paper, and he was asked by one of their columnists, Paul Routledge, whether...
Because Paul Routledge still going, he's been around for years.
He asked whether Labour could oust Reform, Lee Anderson, from his seat in Ashford. I don't know if we've got the...
Yeah, we have got the clip, so let's have a listen.
Do you think that Lee Anderson will retain his seat?
No, I don't.
That's on it?
Although Jonathan Ashworth just lost a tenner, didn't he, recently?
I'm a poor man's peer, so 50 quid.
50 quid.
Right.
But look, he's drifted from the Labour Party into the Tory Party, to the right of the Tory, now out the other door, to the right of Reform. There is no future in that. And Reform doesn't provide the answers to the very many challenges that people are facing across the country.
Well, they obviously supply the answers for the people in Ashfield.
Well, he's got no future. He's got 5 more years in Parliament.
This is obviously more evidence that politicians should not make bets.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what I took from it.
I mean, we're not going to even get into the rash of bets. I mean, that investigation presumably is still going on, isn't it?
Still going on, and it's still going on, and we don't yet know. Rishi Sunak managed to dampen that down, of course, the Keir Starmer comment.
But he sort of dampened it down by putting it off, didn't he? Because he said, a Rochdale Declaration, George Galloway, let's go to that.
Oh, very cool.
This is getting exciting, isn't it?
Not going to want to leave it for all.
I hereby declare that Paul Waugh is duly elected.
Okay, Galloway's lost.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the returning officer, the counting staff, and of course the police. Special thanks go to my agent Tom Besford, and of course our campaign organiser Neil Emmett.
So he goes back to Labour?
Goes back to Labour. That's a huge blow to George Galloway.
That is a huge blow to George Galloway. And it also tells you something, doesn't it? Because, I mean, I'll admit to getting something wrong, actually, because I thought this Gaza business was going to be a huge issue for Labour, particularly in some places like Rochdale.
Well, I would say one thing they've done very well, actually, and if you notice, I know we talked a bit about David Lammy earlier, but he's not been on the rounds, and they've done a very good job of keeping all foreign policy out of this election, Labour. They've not touched on it at all. And if you think about what a headache that was for them, especially around the locals, they've done a really, really good job to keep that out of the headlines.
Because it kind of appeared in the manifesto, didn't it? But in a very, very sort of convoluted way. They were saying that, oh, yes, we would like to recognise Palestine as a state, but
not yet.
Not yet. Yeah.
So that was the way they did it, Mike. Was they tried to, because it's not just the Muslim vote. There is a large proportion of the Labour Party who absolutely detest Keir Starmer's stance on Gaza, and they don't like it. And Keir Starmer needed not just to try and ensure that Labour didn't get hammered by George Galloway and independent pro-Palestine candidates in this election, but he also needed to make sure that he kept the party together and that there wasn't a split going into this election, because he needs people door-knocking and leafleting. Interesting that Galloway's gone, but I think there are going to be ructions in other seats, and we can expect some independents to get in. I'm told in Batley and Spen, Dewsbury and Batley, apologies, there is a pro-Palestine independent candidate who's looking to take that from Labour, and it's looking odds-on that they're going to succeed in doing that. And I think in Tower Hamlets it's going to be a very close-run thing as well. So watch out. I think George Galloway may be out, but I don't think this story is going to go. It's not going to go away at all. And I think as we go into the Parliament, and you've got pressure from Ed Davey and the Liberal Democrats on Gaza and Israel's stance, I think it's only going to ramp up as well.
Yeah, and of course in the international arena, you know, another area which neither Keir Starmer nor David Lammy really have any great expertise. I mean, I know that Keir Starmer managed to go to Normandy and not leave early. You know, maybe learn something from that. But you know, that's a very tricky area, isn't it? You know, diplomacy, international relations, going to places like the White House, going to places like Israel. You know,
I was speaking to a very senior member a couple of weeks ago. Speaking to a very senior member of the Jewish community who's involved in Labour politics, and they were telling me that there's a real frustration that Keir Starmer, OK, he's ignored it, but he's not put together a peace plan. What's he going to do? Because he's not just going to be Prime Minister here in the UK. He's going to be doing foreign trips. He's going to be going to the White House, as you say, Mike. He's going to, you know, has he got anything to say to Benjamin Netanyahu, or is he just going to sit at the sidelines and throw rocks? Or is he actually going to try and sort this situation out? He hasn't at any point actually demonstrated, this person was saying to me, that actually, you know, as a Labour Prime Minister, he can stand on the world stage. He's just not done it. Is he going to try and sort out what's going on in Ukraine? Well, he hasn't said anything.
I don't think he's got any kind of skin in the game, as it were. He doesn't have anything to fall back on. He doesn't have any great military people in his team, I don't think, does he?
No, I think they've been working very hard to build that image up. I just think, just going back to Rochdale, because you've got a bit more of a breakdown of the results, it was actually incredibly close. So, yes, George Galloway didn't get it, but it was sort of only by... yeah, exactly.
Wow. I was going to ask you, actually, I didn't give a chance to come back on the earlier comments. I think it was from Paul Scully about the polling that we've seen going on, and the polls have kind of just been too much and too often, and, you know, people have started just to look at polls and nothing else. I mean, you're a pollster.
I'm a pollster.
I mean, you know, I think when you look at polls, surely as an individual, whether you're a voter or whether you're part of the political process, you know, you get something from every poll, don't you?
I think so. I mean, I don't have a problem with so many polls. I've heard lots of people say they've got poll fatigue. I'm sure a lot of Conservative MPs didn't like looking at the polls for a very long time because they weren't looking like good news. But actually, the polls looked like they were pretty right about the Conservative Party. So I think it's not, you know, it's a difficult one to spin. I think it's better to have an informed
And actually,
electorate.
the polls didn't really move that much in terms of the you know, the points difference between Labour and Conservative. They might not have spotted quite what Reform were doing.
Yeah, polling's going to carry on because hedge funds will pay for it. All the financial institutions, companies are going to pay for it because they need to know what's going on.
And the parties.
Now the party's going to pay for it. So you can either have a public that's not informed, or you can have a, because they're still going to get the business, but you can either have a public that's not informed, or you have a public that's informed and they know what's going on. And now I know the Tories haven't liked the polls and everything. Well, it's, you know, it creates this narrative that they're going to.
But then they pushed that narrative. They looked at the polls and then 3 weeks in started warning about a Labour supermajority. So they got that narrative and ran with it.
They did, and it didn't do them any good. But it wasn't wrong. I mean, it wasn't wrong, was it? Let's take a call. Chris is in the northeast. Chris, very good morning to you. Hello, Chris.
Hello.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. Are you all right, eh?
Yeah, very well indeed. What do you want to say?
I'm just quite overwhelmed, like, by how Nigel Farage has had this party up and going for the... Wait, he's been in charge with this party for the 6 weeks or so.
Yeah, not even.
And, like... Yeah, exactly, yeah, not even 6 weeks. And, like, I think so far that the numbers are just showing that, like, change is here. Like, change is already happening. And I think it's well overdue. Like, well overdue. The thought is... I know Keir Starmer's going to come in. Just the thought of it scares us already, though.
Yeah. What scares you the most, do you think?
Probably the thing he's not addressed more than anything else, which is probably illegal immigration. Like he's been asked so many times live on telly, like his thoughts on what he's going to do about illegal immigration. He can't answer the question. He just dodges the question, and again, Conservatives, Rishi Sunak, he's pretty much the same.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, and you're absolutely right. Chris, I appreciate your call, because I think we've got to run, because Ed Davies' seat is currently being announced, and he's just won, as I suppose you might expect. Let's have a listen to him.
It has been a great privilege to serve Kingston and Surbiton and this great community over many years, and I'm humbled that you've given me the chance to serve you again. So let me start by saying a big thank you.
I'm now going to wait for him to jump in.
To Sarah and all the returning officer team, and to all the staff and police who've worked so hard through the night. You are the unsung heroes of our democracy. It simply wouldn't work without you.
Yeah, people don't want to listen to him. They want to listen to me. Get rid of him. Bye-bye. Was running against one of the people running against him was a former post office woman who we interviewed, I think, a few months back. Who obviously, unfortunately, didn't unseat him.
Yes, and he's got it back in. It is difficult. You can't underestimate these independents. If you can get the media behind you, if you've got the contacts, if you've got the resources, you can do it. But it's no mean feat. And these things do happen actually, where you have people standing on very principled views. Of course, Ed Davey and his lack of action when it came to the post office scandal, when he could have actually done something. But it is very difficult just on those niche issues to do. Make no mistake, it's hard, and to get more than a few hundred votes.
Yeah, but just in the campaign money alone,
it's
right?
just, and it's just, by the way, it's looking like Chelsea and Fulham might swing to Labour,
right.
But the Greens might have actually, this is the interesting thing, the Greens might have taken out some of Labour's vote and stopped.
Oh, really?
It's sort of like a reverse reform, but with the Greens in this case taking out some.
Well, that Salvation poll that was done just before the election, the one that I think I saw the Standard kind of breaking out that the Labour Party might basically, or the Tories might only have 3 seats in London at the end of all of this, which would be pretty extraordinary.
Yeah, and it's also looking like, just on London, Upminster and Hornchurch, that was a safe Conservative seat. Is now in literally a three-way battle between Labour, the Tories and Reform. Labour could take it because, again, you end up in a similar situation to we were describing in Hartley-Brewer, where you take a butter knife right through the Conservative vote and give half of it to Reform. They're going to have to find some sort of accommodation, the Tories and Reform. They can't carry on like this because they're not going to. It's impossible to see a way back unless there can be some sort of alliance.
Right. Absolutely. So just to recap, so Ed Davies won his seat. We've got Lee Anderson winning his seat, first one for Reform. Angela Rayner's just won her seat, I'm told, which is more breaking news. And, of course, the other breaking news is we're still waiting for the Billericay result to come in, where Richard Holder, the Conservative chair, is having a recount currently. Rob says this: Keir Starmer is going to offer nothing but pain and suffering over the next 5 years. Look out, flip-flop, Reform is coming. And one from, where are we? Joy. Hi, Mike and guest. Super show. Expected no less. Just wanted to say it really came down to the wire with my vote. Listening to Theo about the behaviour or lack of the Tories, I know I did good. Now we wait. Well, we do wait, and we wait and see how many more seats will come in for Reform, how that swing is going to be going. Send us a voice note, of course. You know how to do that. 0344 499 1000. We'll take a few more calls as we go through as well. After the break, Peter Cardwell's going to be back with us. We'll find out from him what else is expected to come up, because we're nearly at the 3 o'clock hour, which is when we should be getting a bit of an avalanche of results, which might show an awful lot of Tories out of work.
Across the UK. On DAB+. On YouTube. On your mobile. And on your side. This is Talk.
Welcome back. This is the All-Nighter, and I'm Mike Graham, of course, running all the way through until 4 o'clock with you. Coming up in the next hour, we're going to start to see some big names falling, we think, if it looks as though things are going to according to plan. Peter Cardwell's here with us, though, of course. Let's have a little recap, Peter, shall we, of what we know so far.
Well, Mike, it's been a dramatic night. You've seen various people, a lot of former cabinet ministers, people like Sir Robert Buckland, Amanda Milling, for example, Conservative MPs like Paul Holmes, losing their seats with sometimes very dramatic changes in all of this, dramatic swings towards both reform and the Labour Party. There are all sorts of very interesting constituencies. Some unsurprising results. Angela Rayner's held her seat very, very strongly.
Although there was suggestion that she might struggle to do that, wasn't there?
Well, the interesting one is Yvette Cooper up there in Normanton, Pontefract, and she is in a seriously interesting position. I think Reform are running her quite close up there. Certainly Reform is saying anyway. So we'll see where we get to. But I mean, the results really come in sort of thick and fast between about 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock.
Okay. And I'm going to be here between 3 and 4, and so if they haven't come in thick and fast by then, maybe I'll just stay on.
Maybe you should.
Stay where he is. Basil and Billericay, there appears to be a recount going on. This is Richard Holden's apparent seat, where he's hoping to win, Conservative chair. I mean, that would be a big scalp if they lose that to Reform.
Yes, it would, and certainly the Conservative chairman's role is to run the campaign. That's essentially his job, to be in charge of Conservative.
He hasn't done a great job of that, has he?
No, he hasn't. It's been a terrible campaign for the Conservatives, and also he is very personally unpopular within Conservative circles. There are many, many Conservative people who really don't like him.
Well, Tim Montgomery's one of them. He was like, I can't really say this because I'm a Conservative. However, I'd love it if he lost his seat.
A number of Conservatives, both publicly and privately, have said that to me as well, mainly because the Basil Billericay is a notionally Conservative seat. Certainly, Richard Holden imposed himself there as the single candidate on a single candidate shortlist. They had no option but to take him. And if he doesn't win this, it's meant to be a safe seat. The exit poll says he has a 56% chance of winning, but the fact that there's a recount already, well, that would indicate that he has, it's very close, you know, there could be a few hundred votes in it, or maybe even fewer than that.
And we saw George Galloway, I suppose, which is the other highlight, or low light, depending on which way you're looking at. Paul Waugh getting that back for Labour, but apparently a very, very tiny margin of victory.
Yeah, you're talking about less than 2,000 votes, I think, off the top of my head. But certainly Paul Waugh, who is a very respected journalist, he's from that area, he's from Rochdale. George Galloway, of course, took that a few months ago in a dramatic by-election, and there were lots of different factors within that by-election. The Labour candidate was heard saying all sorts of dodgy things, and disciplinary action. Labour withdrew their support from him. Paul Waugh wasn't the candidate in that. He's now the candidate. He's now the MP for that area. And George Galloway, as has happened with him on a number of occasions, he often wins a by-election and then doesn't win at the general election.
And he had warned, hadn't he, that night in Rochdale, that he was coming for, you know, all sorts of different constituencies, the Workers' Party.
Oh, he said he was going to run for Mayor of Greater Manchester, and he was going to beat Andy Burnham and all the rest of it. But yeah, you'll forgive me.
It hasn't quite come out like that, has it?
You'll forgive me, Mike, if I'm not shedding too many tears for the demise of George Galloway as a Member of Parliament. So yeah, he is.
But the movement as well. But I think a lot of us, and I was one of them, and I'm quite happy to admit it, thought that this could become a huge problem for Labour. But as
Rishi Sunak certainly thought so. Do you remember that extraordinary speech he made on the steps of Downing Street on the Friday? We all thought he was going to call an election or something, but he was really just reacting to the fact that George Galloway had been elected as an MP. And certainly, I mean, George Galloway I don't think made much of an impact in Parliament. But there was this thought that the Workers' Party, I mean, they only picked up, I think, two actually council seats in the local elections a few weeks ago. So they're not nearly as popular a movement or as successful a nascent movement as something like Reform UK.
And there was, I suppose, as well, it was at the height of when the Israeli Gaza marches were going on and the Free Palestine marches were going on, and he was kind of capitalising on that.
And perfect storm.
And maybe people have lost a bit of interest in that, perhaps.
I think you're right. Also, Rochdale is a heavily Muslim constituency. I'm not saying for a second that all Muslims vote the same way. That's a stereotype. stereotype that's wrong. Labour will usually have the majority of Muslims generally vote for Labour. Right. Things have cooled off in that way. Also within their manifesto, Labour said they wanted to recognise the state of Palestine. They wanted a two-state solution. That's been their policy for some time, but the fact that they have reiterated that is nonetheless something which will make Keir Starmer more popular in many of those constituencies.
Yes, and we should mention, of course, the big seat the Reform have taken thus far, Lee Anderson in Ashfield, holding on to that seat, having switched from Conservative to Reform while he was in it.
Well, yes, he lost the whip from the Conservatives because of what people saw as racist remarks. I certainly did. Many people didn't, but anyway. Then he was essentially chucked out of the Conservative Party. Then he became a Reform MP, their only MP. He has won that comfortably in Ashfield, and we'll see other constituencies as well. But what's interesting from Reform UK's perspective is that the exit poll at 10 o'clock, which of course is now 5 hours ago, I think they're going to revise it fairly soon, because they said Reform UK would win 13 seats. Right. Well, 2 of those seats have not been won by Reform already. We're looking at Hartley-Brewer, and there's one other that's off the top of my head, I can't remember.
Was it Barnsley?
It is, I think you're right. Yeah. So they Hartley-Brewer, for example, was won by an 8,000 majority by Labour, so that's 2 already. And actually, speaking to a senior person in Reform a couple of hours ago, that person told me that they thought more like 7 rather than 13. Right. But even so, Reform
7 would still be a heck of a show.
It's very, very impressive from Reform UK. They've come from basically nothing. Okay, there's there's heritage there with UKIP and with the Brexit Party, but at the same time, they're essentially a new political movement.
Right. And I mean, a lot of people now begin to wonder, and we had Paul Scully on just earlier saying, this is possibly the sign of a new way of voting in this country, and it's not any longer just going to be a two-party system, because effectively one side of the political divide has been split.
You're absolutely right, Mike, and the thing is that this election has never really been about who's the government going to be. We knew it was going to be Labour, and the question that is still emerging and is being answered every minute that continues this evening is, what does the opposition look like? The Liberal Democrats have done very well. The Green Party have doubled from 1 to 2, probably, if the exit poll is to be believed. Reform UK have come from nothing to probably 7, maybe more, and the Conservatives have been very badly wiped out. Not as badly as some thought, but if they get 130, 131, well, that's not as bad as they thought it would be.
It's not an end of the Conservative Party with that sort of number, is it?
You're right. I mean, it's worse than 1997 for them, but I mean, sub 100 was the nightmare scenario. I spoke to a very senior person in number 10 until recently, no longer. The person's now lost their job, of course, but he told me that he thought that 200 was the dream, 150 was a really good night for them, and anything under 100 would have been a disaster. So to be around the 130 mark, that's maybe not too terrible for the Conservatives, even though it is terrible. But the point is how terrible.
And for most of them, they could see it coming a mile off.
Yes.
I don't think anybody was under any illusions. And also what we knew from the last few days of campaigning was that the Tory party in general had said to an awful lot of people, stop campaigning in your own constituency. You've got no chance of winning it. Come and campaign in the places that we might have a chance of holding on to.
Yes, indeed. And some of that is just party management, it's management of volunteers and so on. It's usually the much smaller parties, the Lib Dems, for example, that would do that even up to sort of a week beforehand, would say, actually move constituencies, go somewhere nearby. But what the Conservatives have found, especially Amanda Milling in her constituency, has found that she really had an amazingly bad night, and Labour have taken that, and that is a really incredibly bad result for them. Cannock Chase is the one where Labour have done tremendously well. I mean, she had a majority of over 20,000, and we're going to see other seats like that throughout the evening.
And there was a sort of a fear at one point that Laura Trott in Sevenoaks was vulnerable, but I presume this number of 131 would safeguard her, would you think?
I'll just check now if you want.
I mean, it is a bit like that, isn't it?
It is a bit like that. So
you have a look, and let's have a.
If you give me 2 seconds, I will.
You can hold on to that thought, because there's a count at Keir Starmer finally, so I think we're going to go over to that and have a look. He's looking pretty pleased with himself.
So it's saying that Sevenoaks for Laura Trott, who was the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, likely Conservative hold, 95% likelihood, so she is not in trouble. The one that's interesting, I think, is Pontefract Castleford.
Here we are. Hold that thought.
On the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes cast for each candidate in the election was as follows. Nick, the Incredible Flying Brick.
Best name so far.
raving loony party, 162. Charlie Clinton, Liberal Democrats, 2,236. Andrew Joseph Feinstein, 7,312. Wise Islam Independent, 636. Senthil Kumar Independent, 40. Marine Malik, the Conservative Party candidate, 2,776. John Edmund Poynton, UK Independence Party, 75. David Roberts, Reform UK, 2,371. Tom Scripps, Socialist Equality Party, 61. Bobby Elmo Smith, 19. David Robert Stansel, Green Party, 4,030. Keir Starmer, Labour Party, 18,884.
So there it is. Keir Starmer is to remain. We wouldn't have expected him not to be, but
no great surprise.
Quite a few candidates in there, though.
Yeah, including Elmo, including the Monster Raving Loony Party, various others. But yeah, I mean, he'll get that now that he'll be Prime Minister. There'll be lots of people standing against him. No real shock there, but a relief to him at 3 o'clock in the morning that he has now won that seat and can now prepare for government.
Yeah, and he doesn't look a man who is kind of ready for it. I mean, we were discussing this earlier. We can't really do it now because we're almost out of time, but we'll come back to it. You know, whether Keir Starmer is actually ready,
no one's ever ready, Mike.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, you've worked in Downing Street, and I'll talk to you about that coming up in a little bit in the next hour, because it must be an incredible thing to wake up knowing that the business that you are in has just given you the opportunity to do the top job in the country.
Tony Blair jumped up and down while playing tennis and just went, I'm the Prime Minister, I'm the Prime Minister. He couldn't believe it. It was just an incredible thing for him, and it is an incredible thing. It's a privilege very, very few people get it.
I know, and very few people do it very well. And I wonder whether we're going to have somebody else who doesn't do it very well either. But this is, of course, an all-nighter. We're here. We'll be back after this.
mobile, and on your side. This is Talk.
Welcome back to Up All Night. It wasn't called that at the start of it, but I think Up All Night sounds a bit better than All Nighter, but we'll call it that for now. It's 3:04 in the morning. We've got quite a few breaking news stories to tell you. We've got Sir Keir Starmer, who's been re-elected the next Prime Minister, pretty much. We'll find out tomorrow morning exactly what his plan is. I'll get from Theo Ashwood in a second precisely how that day is going to unfold. Let's listen to a voice note. We've got one from Roger, who's in Australia.
Hello, Mike. It's Roger in Melbourne. Enjoying the programme, very exciting. Could you possibly get Nigel to come over here and form a party like Reform? We're under a Labour government here and they are literally destroying the country. I've been here 60 years and things have never been as bad as they are now.
Goodness me. Well, Roger, listen, you can't have him because I think he's needed elsewhere, i.e. here. I live in Yvette Cooper's constituency, says Oliver. I'm 18. It's the first election I'm voting in. John Thomas, the Reform candidate, absolutely deserves the seat. Yvette has sat and watched the area go into decline. I hope my vote for Reform makes the difference. And that, of course, echoes what we've been saying all night so far, that a lot of young, particularly young men, have decided to vote for Reform in their first ever election.
Yes, and what's interesting about that Yvette Cooper's seat in Yorkshire is that actually Reform think they're going to do quite well in that seat. Yeah. Labour are disputing it. They're insisting that they can win and that Yvette Cooper is going to retain her seat. But it would be a huge scalp for Reform if they were to take out, you know, the woman who is supposed to be Home Secretary now within the coming days. And it's looking like that it's going to be a very tightly run contest. Just interestingly, Rupert Harrison, he was George Osborne's right-hand man in the Treasury, the architect of austerity. He's lost his seat in Bicester and Woodstock, I should say, to the Liberal Democrats. Right. They've also taken Henley, which is like
the Lib Dems have.
Lib Dems have taken Henley, which is like that's
that was Boris Johnson for a while, wasn't it?
Seat between
Lib Dems have got Henley.
Yeah, they've got Henley as well. So I mean, the Lib Dems are. We talk about there is this realignment on the right of British politics. We talk about, of course, Reform and the pressure they're putting on, but at the same time you've got the squeeze from the Liberal Democrats that Rishi Sunak was desperate to try and avoid by when he came into Downing Street talking about integrity and accountability.
Yeah, that didn't go well, did it?
And lots of Tories, you know, rather high-minded Remain-type Tories, perhaps you might say, turning around and saying, actually, no, we don't like you much, and we're not going to vote for you. We're going to vote for Lib Dems.
And what's happening here, Scarlett? Because Scarlett Maguire's still here, by the way, jail partners. Who's voting Lib Dem? Who wasn't then? Is this because is this former Tory voters or what?
It will be a mix. I think it'll be a lot of them will be former Conservative voters. Although actually, when you look at the breakdown of how many Conservative 2019 voters are going to Lib Dem, the headline figure isn't that big, but that's partly because their votes are just concentrated in places where they're going to win them. But it'll be a mixture of Lib Dems and anyone who wants to get the Conservatives out.
Right. Okay, so it could be
a lot of tactical votes.
We're seeing, and there are some signs there. We've seen in some constituencies where Labour vote share has been really quite dramatically down on the last election, where you wouldn't expect it to be to help the Lib Dems on their way.
You know, before 2019, the Lib Dems thought they were in with a chance of getting into government ridiculously now, as it now seems. But you know, they sort of benefit occasionally from these sort of surges of voting, and then it all disappears again. They get so excited, they all think, "Oh, this is great! You know, we've got a real force behind us," and then it just goes away.
If they're winning in Bicester and Woodcock, they're going to have a really great night.
It's a good night, and it's looking like a decidedly bad night for the SNP.
I was asking you about Aberdeen South actually.
Well, I think Aberdeen South could well be in play actually. If you got there was a result in Kilmarnock and Loudon. I'm sorry if I didn't say that right. But it was Labour managed to get their vote
hang on, we've got Grant Chapp's declaration. Sorry to put my hand up like that. Here we go.
For each
Good
candidate
hat of the night.
Said election is as follows: Aaron Jack Oliver, Reform UK, 6,397. Butcher Sarah, the Green Party, 2,986. Lewin Andrew Allen, Labour Party, 19,877.
Sounds good.
Munro John Peter, Liberal Democrats, 3,117. Shapps Grant, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,078.
He's lost it, hasn't he?
The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Want of an official mark, 0. Voting for more than one candidate, 46. Writing or mark by which voter could be identified, 0. Unmarked or void for uncertainty, 146. The total being 192.
So, Grant
the electorate was 75,000.
Third cabinet minister down by my count after Alex talking.
He's probably the biggest name so far because he's also served in practically every job in the cabinet. I interviewed him. The only one time I interviewed him was when he was Home Secretary for about 2.5 weeks, I think.
And he was also somebody who was hoping to potentially run in the leadership campaign.
Well, this is
a
when we
more
start
moderate caretaker kind of role.
But this is where we end up having these conversations about who's going to be left to actually, you know, pick up the slack and pick up the wreckage.
And just to Scarlett's earlier point, actually, that 130 number that the exit poll suggested for the Conservatives looks to be at the top end of the spread. Actually, the midpoint is looking like it might be a bit lower, that they might come out with around
or something like that,
or even as low as 105, 110. So actually,
well, that'd be interesting because we were all asked earlier on tonight to make a little guess about what the number of seats would be, and I guessed 101. For the Tories,
but also, I think that it could be quite close on that. And just to point out on the Starmer result that you were talking about that and heard from Keir Starmer, change begins. That was his message, but that ignored the fact that he'd seen his vote halved from 36,000 down to 18,000. I've just got a note on that from Derek. Starmer's got half the votes he had in 2019, down 18,000, and he still won. And actually there was an independent candidate. There was a pro-Palestine candidate, Andrew Feinstein, who was challenged in this one.
Oh, so that's quite significant, isn't it?
And took a chunk out of his vote. I think Palestine and Israel is going. They've managed to, Scarlett's again, another point made by you earlier, you know, they've managed to suppress it during this election campaign, but this is going to run and run. It's going to become increasingly important, and it's pressure from the left. Okay, there's going to be, Keir Starmer's always had pressure from, you know, how patriotic is he, does he stand up for this country, from Conservatives and Reform candidates, but there's also now going to be pressure from the left as well, particularly from the Liberal Democrats, on Israel, on Palestine, and we're starting to see chunks taken out of the Labour vote, significant chunks taken out of the Labour vote.
And I mean, a question for you on this, Scarlett, in terms of public opinion about what happens in Palestine. You know, it was massively front and centre in October, November, December, and probably even running into January. But are the public less concerned about it now? I mean, there seems to be less activity going on the streets. You know, there's not as many Palestine marches, pro-Palestine marches, as there used to be. Or if there are, they're a lot smaller. I was just told Ian Duncan-Smith held his seat, which is quite a big move, isn't it?
That is extraordinary.
Quite a big move.
I actually also feel really bad because I literally said in the office yesterday there is no chance of Ian Duncan-Smith holding his seat, so I'm very sorry for everyone there.
It's Chingford, and that's Greenbelt land. And I wonder whether the housing reforms being put forward by Keir Starmer to build on the Greenbelt, thousands of new homes, whether that helped Ian Duncan-Smith, who's of course a former Conservative leader.
One thing that's maybe it shouldn't surprise me, but it has, when we do focus groups everywhere, is just the strength of opposition to housing, to that housing policy. If it's being built anywhere near them, it's so strong.
I mean, the thing, and I say this as well, and you and I have had this conversation. Everywhere I go in the south of England, they're building houses. You know, the idea that we're not building houses is for the birds, because it's always going on. And what's happening in lots of places, parts of Sussex, which I know very well, are the pressure on schools, the pressure on, you know, just the infrastructure and the doctors' offices and people not being able to get dentists. There's just more houses than they need.
And there's also no infrastructure.
No.
So you can build houses in the middle of nowhere, and nobody, you know, is that somebody where, you know, you want to live?
And if you haven't got a car, there's no public transport. You know, there's all of that.
And what's also happening is that Starmer is basically, we're going to have these £20 billion of austerity cuts unless he can find the money from somewhere, and the money doesn't exist at the moment. And it's coming to unprotected departments like the Department of Transport. You want to get economic growth. Yes, build the houses, but you know that single track road that you get stuck behind a tractor? Make it a dual carriageway.
Yes.
That's how you get economic growth. So people take that journey and say, actually, you know
what? Have you seen how long it takes to do anything in this country? Building a dual carriageway sounds easy.
What, Crested Newts, something like that, Mike?
Yeah, listen, I mean, I had in Wiltshire, the entire village I lived in got flooded 3 times in a week, and the council said we couldn't clear out the culvert that went under the church because they had water voles, and you know, they were protected.
But what do you think about Ian Duncan Smith holding his seat, though? It just shows what, again, I don't want to just sound it, because the more I say it, the more naff it sounds, but it is an extraordinary election. You're looking at the Labour leader and the Labour deputy leader having significant chunks taken out of their vote at the same time that their party is going to win an almost sort of unprecedented landslide. You have people like Ian Duncan Smith who were only holding on by like a hair's... So, yeah, exactly. In 2019, some, you know, holding their seat. Obviously, that's because Faiza Shaheen managed to get sort of nearly 13,000 votes. But it isn't.
It's kind of all over the place, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's all over the place.
Yeah,
I mean,
the Faiza Shaheen one's interesting because when there was the Diane Abbott row and Keir Starmer had to back down on Diane Abbott, he pressed ahead with Faiza Shaheen and Lloyd Russell Moyle down in Brighton as a way of trying to show his strength, kicking out those from the left of the party.
And Lloyd Russell Moyle was kind of effectively deselected, wasn't he?
But he shouted, he had this rally at a Labour conference, outside of the Labour conference, and kept on calling him Keith. And everybody loved it on the left of the party. But Keir Starmer clearly had enough, and he's not prepared to accept this kind of dissent within his party going into Parliament, and that's why he's cleared them out. Now, he can't get rid of Diane Abbott, he can't get rid of John McDonnell, but the left of the party is defenestrated to an extent.
Yeah, and it's, you know, so the combined vote share of Faiza Shaheen and the Labour candidate was 25,000, far more than Ian Duncan Smith got. So a bit like you tallying up the Reform and Conservative vote share. So it is exactly what's happened.
And is it looking like there is more of a turnout everywhere, or is it just in certain places?
It actually looks like turnout might be quite down, but we'll see. Overall, the picture looks like turnout's down and maybe closer to like 2005 levels, where it was incredibly low, sort of 60%. Let's see how it goes in the overnight.
And in terms of Starmer's kind of public appearances, I mean, you were saying Rishi Sunak will probably at some point in the morning come outside of Downing Street and resign. When will Keir Starmer sort of declare that he's now the new Prime Minister?
So the order of play will be, and I'd imagine it would probably happen sort of breakfast time, 8, 9 o'clock. Rishi Sunak will come, he'll firstly get the result in Richmond in his constituency in Yorkshire. He'll then drive, maybe helicopter down to London, and there he'll come back to Downing Street around 7, I probably imagine about 8 o'clock. He'll give a speech on the steps of Downing Street, say that he's going to tender his resignation as Prime Minister. Let's wait and see what happens in terms of the leadership of the Conservative Party, whether he stands down from that point as well, from that job as well. He'll then go to Buckingham Palace to meet the King, and he will tender his resignation to the King. He will then go, the car then leaves for his, I'd imagine, back to his constituency home with his family. Keir Starmer will then drive to Buckingham Palace to meet the King, and he will offer to form a government. The King will agree, and then he'll drive to Downing Street, and the whole process takes about 45 minutes. Come into Downing Street, and he'll say that he's announced his government, and then through the day we'll then start to get cabinet appointments to his cabinet. But again, I think that also depends on who makes it.
And in terms of, this is probably a really dim question to ask you, but in terms of just removing stuff out of the house, you know, we always see the removal lorries sort of turning up. Is that all done like just in one day?
Yes, it can be done very quickly, and I think also that the family weren't spending, Rishi Sunak's family weren't spending a huge amount of time in the flat. Mrs Sunak didn't particularly like Downing Street. So
they were in number 11 as well.
They were in number 11 because that's the bigger flat. So I don't think it can be done quite quickly, and it can be done quite swiftly, and then.
But it's kind of an unenviable end, isn't it? I mean, I remember talking to I think it was one of these presidential candidates in America. Can't remember exactly which one it was, but he basically said the day that they lost the election, all the Secret Service people just disappeared. And, you know, you've had these sort of people wandering around the house for weeks and weeks and months, and then and suddenly you wake up in the morning, there's nobody there.
I've got a shocker of a result, if you're interested in it, which is Conservatives have gained a seat in Leicester. And again, it's the left, it's Claudia Webb splitting the left-wing vote. But that is astonishing.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it? They're not supposed to be doing that. So the final question for you before we break is, what's the attitude now when you poll people about Palestine and Israel? What do you get?
To go back to that, it's interesting. Sympathies towards Palestine definitely increased, actually. So you saw a rallying, so basically the public before October 7th was split pretty much entirely equally between Israel, Palestine and don't care / don't know in about equal measure. You saw then support for Israel increase a bit, and then as the sort of Israel's sort of stance on it went on, you saw support for Palestine increase. But it has never been that salient an issue to most of the public. It's just that the parts of the public that care about it really care an awful lot.
Right, OK. Good news. Well, thank you very much indeed. Scarlett McQuire and Theo Rushwood, keep staying around because we're going to need you some more. We've got Alex Phillips coming up next. We'll find out what she's got to say. Nick Dubois as well. And also Clacton. The result, apparently, I'm told, is imminent. That, of course, is Nigel Farage's seat. So, or it may well become Nigel Farage's seat. Grant Shapps is out. He's just gone for a Burton. The Tories are having a terrible night. The Labour Party are going to be the next government, as if you didn't know. But the Reform Party is also the big story. We'll have more for you coming up after this.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on YouTube, on your mobile, and on your side. This is Talk.
Welcome back to Up All Night with me, Mike Graham. We are here, of course, all the way through until, I don't know when. I mean, it seems to go on till about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Basically, I'm now joined by Nick Dubois and Alex Phillips. Very good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
Very nice to see you back.
Yes, I know, after my enforced exile in southern France.
Enforced exile in southern France. Very nice too. Well, what a night for reform. We're expecting the Clacton result to come in the next 10 minutes, we think. I would imagine you'd be very surprised if Nigel Farage is not then the MP for Clacton.
Yeah, I would be astonished if Nigel doesn't get his seat, but I was also pretty astonished at the projection of 13 seats, because having seen this occur with UKIP, with the Brexit Party, looking at projections there as well, that very often when it comes to a Farage-led party, it's always the bridesmaid, never the bride. It's very hard to break through if you're not a legacy party under first past the post. And because the vote share is so evenly distributed around the country, I think what we're going to see is Reform, we already are seeing actually, Reform scoring lots of very solid, convincing second places. Right. Wales is one to watch for that as well. I think Reform will come second overall. And then seats-wise, 3, 4, 7 max?
Yeah, 7 max I think was probably what I was going to call it as well, but a terrible night for the Tories. I mean, we've just seen Grant Shapps being hoisted out of his own seat, and it's not going to stop there, is it? I mean, we think Gillian Keegan's probably going to be out of a seat, Alex Chalk probably as well.
He's gone, I think.
Yeah, I think he's gone.
Yeah, I think he's gone.
Yeah.
Justice Secretary of State. Yeah, I think quite a lot of the Cabinet are at risk, but I love the phrases that come out, isn't it? It was a disappointing night. It's an absolute horror.
That's what the Democrats said about Joe Biden. Disappointing night. You couldn't finish a sentence, you know.
So it's a horror story. I think honestly, I thought it would be worse. Yeah. So, you know, I'm kind
You're
of
not the first person that said that, actually, because Tim Montgomery said the same. He thought it could be an extinction event and this isn't.
No, I think the extinction event could still happen when this party has to decide what it stands for, what it believes in, or if they just go into another bout of infighting before they even have that conversation. So it is still an existential threat.
You think they might learn that by infighting, this is how they got here, right?
I mean, Rishi Sunak himself wrote about it when he was a student, that parties don't win elections when they're infighting, and obviously that lesson hasn't been learnt. So it's an absolute shambles. Reform have made an impression, period, now. And I think what's really interesting is what Alex has said. They're clearly going to end up with anywhere between 5-7 seats. Their strong second places actually give them the potential now to become an organised, serious political party. But they need to do one thing. They need to get a chief executive into that party, not just run as the whim of whether it's Richard Tice or Nigel Farage. Let them do the politics. They need a chief executive in there to get them organised, to get funding, to democratise that party. Then they could be a serious force when Labour implode, which I fear they will.
Well, this is it. If Reform get a good handful of seats in Westminster, they have access to short money. They get broadcasting. They get broadcasting entitlement. They have to employ professional staff. At the moment, it has been run. I mean, Nigel himself said, and I think Nigel genuinely did wait until the last minute to come back as leader, looked at what was there and said, well, this party is almost a mirage. There are no branches. There are very few people who can go out and leaflet and knock on doors, which is why...
And it's often criticised for being run as a company rather than as a political party. Is that an issue or not really?
Well, I think they're going to have to change that. I think, I think they'll look at... I think the powers that be sort of, legally in the country will look at the constitution of the party and say this doesn't really fly. But the reason, I mean, without going into boring detail, the reason why that happened in the formulation of the Brexit Party is because Nigel had a hell of a problem with the National Executive Committee in his UKIP days and thought, I cannot be held hostage by a load of people who are faction fighting.
But it would be a mistake not to democratise it, because at some point you can't have the bloke who owns the party as self-appointed leader. That is kind of not going to work. So he's going to have to get used to that, I think, because that party will grow. If they can do that old Liberal Democrat leaflet of Reform coming second here, but it's true, that's a heck of a platform.
Also, a point was made by Theo, I think, earlier on, that in places where they've come second to Labour, quite close second to Labour, 30% of the vote, they're a threat to Labour as well. Because Labour are going to say, well, maybe if we because we can lose Labour votes to Reform.
I think what's interesting, when you look at the old UKIP vote share from 2015, as a nerd that I am, I remember it in detail, a third of their votes came from undecideds, or people hadn't even voted before, a third from Tories and a third from Labour. And I think Reform have the potential to do the same, but I think voters in many respects act a bit lemming-y, where the media says, well, it's just all Tory voters going. I think when other voters, especially in the Red Wall, especially in working class areas, suddenly see that Reform are a force that are going to be around, that vote from Labour will start to move across, especially when Labour's the incumbent party as well.
Got a bit of breaking news for you. Jeremy Corbyn
has won.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought he might.
Jeremy Corbyn has won.
I thought he might.
I thought I'd try a different way of announcing that so that you could tell me whether you thought he'd won or not. I quite like that. That's quite good, that, isn't it?
Is what your technique, or that Jeremy Corbyn has won?
No, my technique. I mean, I don't have a massive problem with Jeremy Corbyn. I'm glad he wasn't Prime Minister. I'm glad he's no longer leader of the Labour Party. But a bit of a blow to Keir Starmer, surely.
Well, what's astonishing, actually, if you really drill down into what Labour's done in this election so far, and it is so far, we've still got many results to come in, their vote share doesn't seem to have moved much from the last time Corbyn contested the election.
No, it's actually gone down.
And they're dining out. Actually, Sir Keir Starmer's majority in his own seat has gone down. And yet Labour dining out on, well, we've reformed the party since Jeremy Corbyn and attracted loads of new voters. No, you haven't. You're winning by default.
We're going to Clacton in a second. Let's just go there now and see whether we're ready.
The result of the Clacton constituency Member of Parliament. I, Ian Davidson, being the acting returning officer at the election for a Member of Parliament for the Clacton constituency on Thursday, the 4th of July, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Bensilem Matthew, Liberal Democrats, 2016. Farage Nigel Paul, Reform UK, 21,235. Jameson Craig, Climate Party, 48. Mac Tony, Independent, 317. Osborne Natasha, Green Party, 1,935. Owusa Nepal Jovan, Labour Party, 7,448. Pat Anastu Tassos, Heritage Party, 33. Pemberton Andrew, UKIP, No to Illegal Immigration, 116. Watling Giles Francis, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,820.
Wow.
The number of ballot papers rejected was 111. I therefore do hereby declare that Nigel Paul Farage is duly elected as the Member of Parliament.
Probably the biggest
for the
majority in the country, sorry.
She's having a moment. Alex Phillips is in tears.
Oh,
it's brilliant.
Oh.
It's brilliant, isn't it? I mean, I'm happy to say that now.
Eight times he's tried and he's made it.
And all of those people, right? All of those people who said he'll never win a seat. He's tried 7 times. He got beaten by a dolphin last time. Yeah, well, let's hear what he's got to say.
It's been a well-run, well-fought and remarkably clean election battle. I think we'd all agree on that, and thank you for your services. I promise that I will do my absolute best as a Member of Parliament. I had 20 years as an MEP, but it's not quite the same link or same responsibility with constituents. I will do my absolute best to put Clacton on the map. I'll do my best to bring more tourists. I'll do my best to try and bring some private investment. It's over 30 years ago that I fought my first parliamentary by-election, and I fought lots of them over the years, and I've had big successes in European elections and perhaps less so under first past the post, which is a very demanding, very, very demanding problem for smaller parties. I will say this, it's 4 weeks and 3 days since I decided to come out of retirement and throw my hat in the ring. I think what Reform UK has achieved in those just few short weeks is truly extraordinary. Given that we had no money, no branch structure, virtually nothing across the country, we are going to come second in hundreds of constituencies. How many seats we're going to win, I don't know. But to have done this in such a short space of time says something very fundamental is happening. It's not just disappointment with the Conservative Party. There is a massive gap on the centre-right of British politics, and my job is to fill it. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. But it's not just what we do in Parliament as a national party that matters, it's what we do out round the country. Getting 5,000 people in that room in Birmingham last week, the energy, the optimism, the enthusiasm, the belief that Westminster is just completely out of touch with ordinary people says to me that my plan is to build a mass national movement over the course of the next few years and hopefully be big enough to challenge the general election properly in 2029. What is interesting is there's no enthusiasm for Labour, there's no enthusiasm for Starmer whatsoever. In fact, about half of the vote is simply an anti-Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very, very quickly. And we will now be targeting Labour votes. We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that. I want to thank the team that have helped me do this over the last few weeks, my fellow candidates for behaving as impeccably as they have. Believe me, folks, this is just the first step of something that is going to stun all of you. Thank you very much.
Wow. And thereby the second Reform candidate becomes an MP. So that's 2 more than everybody said they would get about 4 weeks ago. Yeah. So it's been quite extraordinary. We're going to quickly go to the news. I'll get your reactions afterwards. Alex Phillips is here. Nick Dubois is here. We're going to be handing out the Kleenex shortly. Everybody's fine, though. Nigel Farage is an MP after all this time. Let's get some news.
Tonight is Political Party Night on Talk.
Stay up all night with the UK's top team on the Ultimate Talk Election Party All-Nighter.
Sample a night of deep political vision and crucial constituency comment. Kicking off with Julia Hartley-Brewer, first past the polling stations from 10 p.m.
Followed by speculation, swings and surprises as the votes come in with me, Grand Mixer Mike Graham, in the nation's definitive anatomy of an election from 1 a.m.
Then Ian Collins hits the decks, back where he belongs, out on the terrace for a post-vote 4 a.m. poll party.
The Talk Ultimate Election Political Party All-Nighter.
Tonight from 10 p.m. Racing through till dawn. Election night is go on Talk.
Do you know, I'm quite looking forward to it. I haven't had an election in over 5 years.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on YouTube, on your mobile, and on your side. This is Talk.
Yeah.
They need to go and he needs to get back.
Here we are, back in business, and I'm afraid it's a bad night for the Tories, probably the worst night they've had in many a year. Nick Dubois is here. You were, of course, an MP, you were a member of the government, you were Brexit secretary.
I was his chief of staff for 123 days until we quit in disgust.
And you look back on those sort of golden years.
Yes, they were very quiet.
As quiet times, the Tory party seemed to be in charge of things, you know.
Well, in the Cameron years, they were very quiet. But actually, that's where the seeds of the meltdown of the Conservative Party were laid. Now, I'm a Brexiteer, right? But that was no doubt, that was the moment when a lot of Conservatives thought, let's nail Europe, let's put it to a referendum. That's going to settle that issue one way or the other.
And for all.
And we move on. How wrong was that? And ever since then, it's forced people to choose. The Conservative Party has, for decades, been divided over Europe. That, fundamentally, is what has caused this seismic shift. And then, of course, the failure to deliver on Brexit, most obviously in immigration.
Partly because a lot of Tories tried to stop it from happening, which was the biggest problem of all, really.
Including the new Prime Minister.
I mean, when Alex Phillips and I first met, you know, it was sitting down on College Green, watching, you know, MP after MP coming out of the Houses of Parliament, trying to stop what had been legitimately voted on by a majority of people, you know, and it was absolutely horrendous. Oliver Dowden apparently has kept his seat. There's some good news for you.
Yes, and he was up against a 21-year-old. Now, nothing against young people going into politics, but goodness, that would be quite young when he got in. I wonder how close that was. We'll have to find out.
Let's talk a bit about the importance of this, though, Alex, because, you know, just before you were saying, you know, they need to make reform a bit more make reform a bit more sort of professional and make it
reform needs to reform.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a huge deal.
Right, this is massive.
I don't think you can overestimate how big this is.
This is massive. And do you know what? You were talking about the divisions in the Conservative Party. I think the problem with divisions on the right in general is the fact that the right wing of politics can't decide whether it's socially conservative or economically conservative, so to speak. And the general public tend to sit, by and large, I'd say, on the more socially conservative end of the spectrum, but economically somewhere in the middle. And the big arguments in the Conservative Party constantly seem to be around the sort of heart of the matter rather than the economics of the matter, whether it be, you know, trans rights and that sort of thing now, and hugging hoodies, or Brexit kind of fell into that, I think. There were economic arguments, but the psyche of what drove the voters were concepts of sovereignty and immigration. And what's happened is the Conservative Party have stuffed it up, fighting over these things. And yes, they've hemorrhaged a load of votes to reform, but no one's talking about the fact they're hemorrhaging votes to the Lib Dems as well. So this tug of war between the sort of ERG lot and the One Nation,
an awful lot, and not, by the way, like through apathy, through anger.
And I think
this is not my Conservative.
The left wing doesn't seem to have these problems as much when it comes to what does left-wingery mean. And I think that, you know, it's about time.
There's a lot of Labour Party members who still think Keir Starmer's not left-wing enough. You know, and they've got that. They haven't really got rid of all of them yet.
I mean, the old Labour lot have been smoked out. The sort of Brexiteer Labour-y types have gone, haven't they?
There's about 30 left-wing MPs there who you would class as left-wing MPs, which, when he's got 400, is not going to create too much damage.
It's going to be like Tony Blair's government. He could have as many nutters as he wanted because he could control them all. It didn't really matter. They could say what they wanted. It didn't affect any policy. But, hang on. More breaking news. Jonathan Ashworth has lost his seat.
Sorry?
What?
Yeah. Where is that?
Labour's Jonathan
Ashworth has lost his seat. That's what I'm being told. Leicester South, that's where they're going.
Is it Leicester
Independent?
No,
because the Tories have won a seat in Leicester. Something weird is going on in Leicester.
Yes, that looks like that's been a very divisive sort of sectarian thing that's gone on there. So
that sounds about right.
If Jonathan Ashworth has lost, that is a bombshell. I really think that needs to be checked.
I think tonight is absolutely more bombshell-like than any election I've done for a very long time.
And we are perfectly timed. because the cabinet places will be coming up soon.
Yeah,
How many ex-cabinet members are we going to see going?
Absolutely
One thing we've not spoken a lot about in this election campaign is what you're alluding to there, this sort of sectarian voting with entities such as the Muslim vote, all of these independent candidates running against certain Labour candidates saying,
well, that's what happened to Keir Starmer. He lost half of his majority thanks to a pro-Palestine candidate. We're going to talk to David Bull in a second. Let's try and play that voice note that we had there from Mark, which has been sitting there for a bit. I'd just like to hear some more of those.
Hi, Mike. Great show. Enjoying what's going on through the night. Isn't it funny that before the election we had the Conservative Great and Good and some political commentators talking about the risk of reform splitting the Conservative vote and allowing Labour in? Well, looking at the results so far, maybe Reform should have been talking far more about don't vote for the Conservatives, because a Conservative vote means letting Labour in. Just a thought.
Yeah, very good thought. Thank you very much indeed for having it. Now, Labour's Jonathan Ashworth has lost Leicester South, which he has held since 2011. He received 13,760 votes, but lost out to independent candidate Shaukat Adam, who gained 14,739. So I think that is, as you said, some kind of single unit policy type situation, right?
Yeah, and of course he played a huge profile in this election. You virtually on every screen, every time you wanted to hear him, he was here, he was on talk, doing his bit. That will be a blow to Keir Starmer.
Yeah.
And
Rupert Lowe's won, in Great Yarmouth.
Has he? I thought that, so far my predictions are coming through. Like Mystic Meg.
Sorry to interrupt you, Nick. Carry on.
No, I think what it is, that's going to take a big shine, well, not a huge shine off, but it's going to take some of the shine off Labour's win there. And I think it's going to be very interesting when people start to...
Because he was a pretty key member of Starmer's team, wasn't he?
Yeah, very much so. He was out there on the front foot.
He was always doing media rounds as well. Let's talk to Dr. David Bull. Just perfect timing. Our Talk's very own Dr. David Bull, and of course co-leader of Reform, who I think is returning this weekend. Dr. David, a very good morning to you. Congratulations are in order, I think.
Very, very good morning to you, lovely people. How are we?
Yeah, very well indeed. Well, just as we were about to say that Rupert Lowe has now become the third Reform MP, where is it going to end? I mean, what are you thinking?
I mean, look, if this poll is right, it's an amazing night for us. Look, we said, what does success look like? I think I spoke to Nick about it the other day, saying that actually if we got 2 or 3 seats, that would be amazing. Look, we're only 4 years old. Richard Tice sat in my kitchen and said, how are we going to build Reform into a significant and substantial party? And we have done that. Yeah. And so if we are right and we get 13 seats, then that is extraordinary. Now, the one thing that I would say is look at our vote share, because it seems to be double that of the Liberal Democrats, and yet under this ridiculous system we will end up with only a quarter of the number of seats, and I think that shows there is a democratic deficit which desperately needs to be addressed.
Well, of course, there was a time when Keir Starmer thought proportional representation was the way to go, and people were worried that if he got into government that he would actually introduce it. I wonder if he's going to be quite so enthusiastic about it now.
Well, of course he's not. No. This is the problem. This is the problem, isn't it? The incumbent parties don't want it, but you do want it if you're a smaller party. Alex also is there. Hello, good morning, Alex.
Hello, gorgeous.
That's very sweet.
She was in tears earlier.
I was.
It was sweet. It was quite sweet to see.
Because our Nigel's finally won a seat. It's amazing. And actually, it's brilliant to see Reform doing so well.
And that's right, Alex. And you and I have been there before when we won and went into the European Parliament and we changed history. And I keep saying this line, we've done it before, we're going to do it again. And Alex, the thing I would say to you is around the country, the feeling is the same. I literally banged on all these doors and every single person pretty much said they were going to vote Reform. Yeah. I haven't seen that. I haven't actually ever seen it to this degree.
Right. And the numbers are huge, aren't they? I mean, I saw a figure earlier that Nigel Farage was suggesting it might be as many as 6 million people that will have ended up voting for Reform, which is more than, a sort of a 50% increase on the 4 million that UKIP got.
So I've just seen some statistics that say, actually, in terms of our share, we're not far behind the Conservative Party. So that, again, doesn't translate into the seats. And I think people tomorrow, or no, later today, when they wake up and they're having breakfast, will be thinking, hang on a minute, this feels very, very unfair. I was asked, I think it was on BBC One tonight, about the Lib Dems and the fact that they target seats, and it's really, really clever. Now, you could also say that's really cynical, because what we've been doing is giving an offering to everyone around the country, and we are taking not only Conservative voters, we're taking those red wall seats as well from Labour, and that's how I ended up as an MEP in the northwest of England, and we're seeing that across the north as well. People who are Brexiteers, this is what we talk about on Talk the whole time, with my other hat on, is the fact that Brexit was never achieved, that we annexed Northern Ireland, we stuck a border in the RSC, the whole thing's been absolutely...
campaigning. You're still campaigning. Come on, it's the election's nearly over. David, listen, what's really impressive, and I don't think it's going to change, is Reform are coming second strongly in quite a number of seats. Now, that, if you win 6 million votes, maybe more actually, you have the basis there of becoming a real challenger, which has always been your goal for the next election. Correct. But you are going to have to get organised, aren't you? You're going to have some form where you can clear out the last remaining dodgy candidates, you get money coming in, and you're going to have to democratise the party to do that, aren't you?
We absolutely are, as you know, Nick, because with this number of wins, when we get this number of members of parliament, you get short money as well. That gives you cash to enable you to build a party structure. We don't even have branches. We don't have local representatives. I mean, my brother's been with me this evening, and he's been laughing at the fact that it is literally held together by a few people. And so that we are an insurgent party. But yes, of course, now we have members of parliament, we can grow and develop and build. And actually, we did screen our candidates early on, and we had a thorough vetting process. Then we employed a company, they didn't deliver. And then at the last sort of stages, we then brought candidates in who were not vetted. And when we found those candidates to be bad apples, they're out. So you're right, yes, of course. And now, and Nigel's really, really clear about this. This is not just about now. This is a 5-year plan.
It really is quite an extraordinary night. Jonathan Ashworth has just lost his seat as well for Labour. Keir Starmer's majority has been cut in half in his own constituency. Jeremy Corbyn is back in as an independent. George Galloway's out as an independent. I mean, it's a fascinating election for all sorts of reasons, David.
Yeah, absolutely right. I saw Grant Shapps as well. He's out.
Yeah.
And Galloway, I hear, is going to contest it and say that it was all, you know, obviously rigged. But, yeah, there's a lot of messages coming through here. And for me, just going around the country, I was in Scotland, I was in Peterhead and Aberdeen, I've been in Clapton, I've been with Richard in Boston. There is a very different feeling in the rural areas to the metropolitan areas. And that's when you see actually Britain is two countries.
Yeah. David, if I could ask you one thing, have you got an eye on Wales? Because my assumption would be, and I could be wrong, with Labour vote share actually going down in Wales after all the mess over Vaughan Gethin, the Tories being essentially annihilated, Plaid Cymru are just going to get their odds and sods as they normally do. I would imagine that Reform could be the second party in Wales by vote share.
I have no idea, to be quite honest. What I do know,
Eyes on Wales, David.
Well, I'll talk about Scotland, if I may, just to show you the difference in the nations, is that we've built that from nothing. I did an event the other night with 150 people in it, and we believe that we are going to get people elected into the Scottish Parliament come their elections, which are not far off. I think Wales is another one that's really interesting. Working class people who work really, really hard, who are really dissatisfied with the two main parties, are coming over, and we're seeing that across the country.
What about young people? It strikes me, I'd love to see the evidence, because I believe it, but I haven't any evidence, is you've really got into younger people voting for you. I was absolutely staggered how many young people said to me, no, I'm voting Reform. And I was like,
no, listen, I mean, we're going to have to dash, because I mean, we've got so much going on. But listen, David, thank you so much. I mean, I was telling a story earlier of a friend of mine who's here, works in this building, who's got two sons. They're 17, 18. They did mock votes at their school. Both schools voted for Reform.
Well, if you look at this, actually across Europe, Geert Wilders in the Netherlands has a huge amount
I've got some breaking news here.
Oh, really?
Will Tanner, right, high Conservative favourite on the lead, has lost Bury St Edmunds, which had a 24,000 majority.
Oh, well.
Blimey.
Need that checked,
That's
but that's coming on the WhatsApp group.
That's careless.
That's very careless.
But going back to the idea of the young people,
Sorry.
look, at the end of the day, ideologies get old-fashioned and get old. Kids think their parents are deeply untrendy. And I think when you look at what's happened to the Conservative Party, it's very clear centrist dad is dead.
Yeah.
Nobody wants centrist dad anymore.
No.
And you look at supportive parties like, you know, politicians such as Georgia Maloney. Geert Wilders in the Netherlands has the most support among high school kids. These young kids on TikTok actually like the politics of
Nigel
the alt-right.
had some quite amazing videos.
Some of the stuff on TikTok was brilliant. Absolutely.
It's pretty impressive.
It was. But listen, I mean, I'm sorry to throw you out, but I'm going to throw you out because we've got to move. And I'm nearly done. I don't know where the time has gone. I've done 3 hours nearly already. But Nick DeBryan, Alex Phillips, great to talk to you. Thank you so much. I'm sure you'll be back in possibly with Ian Collins. I don't know. But I've got more coming up from Scarlett Maguire and Theo Rushwood next, right here on Talk.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on YouTube, on your mobile, and on your side. This is Talk.
Well, welcome back. I don't know about you, but it's pretty hard to keep up with all the things that are going on. Suella Braverman has just won her seat. We've already heard about Grant Shapps losing his. Gillian Keegan's apparently now lost hers. Nigel Farage is the new Clacton MP. Also, of course, we've just heard from David Bull. Rupert Lowe has won Great Yarmouth, so that's 3 Reform MPs now in the new Parliament. Scarlett has returned along with Theo. You say that we've got a sort of slightly revised outlook now on things?
So we were talking about some of the health checks to the exit poll at the top of the programme, and it does actually look like the BBC have quite substantially revised that poll. So they've now got Labour on 405, down 5. Conservatives on 154, up 23, which I think is quite surprising. Lib Dems on 56, that's 5 less than they were. SNP down 4 on 6. Plaid on 4, and Reform now on 4 is what the BBC is saying.
OK, so down from 13 to 4.
Yeah.
And the 4C would be Boston and Skegness.
I presume so. I think they seem pretty confident about that.
Richard Tice seat, yeah. I think it's also interesting, particularly just focusing on Leicester, that Jonathan Ashworth result. He was Shadow Paymaster General. He was tipped to have a big job in Keir Starmer's government. Leicester politics now, it just is, it's microcosm, because you had that Tory win gaining Leicester East. It is extraordinary. So you had, in Leicester East, you had Claudia Webb and Keith Vaz, both coming in, former Labour MPs, coming in and winning between them about 9,000 votes. that handed...
Because this was meant to be Keith Vaz's comeback, wasn't
it? That handed the votes to the Tories, and then in Leicester South with Jonathan Ashworth, you had he lost out because there was a pro-Palestine independent candidate who stood.
So this could still happen in a couple of other places. Sorry, go on.
No, Thangham Debonair's lost her seat in Bristol
to the
Central.
Greens.
Yeah, so a lot of people were expecting this, but it's still another big blow to Labour in their shadow cabinet.
It's shadow cabinet, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, it shows the volatility, because there's going to be a real temptation. If you tune into places like the BBC, they're going to be saying it's a return to stability after years of Conservative chaos. Labour are going to win a majority of 170, whatever it is. But actually, this is laying the groundwork for much more volatility in our political in politics right now. Look to, we can all feel very happy about ourselves that Keir Starmer's coming in, and look at what's happening in France.
I'm not happy about it.
I don't know. It's rhetorical. Sorry, right?
Okay. You've forgotten where you were for a second there. Heaven's sake.
I'm trying to create a sort of No, I'm not. I'm very happy to be on tour. I
don't mean that. That's fine. Don't worry.
If you look, if you tune into the BBC, I'm sure there are going to be lots of very happy people, but they're looking to France. They're saying, look at Marine Le Pen. Look at what's happened in Italy with Giorgia Meloni. And actually, we've got Keir Starmer, a Labour left of centre Prime Minister with a majority of 165. But look closely at the results, and you will see that this is laying the groundwork for much more volatility in 5 years' time. Farage winning big, and the vote share that he's secured. There's not going to be a change to proportional representation anytime soon, because Starmer's not going to have it. But he's putting in the groundwork now for 5 years' time, and I think it's quite possible to see some
and he's been doing this for a while, so I mean, he knows how to do it. I mean, Alex was just saying that as well. And also what David Bull just said, I thought was interesting, that this is now two different countries. We have the inner cities, we have the traditional, I suppose, what you might call Labour heartlands, but the rural parts of this country are now perhaps not just Conservative anymore. They're a mix of all sorts of things, as are now the sort of the overall kind of change between town and country is it's not the same.
And we have different worldviews, completely different outlooks on life from the left of politics, looking towards our place in the world, looking towards particularly what's happening in the Middle East, and then a much more conservative view of the world and how things should be. But crucially, and this is what Farage was saying, looking ahead to the House of Commons is going to be overwhelmingly left-wing. But yet you have Starmer and Labour Party with a vote share of less than what Jeremy Corbyn won when he actually only secured a hung parliament back in 2017, something like 36% vote share. And that's going to create real friction when voters turn around and say, well, hang on a moment, we've got a Prime Minister who's not going to do what we want. He's not actually going to be there for us. And the challenge for Keir Starmer is to deliver for the people, who voted for him, but also to deliver for the people who didn't vote for him, because otherwise I think there are bigger problems down the track.
And they can run into all manner of different problems financially, in terms of all the crises they have to solve, as we were saying, the NHS, the boats, defence, everything.
Well, and if we do have a low turnout election, which it does look like it's going to be, it may well be that Keir Starmer, that sort of 80% of the public didn't vote for Labour this time round. So it's not, obviously it looks like they're going to get less than 40%
So it's effectively a minority government if you look at it that way.
If you were to start looking at it that way, but that means it's tricky.
Oh, my goodness me, another bit of breaking news. Richard Holden has kept his seat by 20 votes.
No.
20.
20 votes?
Yeah.
The parachute opened at the last minute, that emergency parachute is tugging at the red handle.
So for those people in Billericay who thought, you know what, I can't be bothered, you could have made a difference. 20 votes. Does that mean you can ask for another recount if it's that close?
You can only do it so many times. You can do it once, twice. They've been going for a while. I think we're on the second or third recount. And if it keeps on coming up at 20 vote difference, then Richard Holden, because of course he had that seat in the northeast of England, there's huge friction because the local association members in Basildon and Billericay wanted to put their own person in, but no, they were told they had to have Richard Holden, the Conservative Party chairman, just parachuted himself in, and it looked like he was going to be humiliated. It was John Barron's seat previously, but he's managed to hold
on by
maybe that's more of a barometer as well as to how bad it is for the Tories, you know, because in a real wipeout he would have gone.
Yeah.
Right. And in this scenario, he's somehow hung on.
He's managed. It would have been humiliating, but I think it's going to be overshadowed. I think we're going to get Lib Dems winning in Godalming. I think those are going to be the really humiliating things. Now Richard Holland's
absolutely right. Rachel says this: Nick Dubois is right. If Farage can achieve this much in a few weeks, then how much can he achieve if Reform really organise themselves? As Nick was saying, you know, now that they've got even 3 MPs, they'll have to have a much more, you know, substantial organisation, which has to be a little bit more conventional, shall we say.
And they're going to be much more vocal in the House of Commons. You know, when journalists like myself, we're tuning in, we're looking to what people are going to be saying, and we're constantly looking, you're constantly looking for volatility, you're constantly looking for stories, and it's just going to be very interesting to see how the Conservative Party
More
copes.
breaking news: Richard Tice has won in Skegness and
we're
Boston.
We're expecting that.
We were, but I mean,
still massive. It's still huge. It's by some measures, it's the second safest Conservative seat in the country.
Yeah.
You know, that majority was
so they've now got 4. The reason I'm saying this like this, Theo, is only because only literally 3 weeks ago, people were still poo-pooing the possibility of Farage getting the seat. And if he did get a seat, well, maybe they'll get 1, maybe they'll get 2. They've now got 4.
But it's an area of huge deprivation, and it wants change. It wants politicians who actually listen and actually deliver.
It's ironic, isn't it, that the campaign for Labour was run on the subject of change, and actually change doesn't just apply to them, as it turns out.
And they want a different kind of change from the change that Keir Starmer is offering. They want and they want delivery on policies like small boats. They want the small boats to stop. They want to get net migration down below, you know, to levels that might be they consider to be
even acceptable. Down to levels that the Tories promised they'd get it down to.
Tens of thousands, which was the promise back in 2010, and now we've got it north of 700,000.
Incredible. I think we're at the end. Are we at the end of the show? That's incredible. And we're not at the end of the night, though, don't worry, because Ian Collins is coming in. He's going to take over for the next 3 hours. I will be back for 7 o'clock, by which time, who knows how many more Reform seats will have done. I don't know if you guys are still going to be here, but it's been a pleasure. Absolutely wonderful to work with you. Thank you very much indeed. That's, of course, Scarlett Maguire, Director of JL Partners, Theo Usherwood as well, political commentator. I don't know what to say. Thanks for all of your tweets. Thanks for all of your voice notes. We took a couple of calls. We'll try and take more calls probably in the morning. We'll try and get Nigel Farage on at some point as well, because the night and the stories continue to go on, and it's going to be quite an historic night, I think. So if you have stayed up, you can pat yourselves on the back, because you can tell your friends in the morning. I heard it all as it was happening right here, up all night with Mike Graham. I'll see you at 7.
across the UK. On DAB+, on YouTube, on the app, on your mobile. The home of common sense. This is Talk.
Yes, and good morning, everybody. Well, you could have written it. You could have written it, sort of. This is that moment, as a former Labour Prime Minister said many, many years ago. Every now and again, there is a tipping point. This one has booster rockets on it. Starmer gets a landslide. Sunak gets a royal kicking. The SNP are looking at near extinction. The Lib Dems are booking a bouncy castle. Maybe the biggest story of the night, Reform UK are looking like a genuine and now endorsed force in British politics. This will be the first Labour government for a generation. Keir Starmer set to enter Downing Street, but the new Prime Minister will have a few demons. Joining him in the House of Commons, of course, Nigel Farage will be there, elected as an MP at the 8th time of trying. He said he's now coming for Labour. And Jeremy Corbyn has been elected as an independent to haunt his predecessor. And dear old Ed Davey is set to double the number of Lib Dem MPs. We have all the results as they come in. We know Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister, has just entered his local polling station, his local town hall, ready for that count. Will he be facing a bloody nose? This will be an extraordinary moment. Lots to get through. Lots of counts still to come. We're not even... Well, I don't even think we're even 20% there. Peter Cargwell, of course, is with us throughout. We've got Nick Dubois joining us. Alex Phillips is going to be in with us as well. And, of course, comments along the way from all the runners, the riders, the success stories and the losses. And Jeremy Hunt's count is on the way soon as well, Peter.
That's right. It's been a dramatic sort of half an hour or so, Ian, I would say. We've got Richard Tice has just been elected Reform UK's 4th MP, that's in Boston and Skegness, and Nigel Farage, Lee Anderson has held a seat in Ashfield as well. Also Rupert Lowe has won his seat as well. Really interesting from them. Lib Dems have done far better, I think, than some people thought they would. It'll be interesting to see if Reform UK make it up to that 13 point that the exit poll said they would. But overall, look, huge victory from Labour, probably 170 majority. Keir Starmer will become Prime Minister later today. He will be master of all he surveys. Rishi Sunak licking his wounds, about 131 MPs. Some big names have gone as well. Alex Chalk, the Justice Secretary, Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary, and Grant Shapps, the Defence Secretary. All have lost their seats within the last 30 minutes or so. All are notable things I would point to. Diane Abbott has just won her seat, actually, in Stoke Newington in North London, and also in that general area. Independent MP, Jeremy Corbyn.
And Penny Mordaunt, another one to watch as to whether she will or won't lose her seat. That count is about to happen, so we can bring you that as well. Interesting, these stories are full of little nuggets of observation. Keir Starmer, his majority halved.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is extraordinary. You would think, hang on a second, this is the leader of the party that's about to get a landslide, and the leader's majority is halved. How does that happen?
Well, I mean, in fairness, as the person who's going to be the next Prime Minister, he has a lot more candidates standing against him, so lots of different directions for people's vote to go into. They'll have been asked by many, many candidates, including someone dressed as Elmo from Sesame Street, including a member of the Monster Raving Looney Party.
I voted for.
Did you? Yeah. I'm not surprised. And this
who doesn't like Elmer?
Well, indeed, this election is brought to you by the letters P and R. Oh, Penny Mordaunt looking as if she is about to find out her fate. Certainly, she'll probably know already, actually, because they usually tell the candidates a few minutes before they go on stage.
That's interesting. That they're waiting for one candidate apparently to join them. They don't know. Someone's obviously knocking on the loo door, saying, it's time.
Hurry up. Yeah, exactly.
Can you get onto the stage, please? It's interesting they know before they go on. Is that always or sometimes?
It depends on the deputy returning officer. Sometimes it's standard practice, but usually what has been happening is the tally men and tally women have been counting up at these counts that are often in leisure centres or museums or school houses or whatever, any sort of large venue. And then
we can cross to Portsmouth now. Let's get the Penny Mordaunt constituency count.
I, Councillor Joseph Zachary, returning officer for the Portsmouth North constituency, hereby declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Simon James Dodd, Liberal Democrat, 3,031. Amanda Louise Martin, Labour Party, 14,495. Penelope Mary Mordaunt, commonly known as Penny Mordaunt, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,715.
Wow.
Duncan Stewart Robinson, the Green Party, 1,851. Melvin Stewart Todd, Reform UK, 8,501.
Well, there it is, Peter. Penny Mordaunt has gone. Once seen as a future leader of the party, although she does divide the room, of course.
Yes.
Is no longer the MP for Portsmouth.
Well, this was always going to be a tough contest for her, but by fewer than 1,000 votes she has lost, and Amanda Martin was the new MP for Portsmouth North. It was really a two-horse race between Labour and the Conservatives, but yes, Penny Mordaunt, leader of the House of Commons for, well, a few more minutes, I would imagine, until the government changes anyway. She will no longer be an MP, and certainly will not be running for leader of the Conservative Party.
It was very close there as well, though. I mean,
yes, it was. She'll be sick as a parrot with that. Certainly, there are a lot of people who will. And I think her vote went down by 28.4 percentage points. Labour up by 7.9 percentage points. Reform as well, taking a lot of votes from her. They did about 8,500 votes there, up by 20.4%. So certainly she is on what many people would call those sort of One Nation, more moderate liberal wing of the Conservative Party. She would have been a very strong candidate for leader, but she's no longer.
But you get a good idea from that, the damage that Reform have done to the Tory vote.
Yes,
one would reasonably assume that those votes would have previously just gone to Penny Mordaunt.
Yes, I would imagine so. Although there are quite a few Labour Leave people as well. I think there's some disaffected Labour people who will have gone to Reform for lots of reasons, sometimes around Brexit as well. But certainly the majority of Reform's vote will have come from disaffected Conservatives.
Johnny Mercer gone as well.
Okay.
As well. He was Armed Forces Minister.
He was the Veterans Minister in the Cabinet Office in the Ministry for Defence.
So he had a ministerial post, and of course a fairly high-profile character.
Yeah, certainly,
and that, I think, was quite a dirty battle.
Yes, it was. There were various protests and various people against him. Look, politics, especially when it comes to a general election, it can be very, very tough. And the higher they rise, the harder they fall. I mean, Grant Shapps, for example, the Defence Secretary, he'll have had, and will still probably for another couple of weeks, 24-hour security armoured cars going around in, Chinooks and private planes and all the rest of it, going off to NATO, things like that. That's all gone. You're now just Mr. Shapps, and you've lost your
or whatever
job.
name he's
or Mr. Green.
Yes,
exactly. You've lost your job. You got your P45. Off you go and try and do something else with your life.
And I mean, these guys tend not to starve. They usually go on to something.
I think Grant Shapps is a self-made millionaire anyway. Yeah.
Indeed. Sevenoaks held by the Conservatives. That's my neck of the woods.
Okay. That's Laura Trott, who was the Chief Secretary of the Treasury. Yeah.
No real surprise.
No, that's a strong Conservative seat. Michael Fallon was the previous MP there. Yeah.
Correct. So in terms of the other big stories around this, I mean, Jonathan Ashworth going for Labour. Now, Jonathan Ashworth.
Shocker.
Was one of those, very much the sort of media-friendly face of Labour. So, along with, latterly overtaken, I suppose, by Wes Streeting in terms of doing the media rounds. But Ashworth was so often wheeled out. I don't know how many times we would have had him on talk, dozens, hundreds of times over the last few years. But, of course, he suffered as a result of a Gaza protest vote, essentially. He's gone. Galloway has gone. Now, that did surprise me, because based on the fact that he was only elected about half an hour ago during a by-election, but nonetheless, he didn't keep that seat.
You're absolutely right, Ian, and... Sorry, go ahead.
Penny Mordaunt is about to speak, so let's have a listen to what she has to say.
I want to add my thanks to all those who have facilitated this election, the count, the police, those who man polling stations, the electoral team at Portsmouth City Council, and also to all candidates who've run in North and South, and in particular my running mate in the South, Sina Biddle. Congratulations, Amanda. You have my assurance that I and my team will do everything we can to assist you in setting up your office and having a smooth transfer of our casework so that the people of Portsmouth have a good service throughout that period. Amanda, you will know that you are now working for the best employer ever. The people of Portsmouth are wonderful, hard-working, big-hearted, and anything that I ever achieved was made possible by them, and I thank them for the opportunities they have given me. I will never stop caring for these people or this place, and in all things I've been guided by them, their common sense, their determination, their ambitions and hopes, their pride in our city and our nation. Tonight, the Conservative Party has taken a battering because it failed to honour the trust that people had placed in it. You can speak all you like of security and freedom, but you can't have either if you are afraid. Afraid about the cost of living or accessing healthcare, or whether the responsibility you shoulder will be recognised and rewarded. That fear steals the future, and it only makes the present matter, and that is why we lost. Our renewal as a party and a country will not be achieved by us talking to an ever smaller slice of ourselves, but by being guided by the people of this country. And if we want again to be the natural party of government, then our values must be the people's. I've lost many good colleagues tonight, but I hope that, like me, they intend to carry on serving their communities with even stronger heart. Our country needs all of us. And finally, I want to thank my campaigners, my team here in Portsmouth, led by Rob New, my parliamentary team, those who supported me, including other political parties, particularly the independent group under George Madgwick, but also the thousands of activists across the country who, in the darkest of times, not of their making, fought like hell for what they believed in and a better future. I've never been prouder of you all. And now each of us has even more reason to fight on, so we must. Good luck to all of you, in particular Amanda, and thank you, Portsmouth.
Well, I think it's fair to say, Peter, I don't think concession speeches come any more dignified than that, really.
That was, she is a lady. That came across really, really well. She congratulated the person who beat her. She said she would do that
on a number of occasions.
On a number of occasions, and said to Amanda Martin, the new MP for Portsmouth North, that she would do everything she could for a swift and timely handover of things like casework. There are all sorts of things that people go to their MP for. Lots of diagnosis of the problem in terms of the Conservatives. Really interesting phrasing in that. I thought her voice caught a couple of times. She's clearly quite emotional at this point, as you would imagine you would be at this time when this has happened. This is not, you know, for many politicians, this is their life. But there will be many in the Conservative Party who are quite disappointed that Penny Mordaunt has gone.
We have the Prime Minister and Jeremy Hunt's counts to come. We're thinking about the next 10 minutes. But that was Penny Mordaunt. She's gone. How does that feel when you've been an MP and you have to stand up there under the spotlight making a speech like that, which is a good moment to bring in Nick Dubois, who has... you have been there, Nick.
Yes, I have. I've fought almost as many elections as Nigel Farage, and it's one each between us as a win. Yeah. So there you go. It's actually really very difficult to do, particularly when you lose an election. Remember, you are losing in front of about 2/3 of an audience that wanted you to lose. They are cheering your departure. I remember making a speech that I thought was not at all contentious and so forth, but it didn't stop the fact that lots of people are cheering you're going. I don't think it's particularly malicious, but your family are there, people who didn't sign up for this, you signed up for it. Your staff are there. People forget the staff who are lost their jobs at the same time that you
often
have.
Through no fault of their own.
Through no fault of their own. Those caseworkers you're talking about earlier, Peter. So it is a hugely difficult speech to make. And I think Penny did it with immense dignity.
I mean, it's incredible. I thought that, I mean, she was sort of, it was always going to be tight in that seat. And it was, as we saw from the result, it was incredibly close.
Yeah, well, majority of 780. Can I just say, just in the last few minutes, past the halfway mark in the number of MPs that have been declared. So we're now at 334 out of 650. So they're coming in very, very rapidly now. At some stages, sort of more than one a minute. Really, in this period that you're on air, Ian, between now and 7, we're gonna get a very much clearer picture.
Yeah.
And did you see there's the BBC have revised their forecast now, so apparently they're talking about the Tories having 154 seats.
That's very different.
Which, if that's accurate, I said, I'm surprised because we seem to be losing very safe seats. Hertford and Stortford, it won't make the news, but it was about a 20,000 Conservative majority. Why do I know? Because I live there. It has gone to a youngster who presumably thought he had no chance. 24 years old. He's now the MP for Hertford and Stortford from Labour.
Kids, eh?
There's room for young
coming
people.
round here, nicking our seats. Who do they think they are? How many do the Tories need to form an opposition? I mean, bearing in mind, an opposition isn't just the people in the shadow positions, it's all the committees, it's everything that goes on. Is it about 150 or something?
It's something along those lines, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, remember that they had 161 in 1997.
Yeah.
It was about 161. They were able then, weren't they, to staff the select committees and so forth.
Professor Sir John Curtis, who, as we know, is the sort of, I think the technical term is the daddy of polling, has come out with this new forecast. Do you want me to go through that, Ian? Would that be helpful?
Let's do it while we await the Prime Minister's count.
So it's gone down for Labour to 405, so that would be more just doubling what they would have. What would that make? Their majority would be 160, so down 10 from what was originally predicted. Conservatives, as Nick correctly says, up to 154, up from 131. Lib Dem's down a bit to 56. SNP 6, incredible, down from 43. And Reform, they say, will get 4 seats, and they've already had their 4 seats declared, so no more seats for Reform, according to Professor Sir John Curtis's
I think you'll
projections.
agree, Peter, that 154 is psychologically actually quite important for the Conservatives. That is, even CCHQ, not spinning, but internally we're saying that's our upper end of expectations.
You're absolutely right, Ian. I was speaking to a very senior, very close aide to Rishi Sunak over the past sort of 10 days or so. He said, like, 200 is the absolute dream. Anything over 150 will be delighted. So
that's interesting.
If it is 154.
I mean, talk about re-managing your expectations.
Things change.
Yeah, 2019, which seems like 5 minutes ago, of course, all the talk was Boris Johnson is there not just for 1 term, but for 2.
Yeah, historic 5th term.
I know that the Scotland fall, the SNP fall was a huge component in that, of course, but it was unthinkable. And every time we had Sir John Curtis on and many others, they all said the same thing. It's pretty much impossible for the opposition to overturn this without some incredible things happening elsewhere.
And it just shows that the voters have the final say, and all the commentators and the pollsters and the pundits, they're, at the end of the day, we're all at the mercy of the voters.
But some of these figures are absolutely astonishing. I mean, we'll focus, as we rightly should, on Labour versus the Conservatives and what's happened to them. Liberal Democrats up to 56. I mean, they're basically back to where they were in 2010. The SNP down from 43 seats to 6. 6 SNP MPs, a massive reversal in fortune. All of them can now get into one camper van and come down to Westminster.
Indeed, that's a very good point. Yes, Ed Davies apparently booked out all the bouncy castles.
Has he?
Lib
Maybe
Dem
he'll
HQ.
bungee jump into Parliament.
Indeed, yes, down a water slide and then a bungee
from the
jump.
Thames and a paddle board.
From the Thames, he's going to keep that going for 5
My
years.
question is with Ed Davey, does he just do this stuff all the time, but we're only noticing because it's an election? That's what I want to know.
You mean recreationally?
Yeah, just
we
all
ask
the
the most important questions.
Indeed. Yeah, what's the most daring thing you've seen Ed Davey do? I think that should be form the phone in for the next
During
3.5
Davey.
hours.
Could be the strap across the bottom of the screen.
Indeed. We should mention Jeremy Corbyn, of course, because he was kicked out of the Labour Party. He was no longer a Labour Party member. He wasn't, therefore, their candidate. He stood as an independent. Could he make it work in Islington? He's been there for, 40 years or something as the MP?
That's right, since 1983, yeah.
Yeah, and he did it. He's back as their MP.
There was all this nonsense going round earlier in the evening. People say, oh, it's really tight and he's probably only won by 1,500 votes. He's won by something like 7,200 majority. Yeah. He's done really well. He will be a bit of a thorn in the side of Keir Starmer, but actually, he's probably been less of a thorn in the side than I think he could have been, certainly during this election. He hasn't been out there too much. He's been focusing on Islington North. And I think the thing with Jeremy Corbyn is that for so many years he was first and foremost a constituency MP who had lots of pretty out there views on all sorts of things, rather than a national figure.
Another cabinet Secretary of State gone, Lucy Fraser, Culture Secretary gone, beaten by the Lib Dems.
Yeah, that's up in, from memory, I think it's northeast Cambridgeshire.
That's right,
somewhere up there. And again, you know, this is the horror story for the Conservatives, because, you know, a few minutes ago, I was probably, people wouldn't surprise me if they rang in and said, oh, that Dubois is putting a polishing spin on the Tory fortunes. It isn't. It's a nightmare. They've lost, 11, 12 cabinet ministers now in astonishingly safe seats. Yeah. It is a disaster. Rishi Sunak is going to carry the can for this. And quite honestly, any suggestion or talk that he should hang around...
Oh, he'll be gone.
Is just not acceptable.
He'll be gone by breakfast.
Gone as when you say he's got to go as
Prime Minister,
but
he'll come out. He'll go on the steps of Downing Street. He'll say, "I have informed the leadership of the. I've informed the whoever the chairman if they've got a chairman or not. I've informed I will be standing down once a successor can be announced, etc. And then we're off to the races really. And on Monday, the board of the Conservative Party, however many of them are left, is meeting to say the mechanism by which an election will be held.
But Peter, what's going to happen? There's no chief whip. Simon Hart, I think, has lost his seat. You've got no chairman of the 22. The backbenchers probably don't even know how to elect a chairman of a 22 because most of them have left who've done it. There is absolute propensity for disorganised chaos in the very first week of being in opposition.
Talk us through the state of play then, Peter. Where are we now? What's the situation on the ground, as you say, just over halfway through in terms of MPs and results declared. So what's it looking like?
Labour are up 115 and their total, as we speak, is 254 MPs. The Conservatives currently have 44 elected MPs, down 128. The Liberal Democrats are up 27, their total is 32 at the moment. Reform UK have 4 MPs, and that's obviously up from 0 because they're a new party. The SNP have 4 MPs at the moment, that's down 23 so far. And the others, and we're talking independents and various other people, Green Party, for example, they're up 5 at 10 at the moment. So we are just over halfway through, but I mean, they're coming in thick and fast. In fact, I'm just refreshing my screen here and I'm seeing, already we're seeing change and those numbers are changing ever so slightly. But we've 302 seats to go. It's 24 minutes past 4. And there are, just about 300 seats to go, including the Prime Minister's, which, as you say...
How many Green MPs are there?
I think there's one at the moment.
One at the moment?
Well, I think Thangham Debonair has lost in Bristol.
Bristol Central,
now, that is extraordinary because she was shadowed Department of Culture, Media and Sport.
That's right, yeah.
There's another post, Jonathan Ashworth, one of them. Thangham Debonair. There's going to be a reshuffle, probably, without Keir Starmer
But also you have the interesting situation in South Swindon, for example, where you have Heidi Alexander, who has come in. He's a very experienced former frontbencher, former Deputy Mayor of London. She's come in. You may well get Douglas Alexander in Scotland. I don't know if he's been elected yet, but it looks as if he will be. You might have a number of people sort of coming back, really, possibly to fill these roles. Also some speculation in recent days about Peter Mandelson possibly being in the cabinet in some way, maybe even as Foreign Secretary. That would be quite the political comeback. Quite the political comeback.
That would, for a second, I thought I was having a dream when you said that. Mandelson could be back.
That's the speculation.
It's not as if we haven't got precedent for somebody in the House of Lords becoming Foreign Secretary.
So Mandelson has an incredibly lucrative lobbying firm called Global Counsel. I mean, he is a zillionaire as a result of that. So he'd have to give all that up, or at least let someone else run it while he is Foreign Secretary. I'd be very surprised if it happens. But yeah,
I'm just going to apply for the job.
You'd be great. You'd be great. You'd be excellent relations with Ursula von der Leyen.
That's all you need, isn't it? Really, just to know Ursula.
I know, well,
that's job done. We're going to talk to Richard Tice in just a second as well. He, of course, won his seat.
Richard Tice MP, do you?
Richard Tice MP. In fact, I think we can join Richard down the line. Richard, good morning to you.
Ian, a very good morning to you and to your guests.
Richard Tice.
Good morning.
Richard Tice MP. How does that feel?
I might have to get used to that, actually, Ian.
Well, can I just say, firstly, congratulations, Richard. I mean, we often say that to new members of Parliament, and of course we acknowledge the work that goes into it, but I don't think it can be overstated. And I know a little bit about the behind-the-scenes goings-on with your party. I mean, you've been at it 24/7 for a long time, and it looks as if that work is paying off.
Yeah, we're very proud of what's been achieved, and actually I'd just like to pay tribute to Talk as well, because without Talk and other channels, this literally wouldn't have been possible. So you guys have also been a fantastic contributor towards that, improving democracy and choice and debate, which is great. So yeah, we've got 4 MPs so far. We hope to get some more. Millions and millions of people have voted for Reform UK for the first time. Just 3 years ago, we were 0% of the polls, had no money in the bank account, just a few people, and everybody sneered and scoffed at us and said it can't be done. But actually, we've proven them wrong. And as Nigel said, this is the beginning of something big, a whole new movement, a people's revolt. And, our ambition, and it's right to be ambitious, is as we head towards the next general election in 4 or 5 years' time, our plan is to be the opposition to the Labour Party. And this great country of ours, we can just do so much better. We've got common sense policies and solutions. We tell it as it is. And frankly, I think that's why millions of people have decided to vote for us.
There's just looking at a lot of the messages coming through for you and your team and for Nigel and all of those that have clearly worked very, very hard on this campaign. But many are asking, not unreasonably, if you end up with, say, half a dozen MPs, that would be fantastic for you guys. But seriously, what can you do with that number? It's impressive given the backstory of Reform UK, but in terms of penetrating democracy and making a difference, can that really work for you?
Absolutely, and I think those around the country who know, those of us who've been elected, Nigel, Rupert, Lee, myself, hopefully some others, look, the reality is we know how to make a noise on the national stage on behalf of millions and millions of people who, frankly, despair at the state of our country. So I've no doubt whatsoever we may be smaller in number, but I think it's fair to say we may be louder in terms of noise and impact. That's who we are. That's what we've achieved to date. And this is, as I say, this is just the beginning of a whole new movement, a journey. And I think it's really good for democracy to show that actually new disruptors can break through despite the flaws of our dreadful first-past-the-post system.
Well, indeed, and whether it's somebody's flavour of politics or not, but independents who have a particular campaign who come in and win a seat, this is fantastic about our democracy, right? I mean, it's how it works, and people campaign, they work hard, and if people like the cut of their jib, they, of course, they go on to win. Lots of theories, as you'll be aware of, Richard, as to what the next move is. That you'll be aware of all of this, that all the Reform winners, the new MPs, will gradually somehow winkle into the Conservative Party in order to form a more robust opposition to Labour. What's your response to that? You're going to cross the floor before you've started.
No. We're going to build as Reform. It's the great new brand in British politics. Britain's broken. Britain needs reform at every single level, and this is giving people hope. It's giving people heart and belief, and we're thrilled, we're delighted. The more people that join us at Reform UK, then the better and faster we're going to make a massive difference.
Yeah. Well, we will watch with interest. We will speak lots more over the coming months and years, Richard. And for the people of Skegness and all the rest of it, what is your message to them? I know you've given your acceptance speech already, but while you're with us, what would you like to say to those that did put you in that very impressive seat as an MP?
Yeah, for the constituents of Boston and Skegness, there's a great deal to do in terms of representing them nationally on key things that concern people, both illegal immigration and mass immigration that no one voted for. That's had a huge impact on this constituency. Local issues. Net zero means that hundreds of pylons are now going to blight the countryside through the constituency, which is absolute outrage. I'm going to campaign against that. The Woeful Environment Agency is a massive block to dealing with flooding issues and sea level defences. And frankly, healthcare and policing is just not good enough. So I'm going to be a critical friend to all of those agencies. And I'm not a great fan of bureaucracy and hurdles. So where people need challenging on behalf of the constituents, then that's my job. So I'm looking forward to striving and getting stuck in. And it's very exciting.
Can I ask a question then on a lighter note on behalf of my late nan? When I was about 4, I went down a helter-skelter in Skegness, and as a little 4-year-old, they put me on it. My shorts came off, and I burnt my backside
you're clearly
on the
still
journey
scarred,
down.
I can tell.
I'm scarred. Can you, as the local MP, get that helter-skelter closed down anytime soon, Richard? I'm sure it's still there.
No. Absolutely not. No, what we're going to do, actually, we're going to get you up, and we're going to get you to do a show from the helter-skelter, and it'll be one of your best shows, and you'll enjoy it.
Yeah, I'll do an Ed Davey down there as well. Listen, congratulations again, Richard. Richard Tice, MP, with us for Reform UK. Thank you to him. The Rishi Sunak count, I understand, is underway. This is in North Yorkshire. Let's cross there now.
And their election agents. So this will be done in a private area towards the back of the room. So can I ask all the candidates follow me when I leave this stage? We'll go down the centre of this room into that private area. I repeat, only candidates and their appointed election agents, not counting agents or any other guests. Please can you follow me now so we can share the provisional results. Thank you.
So this is Rishi Sunak's seat. You heard there. They are taken, as you were saying, Peter, into a back room, and they are given the results.
And this is standard practice, really. What happens is it's the candidate plus one other person, Nick, isn't it?
The agent normally.
Yeah. And they go in and they're basically told, so they know when they're standing on the stage who's won or not. I mean, it would be astonishing if Rishi Sunak didn't win. I am sure, perhaps with a reduced majority, but we should know very soon what his declaration is. And lots of other declarations.
It's quite interesting, you know, it's a part of the democratic process that they all go off to a little room. The difference there is that Rishi Sunak does it with 6 armed protection officers around him.
Yes, and also the room is even bigger for him.
Exactly, yes, absolutely.
In fairness,
we are going to pause momentarily. We're going to come straight back. That count. Rishi Sunak's seat, you're going to hear it live here on Talk.
UK. On DAB+, on YouTube, on the app, on your mobile. The home of common sense. This is Talk.
Almost simultaneously, the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, and the Prime Minister seats are both about to be declared. We're going to cross live to them. Well, we just, naturally with live broadcasting, we just hope, Peter, they don't happen at exactly the same time. But it's looking as if they might do.
No, that would be quite funny if they did, really. It certainly doesn't look good for Jeremy Hunt anyway, but Rishi Sunak, I think, should be fine.
Alex Phillips has also joined us. She's on the team sheet here at Talk, of course. What's the official way of describing this? Work closely with reform?
I was very much involved deeply in reform.
Yes.
But
I wasn't underplaying it.
I have picked my lane, basically. But no, it's lovely
and it's interesting. I've known Alex for a while now, usually a fairly morose character, but actually very happy today.
Yeah, no, I've never seen her smile.
Let's cross then. This is Hazelmere, Jeremy Hunt's constituency. Here's the count.
Graham Richard, Reform UK, 4,815. Follows Paul David, Liberal Democrats, 22,402. Hunt, Jeremy Richard Strensham, commonly known as Jeremy Hunt, the Conservative Party, 23,293. Tucker, Ruby Alice Gabrielle, commonly known as Ruby.
That looks as if Jeremy Hunt has held that seat. Now we cross to Richmond, North Yorkshire, Rishi Sunak's seat.
Angela Eileen Campion, commonly known as Angie Campion, Independent, 33. Louise Ann Dickens, Workers' Party of Britain, 90. Kevin Foster, the Green Party, 2,058. Rio Sebastian Justin Goldhammer, commonly known as Rio Goldhammer, Yorkshire Party, 132. Jonathan David Harvey, commonly known as Count Binface Party, 308. Graham Nichols, commonly known as Sir Archibald Stanton, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 99. Nicholas Omolana, commonly known as Nico Omolana, 160. Brian Neil Richmond, Independent, 222. Rishi Sunak, Conservative Party, 23,059. Lee Martin Taylor, Reform UK, 7,142. Thomas James Wilson, commonly known as Tom Wilson, Labour Party, 10,874. I hereby declare that Rishi Sunak is duly elected. Congratulations, and he may address the stand.
Good morning. Could I start by thanking the returning officer and all the team who've been working here at the count and at the polling stations today. You make our democracy possible. I'd also like to thank the police who have ensured that we can conduct this ballot here in North Yorkshire, but also across the country in safety. On this difficult night, I'd like to express my gratitude to the people of the Richmond and Northallerton constituency for your continued support. Since I moved here a decade ago, you have made me and my family feel so at home, and I look forward to continuing to serve as your Member of Parliament. It is an enormous privilege. I'm grateful to my agent and constituency team, and I congratulate my opponents here on the energetic and very good-natured campaigns that they have run. The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides. That is something that should give us all confidence in our country's stability and future. The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss. To the many good, hard-working Conservative candidates who lost tonight, despite their tireless efforts, their local records of delivery, and their dedication to their communities, I am sorry. I will now head down to London, where I will say more about tonight's result before I leave the job of Prime Minister, to which I have given my all. I will then return here, to my family's home, and I look forward to spending more time with you all in the weeks, months, and years ahead. Thank you.
That is Rishi Sunak retaining his seat. He called an election in the pouring rain and got drenched. He won his seat with a dud microphone and didn't look particularly happy about things. He said he's already spoken to Keir Starmer. Is he still the Prime Minister?
Yes, he is, until the King dismisses him. That will happen later today. So he's going to London. Now he will give a speech on the steps of Downing Street where he formally concedes the election and says, you know, I'm now going to the palace to resign to the King. The King then dismisses him and then summons Keir Starmer and says, can you form a government? Keir Starmer says yes. He goes back to Downing Street and says, right, I'm now the Prime Minister, this is what I'm going to do. Goes through the black door, it all starts.
So Jeremy Hunt, the two biggest names in the Cabinet, the Prime Minister and the Chancellor, both retaining
their seat. If Jeremy Hunt by a very small majority, less than 1,000.
Yeah. Alex Phillips, as I mentioned, is with us as well. As you came in, Alex, of course, it all started to kick off.
Oh, well, it often happens, doesn't it?
Yes. Phillips turns up.
Drama,
everything
magnet Alex Phillips.
Absolutely. I mean, this is, of course, a bruising for the Conservative Party. And, of course, you know, a kicking, you know, an absolute pasting, every superlative you can conjure up. And, of course, much of that is down to the fact that Reform stood in those seats and clearly divided the room.
Yeah, I mean, look, what I would say is this. The Conservative Party have done this to themselves. You can't blame voters or other parties for existing. You can't blame voters for looking at another option and saying, I prefer it. And no one's talking about how many votes that the Conservative Party and seats they're hemorrhaging to the Liberal Democrats as well. So I think what you've got to look at in this context is they're an incumbent government who had to work through some very difficult issues. Frankly speaking, some of the most difficult issues since the Second World War, so I give them that as well. They had 15 years in power. Very often that is the time that an incumbent government is toppled. But they've done no favours to themselves with the constant parlour games and musical chairs in number 10. And the voters have had enough. The Labour vote share has not gone up. They're not any more popular. So what's happened is the Conservative vote share has just dissipated to other parties because they're deeply unpopular.
Yeah, and what's interesting, I mean, we can talk about the big headlines of Reform. Goodness me, over the last X amount of weeks, I don't know how many times, you know, we just simply very casually and respectfully said, you know, it would be amazing if Reform got 2 MPs. That would be incredible. It looked like a shoo-in to get definitely 1, but we were looking at maybe 2. At the moment, it's 4. That could go up. But it isn't just that. If you look at the places where they came second as well, that's also a massive part of this story.
So this is the thing. When you look at how many seats the Labour Party are projected to get and how many people actually want them to get all of those seats, about 2/3 of the population don't want Labour. And yet they're going to have this massive majority. At the same time, Reform are the bridesmaid in so many seats and not the bride. And you have to ask yourself whether or not the system that we have actually works effectively. When you look at Reform are probably going to get vote share far higher than the Liberal Democrats and yet get 1/4 of the seats of the Liberal Democrats. I mean, I actually think this is the election where trust in first past the post is going to die. It's whether or not the Labour Party, because Sir Keir Starmer has said before he'd be interested in bringing in proportional representation. Will he now? It's not in his interest, so it'll be very interesting to see.
He's got literally no chance of that now. He's got a, you know, some would say a disturbing majority. Terms of, well, I know it's the system we have, it's democracy.
So far, his vote share is no higher than Jeremy Corbyn's in an election that Jeremy Corbyn lost.
Tobias Ellwood has lost his seat in Bournemouth East. Not particularly surprised to hear that.
No, and do you know what that actually represents, which is what seems to have happened with the Conservative Party? The death of essentially centrist dad. Nobody wants centrist dad anymore. That Cameron era is over. Those who want the sort of more left-wing, sort of less socially conservative politics are going to the Lib Dems. Those who want conservative politics are going to Reform. The identity crisis, ironically, that the Conservative Party has been having is what has torn them apart. First of all, it was over Brexit, then it's over all of these sort of more woke values, it's immigration, and they need to either realise that they've got to break into. You can't be a broad church with no shared ideology, or be broken up for parts.
This happened in the States, of course, did it? Exactly the same thing. You know, if you say to, you know, when you look back at the sort of the Reagan era, it was glorious. It was apple pie and smiles and movies and good-looking president. I mean, he was an incredible force at the time. But you talk to Republicans, there isn't room for that kind of candidate anymore.
I mean, I think I think a fairer comparison is to look at what's going on in Europe. Essentially, when you look at sort of the Mario Draghi right-wing Italian parties, those managerial types gone. Giorgia Meloni in a brand new party. The same thing's happening in France. The Republicans have been gobbled up. Rassemblement are going to, well, who knows what's going to go on in that election, but one big in the first round. Mark Rutte, the former PM of the Netherlands, again, centrist right-wing, gone, now head of NATO. Geert Wilders in his place. What's happened is the right-wing in politics in the West has drifted so centrally, it's actually gone to where the old left-wing was, pretty much. And so that whole space has been occupied at exactly the time that voters have huge concerns over open borders, huge concerns over geopolitical security, huge concerns over maintaining cultural values. Nobody is doing anything about that. No one's listening to them. And so you're going to continue getting these shockwaves.
Well, just a reminder, and by the way, Jacob Rees-Mogg's seat will be declared very soon. That's North East Somerset and Hanham. Again, it's another one to watch. You know, Rees-Mogg, very much the sort of darling of the right of the current Conservative Party.
Yeah, but I think the thing is with people like Jacob Rees-Mogg is they're very good at talking the talk, but people want to see them walk the walk.
Correct.
And he's too much of a forelock tugger.
Just to remind everybody, if you're just joining us, Nigel Farage has been elected as an MP in Clacton. Let's remind ourselves then of his victory speech.
I think what Reform UK has achieved in those just few short weeks is truly extraordinary. Given that we had no money, no branch structure, virtually nothing across the country, we are going to come second in hundreds of constituencies. How many seats we're going to win, I don't know. But to have done this in such a short space of time says something very fundamental is happening. It's not just disappointment with the Conservative Party. There is a massive gap on the centre-right of British politics, and my job is to fill it. And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
And echoing the point there that Alex Phillips was just making here in the studio. And just a response as well there. I know that you were very emotional when Nigel was out there whipping in the Kleenex at one point. You thought, you know, Phillips is gone.
Yeah.
But that was a moment because it's not, particularly for people like yourself who've worked for a long, long time on this campaign. I don't just mean this specific election campaign, but way before all of that. And then to see the man who, whatever way you slice it, has been the face, the cold face of the entire operation.
But also understanding his tenacity. You know, he's stood so many times, knowing he'd lose. You know, he's often said that just actually keeping the deposit would have been a cause for celebration.
Yeah.
He did it completely magnanimously, frankly, knowing that he was being jeered at. And the amount that he has faced personally, the personal attacks against him, the vitriol in the campaigns against him, towards his family, towards, you know, he's vilified essentially for standing up for what he believes in and for what so many people believe him. And being able to suddenly break through like this and actually really put his money where his mouth is and see that political earthquake transferred into Westminster is an incredibly historic day. But I am so proud of him because he's 60 years old. This is his life's work.
Yeah.
It is very emotional.
Well, if you think the Conservatives are having a rough old time, spare a thought for the SNP in Scotland, because it's not looking particularly good there. Let's talk to John Boothman, political correspondent at the Sunday Times in Scotland. John, good morning to you.
How are you doing?
Very good at this end. Far better, I would imagine, in spirits than what is happening at SNP HQ right now.
You say the SNP aren't doing very well in Scotland. I mean, that's the biggest understatement I've heard in a while. At the last election in 2019, you'll remember the SNP won 48 seats. The latest projection, and we've still got a number of seats still to go, is they might end up with 6 seats. Wow. Labour, who won 1 seat in 2019, look as if they might be headed for about 40. It's been an absolutely incredible night. There have been swings to Labour, anything from, 15% right through to 25%. There's a number of seats where they were in third place in Stirling, for example. In 2019, Stirling and Strathallan seat, they got 7.7%, and the SNP got nearly 50%. The Labour Party's gone and won it. Yeah. So it's been a pretty amazing night for the Labour Party. It's put the SNP in a very, very difficult position. What happens to independence now?
Well, I was about to ask, and I think we all probably already know the answer, but is this down to the brilliant tactics and the influence of Labour Party policy, or is it down to the inner demons and the ongoing demise, if you like, of the SNP?
I think there's a bit of both going on here. I think it's a change election, as everybody keeps saying, and certainly in Scotland, people wanted to go out there and vote to get rid of the Conservatives. I think that's happened in big, big numbers. But come on, we've spoken about this before. The SNP's not had its troubles to seek, right? You can go through the list: camper vans, arrests, charges of embezzlement for Nicola Sturgeon's husband, the government really not delivering, a whole series of domestic issues where there are problems. And, you know, it's turned out in this election, south of the border and north of the border, that it's not the right time to be an incumbent government.
Yeah, I mean, it's good, as you rightly say, the internal implications for the SNP are massive. I mean, this is not about a simple regroup and what do we do next, guys. I mean, this is about the entire future of that party.
I mean, John Swinney has just been on saying on the television there, saying there's a time for reflection. Stephen Flynn, the SNP Westminster leader, who narrowly won in Aberdeen South earlier, he's talking about independence being a hard sell right now. You bet it's a hard sell if this is the results that the SNP are getting. So there will be some reflection in the SNP. The only thing it's worsening at the moment, more generally, is we don't really particularly know what's happening to the Tories. They, in the past couple of weeks, we expected they would go backwards. There's only been one seat declared so far, and the Tories actually won that and increased their majority in it, John Lamont and the Borders, but we're waiting on the results of the other 5 seats that they hold just to see whether they can hang on or not.
Well, it was, you know, not that long ago, of course, the Tories had more seats than Labour had. I mean, there were all manner of jokes about pandas and goodness knows what else in terms of the lack of Labour presence, but this is clearly going full reverse gear now, and it looks as if the Labour Party will, without doubt, be the dominant party in Scotland as well as the rest of the UK.
Well, Anas Sarwar again has just been speaking on television. He says what's happened tonight is only stage 1 of what the Labour Party want to do in Scotland. Stage 2, of course, is that election to the Scottish Parliament in 2026. Yep. Now, currently, in terms of seats in the Scottish Parliament, the Labour Party are in third place behind the Tories, but after tonight's result, well, who knows where it's going to go.
Indeed. John, thank you. We will speak again. John Boothman, political correspondent at the Sunday Times in Scotland. Peter Cardwell is back in with us. And Labour now have that magic 326 seats, which I think means we can declare that they have won this election.
That's right. So there's 650 MPs in Parliament. Once they get to 326, which they appear to now have done, that means that Labour have officially won the general election. So we're certainly either very close to that or have passed that. Certainly Sky News is saying that Labour has won the general election. Other broadcasters not quite there just yet in terms of those declarations. But yes, I mean, no great surprise. Keir Starmer will be the Prime Minister from later this morning when he's appointed by the King, and big changes are afoot in our parliamentary democracy.
You know, just to dwell for a second on that point. I mean, if you're Keir Starmer, you know, he's obviously carved his way into this position over many years, from 2015, I think it was, when he first became
an MP,
a member of Parliament for Holborn. But that moment when you realise I'm about to be the Prime Minister, I would imagine there are very few points in your life that will be more overwhelming than that one.
Well, 3 years...
For many reasons.
Of course. Well, 3 years ago, we were in a situation where he was thinking of resigning because the Hartley-Pool by-election was lost to Labour and the Conservatives won that. We're in a situation where very, very few people get into this situation. I mean, Tony Blair, when he played tennis for the first time as Prime Minister, he was just jumping up and down saying, I'm the Prime Minister, I'm the Prime Minister. David Cameron, when he had to write those letters...
Is that what Blair did?
Yeah, he was just like jumping up and down going, I'm the Prime Minister, I'm the Prime Minister. David Cameron, every Prime Minister...
I didn't know that. That's a great...
you can't see Keir Starmer really sort of jumping up and down.
I'm the Prime Minister.
He's not exactly a man who gushes charisma.
Starmer, by the way, will be giving a speech in a moment. A victory speech very soon, so we'll bring you that live.
Just before he does, perhaps I could tell you about David Cameron. He wrote the letters. One of the first things you've got to do is write the letters to the nuclear submarine commanders, captains, basically saying, what do you do in nuclear war? What do you do if you can't hear the Today programme on Radio 4 for 3 consecutive days? What are the instructions?
Indeed.
And that was the moment for him.
Let's cross over to Jacob Rees-Mogg's constituency.
Edmund Stewart Cannon, Green Party, 3,222. Nicholas Hales, Independent, 231. Paul MacDonald, Reform UK, 7,424. Dan Norris, Labour Party, 20,739. Jacob William Rees-Mogg, Conservative Party candidate, 15,000.
Whoa.
Dina Romero, Liberal Democrats, 3,878.
Well, we can safely call that Jacob Rees-Mogg has lost his seat.
That's a bit of a shocker. I mean, it was certainly going to be tight in that constituency, but that will be for many people the Portillo moment for them of this election when they saw Jacob Rees-Mogg lose his seat.
I mean, it's interesting because does it really matter now, Alex? I mean, they're all dropping like flipping flies.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's Penny Mordaunt, whether it's Grant Shapps. Jacob Rees-Mogg, of course, previously, not so much in the last couple of years, very senior figure, but nonetheless, in terms of profile and all things that walk, talk and smell like a Tory, Jacob Rees-Mogg's your man.
Well, exactly, and it's going to be interesting to see what's left behind in the Conservative Party and who actually wins the ideological tug-of-war for the heart of that party and whether it's the One Nation types. I think what will happen now over the coming months and possibly years is Nigel Farage will be going around to various people saying, come and join us.
Indeed. Let's cross Keir Starmer. This is the Prime Minister in waiting with his speech. Now we know that Labour have won the general election.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for that reception. What an amazing reception. We did it. You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now. And it feels good, I have to be honest. 4.5 years of work changing the party. This is what it is for. A changed Labour Party. Ready to serve our country, ready to restore Britain to the service of working people. And across our country, people will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity after 14 years to get its future back. And I want to thank each and every one of you here for campaigning so hard for change. And not just in this campaign either. Also for these 4.5 years changing our party. The Labour movement is always everything's achieved, past and future, down to the efforts of its people. So thank you truly. You have changed our country. But a mandate like this comes with a great responsibility. Our task is nothing less than renewing the ideas that hold this country together. National renewal. Whoever you are, wherever you started in life, if you work hard, if you play by the rules, this country should give you a fair chance to get on. It should always respect your contribution, and we have to restore that. And alongside that, we have to return politics to public service. Show that politics can be a force for good. Make no mistake, that is the great test of politics in this era. The fight for trust is the battle that defines our age. It is why we've campaigned so hard on demonstrating we are fit for public service. Service is the precondition for hope. Respect, the bond that can unite a country. Together, the values of this changed Labour Party are the guiding principle for a new government. Country first, party second. That is the responsibility of this mandate. You know, 14 years ago, we were told that we're all in it together. I say to the British people today, imagine what we can do if that were actually true. So, by all means, enjoy this moment. Nobody can say you haven't waited patiently. Enjoy the feeling of waking up on a morning like this, with the emotion that you do see the country through the same eyes. Hold on to it, because it is what unity is made from. But use it to show to the rest of the country, as we must, that this party has changed, that we will serve them faithfully, govern for every single person in this country. But also, don't forget how we got here. This morning, we can see that the British people have voted to turn the page on 14 years. But don't pretend that there was anything inevitable about that. There's nothing preordained in politics. Election victories don't fall from the sky. They're hard won and hard fought for. And this one could only be won by a changed Labour Party. We have the chance to repair our public services because we changed the party. We have the chance to make work pay because we changed the party. We have the chance to deliver for working people, young people, vulnerable people, the poorest in our society, because we changed the party. Country first, party second isn't a slogan. It's the guiding principle everything we have done and must keep on doing. On the economy, on national security, on protecting our borders. The British people had to look us in the eye and see that we can serve their interests. And that work doesn't stop now. It never stops. The changes we've made are permanent, irreversible, and we must keep going. We ran as a changed Labour Party, and we will govern as a changed Labour Party. I don't promise you it will be easy. Changing a country is not like flicking a switch. It's hard work, patient work, determined work. And we will have to get moving immediately. But even when the going gets tough, and it will, remember, tonight and always, what this is all about. Now, I may have mentioned my parents a few times in this campaign, once or twice. But the sense of security we had, the comfort they took from believing that Britain would always be better for their children, the hope, not high-minded, not idealistic, but a hope that working-class families like mine could build their lives around. It is a hope that may not burn brightly in Britain at the moment, but we have earned the mandate to relight the fire. That is the purpose of this party and of this government. We said we would end the chaos, and we will. We said we would turn the page, and we have. Today we start the next chapter, begin the work of change, the mission of national renewal, and start to rebuild our country. Thank you.
So that is Sir Keir Starmer and the victory speech as our new Prime Minister. Of course, you said, Peter, we've got to wait for the official King says yes, goodbye Rishi, hello Keir.
Yeah, that's very much a formality.
Yeah. I thought he was going to break into a Take That song there with the
relight my fire, invoking Lulu there. Yes, very, very strange turn of phrase. But there we are. Yeah, do you know what? There's something a little bit, can I go off track a little bit and talk about Northern Ireland for a second? So for the last 54 years, someone called Ian Paisley has been the Member of Parliament for North Antrim, two separate
Not
people.
The same person.
Two separate people.
Father and son.
Senior and junior. It now looks as if Ian Paisley Jr. is going to lose that seat. So for the first time in over half a century, it could be someone else, a man called Jim Allister from Traditional Unionist Voice, which of course is allied with Reform UK.
Keir Starmer's speech, Alex. Give us your Reform UK type assessment of what you made of that.
Well, do you know, when you're still awake at 5 a.m. in the morning, then you've got to listen to Keir Starmer talk for a good 10 minutes. You deserve some sort of medal.
I might put you to sleep, finally.
He does sort of make you feel somewhat safe, doesn't he? And it's interesting that, you know, they've given him a makeover. They've tried to liven him up a bit. They've clearly modelled him. He's lost some weight. His hair's a bit more, I don't know, less aggressive looking. He's got some bins like you, Ian. He's
stolen my glasses,
like you.
Yeah.
He is beginning to morph into you.
Are you stunt double?
I keep hearing this.
Are you stunt double?
I know, something's happened.
Yeah.
And they're trying to sort of liven him up and make him look a bit spicier. But perhaps kind of the country doesn't want that anymore. You know, we did the Boris Johnson experiment, and perhaps one thing about Keir Starmer is he is pretty dull. He feels bureaucratic and managerial. He was talking about how, you know, big election results like this don't just fall from the sky. Well, frankly, it has, really. I don't really think they've had to go out and campaign much. What's happened is, by default, they have got this landslide. Yeah. The vote share hasn't increased, so it has very much fallen from the sky. I think he's going to have a tough time in office. Yes, he's got a big majority. That makes the passage of bills through Parliament so much easier. Also, I think it sort of helps dampen down rebellions within a party, because if you've got one or two wayward voices, it doesn't really matter. You can just sort of get rid of them when you've got that sort of heft and that muscle and that might. But they're inheriting a country with a lot of problems.
And everything they want to do costs money. Everything they want to do. And their big gamble, the big gamble in all of of this is growth, because you can only really get money from 4 different places. One is taxing, one is borrowing, one is cutting money from other departments and reallocating it to other departments, and the fourth one is growth. And he says he wants 2.5% growth in our economy every year. That's a big ask, especially given how much it's flatlined in the last few years.
Well, you wonder as well, because they've dropped a lot of the sort of headline Labour Party issues of old, the net zero commitments, you know, they're planning the sort of greener future, whatever it was called, and that sort of, that's going to cost too much money.
28 billion,
we're not doing all of that. The ones rabid about trans rights were very vocal members of that party. Well, that's sort of gone. You know, he has shape-shifted to move himself and occupy that centre ground. But while he might have a huge majority now in Parliament, it looks like it's on track to go that way, he doesn't have a massive mandate when it comes to vote share. Frankly, over 2/3 of the country don't want this man. And that is what's staggering about this election campaign. I think that there are going to be a lot of people out there, you know, pop your champagne tonight, Sir Keir, because actually you're not as popular as you think you are.
And one of the great mistakes I think people make, particularly on the left, is this idea that governments can do more than they actually can do.
Yes.
It's like they're going to make life better for us.
They're going to cure your lumbago.
I mean, he essentially said that he's going to eradicate the idea, the notion of poverty and being poor.
Well, that's impossible, because poverty
even
is...
Jesus said the poor are always with us.
That's right, that's right. And
or was it Queen Victoria?
It was Jesus. And also...
Thank you for that ecclesiastical clarification.
Well, listen, my religious upbringing in Northern Ireland has not been wasted, although I'm now an agnostic, so maybe it has. Anyway, that's by the by. The point is that, yes, the poor will always be with us, and also the definition of poverty is like the lowest 10 or the poorest 10 or 15% in society. So you, by definition, even if everybody earned £100,000 a year, cannot eradicate poverty.
What I'd say as well, to bring up one of my old favourites, good old Brexit, already I'm hearing, when you listen to commentators on other channels, agitating over, well, with this huge majority, is he going to get a closer relationship with Europe? Is he going to do this? Is he going to do that? Yeah. They always do this. Well, frankly, look, the whole cherry-picking thing hasn't gone away. But so much of the Labour manifesto actually depends upon us remaining very much outside the EU. The concept of Great British Energy, renationalising the railways. This is the very core of sovereignty and taking back control. It's interesting, isn't it? For someone who once tried to overturn that referendum result is actually the one who's going to cash in Brexit dividends.
Things that he wasn't able to do.
Exactly.
Yeah, just remind us, how did you vote on Brexit, by the way, Alex?
I was undecided.
You were a bit undecided.
Yeah, because I had a nice job. I was being paid very heartily sitting in that Parliament in Brussels. So, you know.
One of those sort of fence sitters, as I remember.
Very much, yeah.
But that's a very good point, actually. His ability to put into practice much of what he's talking about is only possible because...
He's actually going to be using dividends of Brexit more than the Conservative Party ever did. That's what's so astonishing, and no one's talking about that. You know, one thing I think is going to be very interesting is the geopolitical stance of the Labour Party, because David Lammy in the past has been a bit of a firebrand. Now, I think has been kept quite quiet and under control in this election campaign. He's barely squeaked, hasn't he? And yet we don't know what the cabinet's going to be, but one assumes he might become foreign minister. And they are still fending off. We've seen John Ashworth, you know, lose his seat to that big voting bloc that the Muslim community are representing, and this introduction of sectarian politics. It's not like that war in Gaza is going anywhere. I actually think when it comes to geopolitics, this is where the Labour Party
Although
might
George
struggle.
Galloway lost, Alex, and also
he did.
I don't think every single Muslim in that constituency voted for that MP who's now the independent.
But when you look at what's actually happening in terms of the mobilisation of the Muslim vote, deliberately targeting Labour, I mean, I've been following them on Twitter rabidly, in fact, they're fascinating, but very much targeting Labour voters because of the fact they're not being unequivocal over support for Palestine. And this is going to be a headache because that conflict's not going anywhere, and it's almost like the Brexit in his party. It's something that a lot of Labour voters and a lot of Labour MPs feel passionately about, but what he is saying he's going to do is very different from perhaps what a lot of the people in his party want him to do.
It's really interesting, isn't it? That, I mean, we don't, because this is an ongoing narrative, Gaza, Israel and what is happening there, we don't really take that step back enough, I don't think, to properly state just how curious this is, that we have people who are voting based on a war
foreign conflict,
in another country.
A foreign conflict that we are not involved with.
Based and mostly on religious grounds. Yeah. And, OK, it's a democracy. That's how it works. I get it. But nonetheless... Well, I mean, how interesting is this, that we're in a place where we've seen members of Parliament lose their seats based solely on the current policy of, or the current wording or lack of wording
you're absolutely right.
a war going on 5,000 miles away.
And certainly the Labour Party in its manifesto says that it will recognise the state of Palestine. It wants a two-state solution. I think that's probably a longer-term ambition. I don't think it's going to happen on Monday. But similarly, I mean, I got all sorts of literature, I use the term loosely, propaganda, through my door from various political parties standing in the constituency that I live in, saying that this is all about the war in Gaza. No, it's not. Yeah. It's about what happens in the constituency.
Why would it? I mean, nobody is going to, understate the importance of that as a clear. Troubling story.
But there's so many politicians.
Why would a British election?
Well, there's so many. Well, look at George Galloway's victory. I mean, George Galloway's victory in Rochdale. He's lost his seat now. His victory in Rochdale was basically about that. He put out his literature, his propaganda on the colours of the Gazan flag or the colours of the Palestinian flag, for example. I mean, this can turn people's votes, and often people feel very, very strongly about these issues, far more strongly than they feel about what Keir Starmer or Rishi Sunak is saying.
We're going to take a pause in a second. It's a record amount of cabinet ministers have lost their seats in any election, by the way, which is, quite telling in itself. They've been absolutely trounced. We're going to come back in a couple of moments' time. Alex is going to have a quick break because that's in the contract, isn't it? You can only work 15 minutes at a time.
Yeah, I need a glass
another EU
of champagne.
directive, was it?
Yeah, exactly.
Glass of champagne and a mini Snickers that are out there.
Get me one.
Nick Dubois is going to pop back in as well. All of that coming up in a couple of moments right here on Talk.
Across the UK on DAB+.
There's a ton of headlines around. I don't even know, really, frankly, where to start. Peter Cardwell is with us. Nick Dubois, former Conservative MP. It's an obvious thing to state, Nick, but I bet you darn glad you're not one now.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to go through losing again. That's quite enough. I've done it quite a few times.
Well, you might have won, of course. The curious nature of elections is that sometimes it throws up those strange results.
Yeah, it does, but I'm very glad I have not been in the House of Commons for the last 5 years. It's a toxic place to be. I don't like the way our politics has gone. I think there's far too much aggression in the politics, far too much hate. So I wouldn't have liked that anyway. I still have faith in the system. I have hopes a new parliament might change that, but I fear that people may still be very disappointed in possibly less than a year even.
Yeah. The Tories completely wiped out in Wales. They have no representation.
They have 14 seats. They won 14 seats in 2019, and they've had the current Welsh secretary and 3 former Welsh secretaries are part of that 14. They're all gone.
That's extraordinary.
It is extraordinary, and it means effectively the Tories, are reducing themselves once again to just literally being in England. Although they've done reasonably well in Scotland, haven't they? This time,
yeah, they've done okay. Yeah, they've held on a few, something like that.
Yeah, they've got a real problem coming up. This party could either get obsessed by more deciding what they are and going off and having an immediate leadership election. That's going to turn people off. The main problem they've got, no one's been listening to them for over probably the last 18 months anyway. Yep. No one is going to be listening to them for the next 4 or 5 years.
And this was more than an echo chamber, wasn't it? Because there is a sense that when Reform, sort of as the new kids on the block, really put the booster rockets on in the last year or so, there was that sort of a sense by some that this is a very sort of parochial area of a fan base. It might make the odd inroad. Maybe if Farage stood, they might win one seat, but even there, probably not. But what we're learning from this is whatever is happening with Reform, and they may only get half a dozen seats, but the Conservatives are now predicted to only get 144. So the rebranding that's required is going to be incredibly tricky, because they can't say we're the party that's tough on immigration, we're the party that's going to promise X, Y and Z in terms of taxation, because that's clearly Reform territory.
No, and they also need to think about, I mean, that's a really good point, Ian. They also need to think about what are the future issues as well, because, you know, they can't do anything about the government. This government's going to do what it likes, and it can shout and holler from the sidelines. It can become a vocal opposition to the government, but it also needs to be thinking about what is a coherent offer. Where is politics now? Yeah. I don't think it is simple left-right anymore. If you start to think in terms of what is on people's minds, you've got some people who are really right-wing on immigration, but passionately support the NHS, just want it to work. That doesn't fit into any one box. No political party has that answers yet.
So just the picture in Scotland, just to update you, just looked it up. Labour had 1 seat in Scotland. They currently have 36, up 35 obviously. There are 14 seats still to go. The SNP have lost 36 seats. They have 4 at the moment. Liberal Democrats up 1. They've doubled it to 2. The Conservatives just on 1 at the moment, but there are a couple that they may pick up a little bit later on, and well done to John Lamont, who is the MP for Berwickshire, Roxburgh and Selkirk, with a majority of 5,148, but he is currently the only Conservative in Scotland. But Labour is really the party that has done particularly well there, and that is part, of course, of the overall majority that they enjoy at the moment.
Jacob Rees-Mogg has gone. There's another big scalp that was removed from the system just about half an hour ago. Rishi Sunak, of course, he won his seat. We can have a little reminder of that speech that he gave shortly after, well, of all the bad news out there, the one scintilla of brightness, I suppose, for Rishi Sunak was that he does still retain his position as a Member of Parliament. Here he is speaking about 45 minutes ago.
The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called to Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides. That is something that should give us all confidence in our country's stability and future. The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss. To the many good, hard-working Conservative candidates who lost tonight, despite their tireless efforts, their local records of delivery, and their dedication to their communities, I am sorry.
But does he take responsibility for a knackered microphone? There's the question. I mean, I said, I mean, it was almost, I mean, OK, you could hear him, but it could have been worse. But, you know, in terms of icing on the cake, Nick, I mean, he called this election in the pouring rain. He was absolutely drenched. That election then went on to have...
The guy can't get a break, can he?
He stood in every bear trap along the way.
Yes, but he's the master of his own failure, Ian, and it's right. Peter says, look, he can't get a break. Luck is against him. But he is the sort of man who, once he has made up his mind, he's stubbornly convinced he's right. So once he decided we're going outside, I can't believe his advisors didn't say, this isn't a very good idea, Prime Minister, going out and standing in the rain. But no, he insists on doing things his own way. Time and time again, you hear from Number 10, he's this contradiction. He had micromanaged things over, so decision-making got blocked, but once he made a decision, he was... That was it. Yeah. He was not to the point of it even being rational. He wouldn't entertain other things. And I don't honestly think it was a good idea to have a good mate as one of his top advisors, someone who you know worked for the Spectator. You know, it's early. His name
James Forsyth.
James Forsyth, really good friend of the Prime Minister, a sound man, sound judgment.
Best friends in school.
Best friend, not a good idea.
You need to be able to say no, Secretary of State or no, Prime Minister. You've got it wrong. But I mean, the microphone thing, isn't it just? I mean, what we're seeing is something kind of beautiful, actually. Over the past 24 hours, we've seen people putting little X's on a piece of paper with a pencil. We've seen a Prime Minister whose family is worth something like £600 million with a microphone that doesn't work in a slightly dodgy, you know, ramshackle leisure centre. This is people counting bits of paper that mean people go to Parliament and represent us and make laws. I mean, forgive me for being a little bit dewy-eyed here, but I think it's kind of beautiful.
It is. I mean, our democratic system, although, you know, we can argue the first past the post system, whether that should be replaced with something
worth having.
else.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, the fact is there are many countries around the world that don't get what we get, and that's to walk into
They don't
a
have democracies, they don't have free press.
Doris and Ted sitting there, you know, ready to give you your little slip, check your voter ID. I wonder how many people got scuppered by that one yesterday. I nearly did.
Well, Boris Johnson did the last time.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
But there it is. I mean, that is the result as it's coming in. It is a landslide for Labour. Interesting, a point that Alex Phillips made, Nick, was... and I find I'd never really considered this so much. Keir Starmer is talking about, you know, he can make Britain great again. He can make Britain fairer. He can make it more equal. He can make it more dynamic. He can grow it. He's going to do all of that outside the system that he campaigned rigorously to retain, and that was our membership of the European Union. But somehow he's able to say, no, I know, it's completely possible.
Yeah, and it's funny, isn't it, how nobody talked about Brexit during the election campaign. It didn't really suit anyone to talk about Brexit at all, funny enough. No, the other thing about that, it's a really good point, because, you know, this man who fought to keep us in and overturn a democratic decision.
Life couldn't continue unless we were in.
And we were finished.
To paraphrase.
We were finished. He's going to produce all these marvellous things. I think there's two things he's underestimated. He hasn't mapped out how to do it. Fine, we have to accept that. The election's over now. We're going to be stuck with that. But the second thing is the force of the civil service and its resistance on the whole to implement at the speed and necessary on the formula that he devises to implement policies is huge. So, for example, it would not surprise me if when Bridget Phillis, the Treasury, decide to slap on VAT, they're going to be given legal advice that there will be huge problems with this. And they will have to learn, if they are serious about delivering change, that the one quality you need as Prime Minister and Secretary of State is stamina, is not to be run by a civil service. Respect the civil service, but you are the decision makers. And when they tell you there's a high risk in doing something, sometimes it's worth taking that risk.
Good point. We are expecting results, of course, from Liz Truss's constituency. That's Kings Lynn and West Norfolk, and James Cleverly as well in Braintree. Nick Dubois is with us, former Conservative MP and presenter here as well at Talk, as is Peter Cardwell as well. We're going through all of those results, bringing you live the results as they happen as well. It's General Election 2024. Full coverage right here continues on Talk.
across the UK. On DAB+, on YouTube, on the app, on your mobile. The home of common sense. This is Talk.
And if you are just joining us, I'm sure you've heard the news, but just in case, we have a new government. Well, we technically will have within the next few hours or so. Keir Starmer will be our next Prime Minister. The Labour Party have convincingly won the general election. Bloody nose doesn't really cover it in terms of where the Conservatives have finished up so far. The predictions are about 141 seats. For a moment, it looked, Peter Cardwell, that they were over the 150 mark.
Yeah,
that's been revised down. There was a sort of psychology in the 150, wasn't there?
Certainly, I spoke to a very senior person in Downing Street, who's now lost the job, who told me about 10 days ago that this was 200 was the dream. 150 would be a very good result, and anything between 100 and 150 they could live with. Anything under 100, total disaster. So yeah, I mean, that was expectation management, I would imagine, within the Conservative Party. There's no reason for that person to lie to me in that conversation. But yeah, here we are, and the projections have changed now twice over the course of, as more data comes in, that is sort of fed into the exit polling system, and Professor Sir John Curtis has been talking about that. But yeah, as we sit here at just after 5:30, shall I just go through the numbers?
Please
Would that make sense?
Do.
So Labour 369, Conservatives 89, Lib Dems 51, SNP 6, and others are 27. So that's all sorts of other people, Sinn Féin and various independents, and Reform UK, of course, have 4 as well. It'll be interesting to see if they get any more than that, but very, very interesting, and huge victory for Labour, and that number for them anyway is only going to grow. They're up 181 already, Conservatives down 199 already, Lib Dems up 44 already, SNP down 37 already. SNP have had a shocker of a night.
Yeah. Gaga says on Twitter, how come the exit polls showed 13 seats for Reform and then it's fallen away to maybe 4? I'm disappointed with this, says Gaga, but I mean, that is the nature of an exit poll, right? I mean, they are pretty good at giving you the overarching result.
So what they do is they go to often marginal constituencies. They interview about 20,000 people, which, when you think that there's an electorate in this country of about 45 million people, it's a small enough sample size, but they're generally pretty accurate. But even when that 13 figure came out at 10 o'clock, I spoke to a very senior member of Reform UK, and I said, do you think you will get 13 MPs? And that person said, probably 5, maybe 7. And the thing is that it is a guess, it is an estimation, and that's all that polls ever are. And the only poll that matters, as any politician will tell you, is the actual general election result. So yeah, the exit poll is never 100% right, but it's been pretty accurate over the last couple of times.
It's also, I suspect, I don't know anything about polling, I suspect they had to make quite a lot of judgments or guesswork as to the spread of the Reform vote as well. So if anything, it was always going to mark them up a bit higher than it was. Most people flinched when they saw that, not because they disapproved, but they thought, how come? Where's that going to come from? You know, I couldn't see where those 13 seats were coming from.
Well, Wellingborough, which is Ben Habib, is standing. That's sort of still one to watch, because that was suggested that, you know, he could be the fifth. But we'll watch with interest, and we can bring you that when it happens. But Labour have won by a landslide.
And we had a by-election there, of course, which is what he stood in.
Of course.
And he came third, I think, did he, in the by-election?
In the Wellingborough by-election. That wasn't that long ago.
That's right, yes, he did, yeah.
So I think he's got a tall order. It's certainly possible, but that might be the pinnacle moment, is when we see that might end there.
What does this mean, Nick, for the Conservative Party? Where do they go now? I mean, they can't be, if they go to the right, Reform say, sorry, Gov, you can't come round here, this is our territory, we've got this nicely covered. If they start to mooch to the left, then Labour will say, I think 400 and odd MPs will tell you that this is closed for business now. You can't come in this direction. Where the heck do they go?
Well, I think they really have to think about where is the ground that is not being filled. Where Where is there a need that is not being matched? Because if you look at these voters, it looks to me you've got turnout seems to be down still, but that's not apathy, that is anger. And part of that, and part of those people who've gone to Reform is saying, you're not conservative enough. So ask themselves, what does conservative look like? It doesn't always mean, by the way, going to the right, as you might expect it to do. But also, you've got to ask yourself, if people like Jacob Rees-Mogg, who you can't get more right-wing libertarian than Jacob Rees-Mogg, and yet he lost his seat to Reform, actually is chasing Reform the answer for the Conservatives? Because if you are going to chase Reform, then you might as well end up voting for the real thing, which is Reform. So they have a real dilemma on their hands, and it's all going to come out in the wash, if you like, with who stands for leader. But even that might not be a well thought out way of defining themselves, because we don't know yet what is the makeup of One Nation Tories, what is the makeup of right-wing Tories that will in themselves choose the leader. And what they don't want to do is make themselves in an image of themselves. They want to actually work out what they stand for, what they believe in, and what their values are.
Indeed.
And that's the best starting point.
Yeah, who's going to be left then on the Conservative side? Is this going to be the One Nation? I read a report a couple of weeks ago that said there will be more One Nation type Conservatives left than any other sort of subgroup of the party.
So the choice then is this party able to acknowledge what it's screwed up? Let's face it, they've been absolute garbage for at least 18 months, and I'm being generous there, all right, despite the management efforts of Rishi Sunak. So this is no surprise. Are they going to have an honest conversation that really does understand, as Penny Mordaunt was pointing out, as Rob Buckland was pointing out earlier in his speech, about where they got it wrong, where their absolute failings were? And once they've done that, they can start to have the conversation about what they want to do. But if they cannot do it, as is highly likely together, that's when you're into split territory. And that is going to be...
Another split.
And yeah, but that's
There's not much to split, is there?
Well, that could be an existential moment for the Conservative Party. And we really are facing that, because coming up, and we cannot stop them, even if we wanted to. I say we, the Conservatives. I'm not sure I should lump myself in with the parliamentary party. You've now got Reform actually active across the country, probably with 5 to 6 million, if not more, votes. They've got a base to work from. If they get organised, have a proper chief executive, run that party,
they'll have the money to do it now as well, with short money, with some of the opposition party money that they get.
Yeah, so why are you going to go chasing and trying to fill Reform, to echo Reform? It's a real problem.
There's a really interesting point for Labour as well with Reform, because I think we often lazily think that all people who vote for Reform are former Conservative voters. Probably the majority are, that's fine, but there are a lot of Labour people who voted Leave. Often in the north, you know, look at places like Boston and Skegness, for example, Matt Warman, who Richard Tice defeated. Matt Warman was the deputy leader of the One Nation Conservatives, so very much a Remainer. Really interesting there, in that I think there'll be a number of MPs, people like Bridget Phillipson, actually, who Nick mentioned earlier, the shadow probably soon-to-be Education Secretary, who, you know, Reform came second. They're snapping at their heels, and I think there'll be quite a lot of Labour MPs who say, hold on a second, Keir, maybe all this radical reform, you can't leave these people behind, because we need to appeal to some Reform UK voters as well. It's just not as straight.
Do you think Keir Starmer will consider Reform voters?
I think he'll need to. I think he'll need to think, look, unless I want Reform UK to be a much bigger electoral force in 5 years' time than the 4 that they've got at the moment, they may well get more. I need to start thinking about this a little bit, and thinking how they can become an even greater electoral force.
And he will listen for a simple reason. It's not entirely clear to me, because I'm not as switched on as Peter, but there are relatively small majorities. There's an awful lot of Labour MPs. I'm not talking about a few hundred, there are those, but even 3,000-4,000 is not a lot. These people are going to like being MPs, most of them, OK? And they are going to want to keep their jobs. So he's going to suddenly have an awful lot of MPs that will be challenging him on issues that speak to Reform voters in a big sense. They're going to have issues challenging Conservative seats that they've won. For example, suddenly if you are ripping up planning laws and allowing to put a couple of thousand houses in, it was the Tories backed off because their voters were telling them to back off. These new guys are going to be very vulnerable to that.
True.
Can I give you another random Northern Ireland election aspect, something that's happened? Do you remember Pat Cullen from the Nurses Union?
Yes.
Remember Pat Cullen? She has stood in the most westerly constituency in the United Kingdom, which is Fermanagh and West Tyrone, for Sinn Féin. Now, they obviously don't take their seats up in Parliament because you've got to swear an oath of allegiance to the Queen. They don't want to do that. She is now an MP, little Pat Cullen.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very vocal during all the nurse action, of course.
That's right,
Yes.
that's right, yeah.
She got in trouble, didn't she? Because she actually agreed a settlement. And
She did agree a settlement, that's right, yeah.
Okay. We're going to come back and talk some more. Alex Phillips is going to rejoin us too. Peter Cardwell stays with us. Full coverage, all the election results as they happen. Liz Truss, James Cleverly, those results still to come in as well. All the breaking news around this coming up on Talk.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on YouTube, on the app, on your mobile, the home of common sense. This is Talk.
It is the all-nighter, right here bringing you all the results as they happen. Alex Phillips is back with us. Peter Cardwell still in the studio. Worth a reminder, of course, Keir Starmer is to be the next Prime Minister. That's made official, of course, later today when he goes to see the King. But, of course, he gave a victory speech about an hour ago. Let's remind ourselves of what he said.
We did it! You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now. And it feels good, I have to be honest. 4.5 years of work changing the party. This is what it is for. A changed Labour Party, ready to serve our country, ready to restore Britain to the service of working people. People will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity after 14 years to get its future back.
The man who told us there was no future unless we were in the EU, there was no hope unless we were in the EU, you couldn't run a country unless you were in the EU, is now going to do all of those things, Alex, not in the EU.
I know. Are you going to play that every hour on the hour to test my resolve? See if I can stay awake. No, this is the thing, isn't it?
He's a magician. How is he doing this? He said it was impossible.
Right. This is what's remarkable about Sir Keir Starmer. And also, I think it's reflective over the way that nobody's been holding him particularly accountable. And don't get me started on Ed Davey's Takeshi's Castle campaign, where he didn't seem to talk about anything he planned to do in terms of policy. He just did water aerobics and bungee jumps.
He's hoovered up 60 MPs by the looks of
it's ridiculous. It actually shows how much of a numbskull, middle class.
Just go to Alton Towers and all your MPs will come down.
For Ed Davey, the campaign was something of a roller coaster.
Yeah. Stop it,
boom, boom. But no, I mean, frankly, I don't think Sir Keir Starmer's been held particularly accountable in terms of his U-turns, because what does he actually believe in? What is his conviction? Is he a conviction Prime Minister? What is his personal ideology? Because on everything, I mean, yes, we all sort of bang on about the idea of does a woman have a penis, and that's obviously something that he's very much done a U-turn on. But then there's the big amount of green spending he is going to do. All of these policies which are going to require us staying outside of the EU because they are, in fact, Brexit dividends. They're forms of taking back control, renationalising the railways. Where does he really stand on geopolitics? I think, we're all waking up to this massive Labour majority and a new Prime Minister, but frankly, I don't think we really know much about them. And that, to me, is astonishing.
It's not only astonishing we don't know much about him, he's likely to do all of this thing with a smaller share of the vote than Jeremy Corbyn got in 2019.
And actually, that is going to be a lot of people on the left, hard left, are going to brandish that at him at various points.
Yeah.
It is fascinating that we have this very weird electoral system, and turnout's a very big issue as well, where Keir Starmer could actually numerically get fewer votes. I don't know what the actual numbers are. Fascinating. Can I talk about something in Scotland for a second? So Douglas Ross, who had what some people called a bit of a chicken run to stand in a Scottish constituency, which was vacated. It was sort of boundary changes and so on, but he was standing in Aberdeenshire North and Moray East, and he was very much hoping, he sort of moved constituencies thinking he'd be elected, and actually he has lost. So the Conservatives only have one seat currently in Scotland, and Douglas Ross, the leader of the Scottish Conservatives, has lost that contest anyway.
We also know that Jess Phillips, prominent face of the Labour Party, has held her seat, but by a whisker to the Workers' Party of Britain.
Interesting.
Well, actually, if you look so far, there's been 4 independent candidates who have stood on a purely pro-Gaza ticket who have won seats. So we were touching upon this earlier, this introduction of sort of community voting blocks and voting based on a war happening, halfway around the world. And then talking about the discrepancy between many people who are in the Labour Party not being able to potentially get as many votes as they would like because Sir Keir Starmer's been, a little bit nervous about supporting some of their more sort of hearty pro-Palestine views. Again, where is he really geopolitically? What I would say is the machinery we have in place in the UK, our intelligence services, so on and so forth, have clearly sort of said, OK, this man's allowed the nuclear codes, and there will be an expectation that comes with serving British interests abroad with that.
Yeah. I wonder where, in terms of 4 years, 5 years down the line, Richard Tice, yourself, Alex, Nigel Farage have talked about this being a plan that goes to its next big stage at the next election. Disgruntled Tories may well go to reform, but the people on the left, those that stood on the Gaza ticket, many of those disgruntled voters may go back to Labour.
Well, this is the thing. When you look at the old UKIP vote, it was a third from the Labour Party, a third from Tories, a third from people who'd never voted before. And I think Reform has the ability to do much the same and capture potential Labour voters in the future. What I would say, and look, I'm going to be quite candid about this and stick my neck out and say it's amazing that Reform have got 4 MPs. That really is groundbreaking for a brand new party under our system. If we had proportional representation, something different. That is amazing. That's a real feat. In some respects, it might be good for the party to not get any more now. And I say this with caution, but the 4 candidates that have now been elected to MP are well-known figures. They're certified, they're good speakers, they're good media operators, they know each other, they can quickly hit the ground running as a fully functioning, cohesive team that will command the respect of the general public and the media. If reform starts squeaking through on other seats with more untested and unseasoned candidates, are they going to pose a risk to the party's performance down the line and reputation down the line? If they suddenly got a live wire who at one point was just sort of a paper candidate who wasn't expecting to be elected. I don't think that's likely to happen. I'm going to stick my neck out and suggest that reform now have capped at 4. I can't see it going higher. I don't know that. There's still 100-odd seats to declare, but I think that's likely to be the case. But that is a fantastic win for that party.
We're also waiting to hear. We understand that Liz Truss's constituency, which we are going to hear from very shortly, we hear, but apparently it's very close.
Oh, interesting. OK, well, certainly there'll be a major backlash against Liz Truss because of, the old wrecking the economy thing, and her 49 days as Prime Minister. So I'm surprised because that was a very strong constituency, and she's certainly a very well known MP as well. So yeah, very, very interesting. We'll see what the result is there.
It's interesting you mention where different people come from to become reform candidates or reform supporters. I told this story on air the other day, but I couldn't really say much more about it because of the rules about what we can say during an election. But I had a fella plastering my wall a couple of weeks ago at home. I'm chatting, a guy called Clive, suddenly tells me halfway through the plastering, he said, I'm the reform candidate for Barking. I said, really? So we ended up having, we knew loads of different people in common, etc. He said, what's Alex Phillips like? I said, blah, blah, blah.
I was asked about that once, I just said awful.
But, the reason I raised that here is because he said, I come from the old Labour place. He said, Tony Benn, Dennis Skinner. Who, of course, they were active anti-EU politicians. He said, so that's my journey to where I am today. So this idea that everyone's some kind of mad right-winger is not true.
If I'm going to get technical about this, and if you look at what's going on in politics now in the West, and a cost of living crisis precipitated by various things, COVID, the war in Ukraine, so on and so forth, what the centre ground has done is it's largely represented the views of the middle class, and it has served the middle class. And so you've largely got these left behind voters. When economics get a little bit more difficult, that is when all of a sudden this starts to pull. And what's actually happening is a realignment where everything had sort of shifted leftwards and the centre ground had essentially become modern left-wing, neo-left-wing. That whole entire space of conservative with a small c social values had essentially been abandoned. And the people who largely hang on to that and want to hang on to their traditions and national pride and cultural mores and so on and so forth tend to be the working classes. What you're seeing across Europe now is essentially a rising up of the working classes and a taking back control, for want of a better phrase.
Yeah, in terms of what that is, what is it, do you think? Were the electorate responding to specific philosophical ideas of reform or whoever, or were they just angry about stuff? We're living in a sense of... Because you know that... I can't remember who said it, Maya Angelou, somebody like that. It's not what you say, it's the feeling you leave people with. That's really important in politics. And, of course, a lot of reform candidates... Nigel Farage is the master at this. When he talks about immigration, you believe what he says. You believe he believes is the phrase I've been using for the last couple of weeks. When Rishi Sunak talks about immigration or James Cleverly talks about immigration, you don't believe they believe it.
This is exactly... I think if you were to ask the vast majority of people out there what the various parties are campaigning for and what they believe in, people would actually struggle to tell you. We've already said the Labour Party, no one really... I don't even know I don't think they know what they really want to do, let alone the general public. The Conservative Party fight about what they want to do, and so the general public don't really know. When it comes to reform, it says what it's going to do on the tin. It's been very clear and very precise about what it wants to do, and it's hitting the nail on the head. This is what the people want to happen. This is what is, often coined as populism, which I think is actually a very positive term rather than a pejorative one. It's representing what the vast bulk of people out there are crying out for their governments to deliver.
And, of course, the antitheses to this sort of technocratic system that we have where everything's a database and a spreadsheet. No, we can't do that because of this. And we can't...
The general
there's
public
no joined-up thinking between...
They're fed up with the we know best attitude.
Yeah.
And whether
they
that
just voted overwhelmingly for Labour, Alex.
They haven't voted overwhelmingly for Labour. We've already discussed this. The Labour vote share's actually gone down.
They've got a massive majority.
They've got a massive majority, but they haven't voted overwhelmingly.
They got 36% of the vote, which was higher than Jeremy Corbyn got in 2019. It's a massive Labour majority.
So they are now up on Corbyn.
Yes, they're up on Corbyn, but you cannot argue that a party that has 4 MPs is what the vast majority of people in this country want. That's not true.
We've got 20 seconds, guys.
Look, I think that there is a legacy mindset, and it's always set out as a binary choice. That's been very clear in the coverage of this election by the mainstream media, by and large, and that is what you garner as a result. When you're given choose one or the other, people do.
There it is. Alex, I know you're legging it, probably for your bed, are you?
I'm going off to cheat on the channel and speak on another.
For goodness sake. We've told you about that before, Phillips, but we look forward to having you back on the airwaves nonetheless. Alex Phillips with us. Peter Cardwell remains in the hot seat here. All the analysis, the big breaking news, and crucially, of course, the results all coming up on the other side of the news at 6, which is next.
UK. On DAB+, on YouTube, on the app, on your mobile. The home of common sense. This is Talk.
4 minutes after 6 and good morning. Yes, as if you need reminding, you are waking up to a new government and a new Prime Minister, the first Labour government in a generation. So Keir Starmer will enter Downing Street this afternoon after the big nod from the King. In he goes and appoints his new team. It's worth just reminding you of the events so far. Lots of events that some predicted, lots that nobody could have written. And there have been many losers and, of course, many winners. Depending on where you sit politically, will decide your reaction to that. Let's just remind you then of that concession speech, essentially, that came early this morning, 4:45 a.m. in his constituency. Rishi Sunak.
The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides. That is something that should give us all confidence in our country's stability and future. The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss. To the many good, hard-working Conservative candidates who lost tonight, despite their tireless efforts, their local records of delivery, and their dedication to their communities, I am sorry.
That's Rishi Sunak, who still, by the way, technically is still the Prime Minister. But shortly afterwards, the man who will be this afternoon Britain's new Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, gave this victory speech in London.
We did it! You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now. And it feels good, I have to be honest. 4.5 years of work changing the party. This is what it is for. A changed Labour Party, ready to serve our country, ready to restore Britain to the service of working people. People will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity after 14 years to get its future back.
It is worth, I'm going to say this again as well. This was the man, of course, that told us there was no future, no hope, no direction. It was impossible to govern outside of the EU with any level of success. Now he's shouting from the rafters about how he's going to do all of those things, which we were told half an hour ago from the very same man were impossible. But let's not let inconvenient moments like that get in the way of a big day for Keir Starmer, who will be our new Prime Minister this afternoon. Nick Dubois is still with us in the studio. Peter Cardwell is here as well. And we can talk to Talk's international editor, Isabel Oakeshott. Isabel, good morning to you.
Good morning. It's very odd coming out of one of the counts here in Lincolnshire and finding it was light, and I've been just kept going really, but it has been a tremendously exciting night for everybody who follows politics, with some really quite strange sort of anomalies that have been thrown up. I mean, Wes Streeting, the future earmarked to be the health secretary, very, very nearly lost his seat, and there have been a number of other things like that. Jeremy Hunt, not expected to hold on, remains there. He just about clung on, I think, with about 500 votes. So there's been quite a lot of excitement in unexpected places.
Indeed. And the leader himself, the face of the Labour Party, Sir Keir Starmer, halving his majority. I appreciate there were about 10,000 people standing against him in that constituency, but nonetheless, these are all, you know, the rich fabric of the headlines that come after an election. The system we currently have, you know, that throws these things up. once in a while, but we have seen a record number of cabinet ministers lose their positions as members of parliament, Isabel. That's never been seen before in history in these kind of numbers.
Yes, I mean, it started, I think, Grant Shapps, the Defence Secretary, was one of the first to go, but some really big names out. I mean, it's not unexpected. Jacob Rees-Mogg lost his seat, Penny Mordaunt's gone. There's a long list of them. And, you know, look, I think it was expected. It was interesting to listen again to Rishi Sunak's concession speech there. He sounded pretty crushed, didn't he? As well he might.
Of course, big focus on Reform UK. That's where you are in that constituency. Richard Tice is now the Member of Parliament for Boston and Skegness. Nigel Farage, of course, predicted getting that seat in Clacton. So there's 4 Reform MPs so far. There may well be a 5th. We are sort of waiting to see what happens. It may even be more than that. Who knows? But either way, whatever way you slice it, it wasn't, you know, long ago. I mean, literally half an hour ago, it seems, when we were talking about, well, maybe Reform might get 1, and then it was sort of, they might get 2, and that would be, they'll take that. That'll be all right. That's the beginning of the journey. It's looking increasingly far more positive for Reform, but regardless, the headlines are huge here because this is a game-changing moment, I think it's fair to say. I don't think that overstates it, Isabel. A game-changing moment in British politics.
So I agree it doesn't overstate it, and here's why. It's not actually as much to do with the number of seats that Reform has landed, because likely it's probably only 4 or 5, as you say. The point is the performance of the party across the country, but particularly in the north, but there are plenty of other pockets to which this applies to, where Reform astonished everybody locally in those areas by coming a very, very good second. And that is the foundation for the party to do even better and actually land a lot of seats next time. Now, next time, I'm sure the entire electorate will hope is not for a very long time. It's 4 or 5 years. All sorts of things can happen between now and then. But a new party, a start-up party, needs a ground game. It needs people who have had experience, they've run before, and they've built up a network. They've actually started gathering information about individual seats. So that, I think, is what Reform's leadership will be most interested in, how well they did in all those constituencies where they came a very, very good second.
Yeah, well, we're just hearing Mark Harper, Transport Secretary, has lost his seat. I think 278 votes in that. It's become very, very close. You'll be familiar with this question, Isabel. You know, many will argue, not unreasonably, that, you know, had Reform not been there, then a lot of these seats would have been kept by the Conservatives. I know that's no answer at all. People can vote for who the heck they like, but it's worth noting that it really has put a cat amongst the pigeons.
Well, without a doubt. I mean, Reform set out unashamedly to take down the Conservatives. That's what the party wanted to do. It's an unashamed party of the right. That does not mean it's far right. It is a truly conservative party with a small c. And the aim was to actually do exactly what has been done, which is to essentially strike at the very heart of the Conservatives, who have become ever less conservative. So I don't think anyone in the party is going to be apologising for that. Of course, there are plenty of angry Conservative former MPs who want to say, well, if it hadn't been for Reform, I'd have kept hold of my seat. Well, you know, perhaps they should have defected to Reform and then they might have held on to it.
Well, that's a very good point. It's worth hearing then from the leader of Reform UK, Nigel Farage. Here's the man himself speaking after becoming a Member of Parliament.
I think what Reform UK has achieved in those just few short weeks is truly extraordinary. Given that we had no money, no branch structure, virtually nothing across the country, we are going to come second in hundreds of constituencies. How many seats we're going to win, I don't know. But to have done this in such a short space of time says something very fundamental is happening. It's not just disappointment with the Conservative Party. There is a massive gap on the centre-right of British politics, and my job is to fill it. And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
I mean, just on a sort of pragmatic point, Isabel, I mean, Nigel Farage is a powerhouse. He is a very mesmeric speaker. He's never lost for words. He clearly commands a huge following. But, of course, now he's got to get down to the nuts and bolts of being a Member of Parliament. He's going to be working out the pothole problems for Mrs Miggins in Acacia Avenue. Do you think some of the Reform guys are up to that? Because that is, of course, after all, what they were doing here. This is part of the job of being a Member of Parliament.
Well, you asked the question not just about Nigel, but about the Reform guys. Yep. And I can certainly speak for Mr Tice, who's now the MP for Boston and Skegness. I think he'll absolutely love that work. You know, the job of an MP is exactly that. As you say, it's not just grandstanding at Westminster. It's not just being on the television channels talking about the big national picture, which of course is important, but it is the whole point of it is to try to make people's lives better, ordinary voters, and what they come to you with is often extremely unglamorous stuff, but it's the stuff that matters to them. It's whether or not they've got the housing they need, or whether or not, you know, the local hospital is serving their purposes, or whether or not there are enough GP surgeries. That's the lifeblood of the job of an MP, and many MPs actually love being constituency MPs. They spend a huge amount of time in their patch and, you know, it becomes a whole life for them. So not all MPs are as suited to that as others, but ultimately those that don't look after their constituencies tend to get ejected sooner rather than later.
Yeah, fair point. They find out the hard way, as it were. Listen, Isabel, thank you. We'll let you maybe get some sleep now, although I'm sure there's still a few hours left in the tank. Isabel Oakeshott, Talks International Editor, with us here on the programme. We're going to talk more to Nick Dubois in just a moment, and Peter Cardwell with us here in the studio. It's 6:15. This is Talk.
Tonight is Political Party Night on Talk.
Stay up all night with the UK's top team on the Ultimate Talk Election Party All-Nighter.
Sample a night of deep political vision and crucial constituency comment. Kicking off with Julia Hartley-Brewer, first past the polling stations from 10 p.m.
Followed by speculation, swings and surprises as the votes come in with me, Grand Mixer Mike Graham, in the nation's definitive anatomy of an election from 1 a.m.
Then, Ian Collins hits the decks, back where he belongs, out on the terrace for a post-vote 4 a.m. poll party.
The Talk, ultimate election political party all-nighter.
Tonight from 10 p.m, racing through till dawn, election night is go on Talk.
Do you know, I'm quite looking forward to it. I haven't had an election in over 5 years.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on YouTube, on the app, on your mobile, the home of common sense. This is Talk.
It's 6:20. The Home Secretary, James Cleverly, still the Home Secretary for a few hours at least, has won his seat in Braintree. I think we can dip in to hear what he's been saying.
To my beautiful and wonderful wife, who has not just had to put up with me being a Member of Parliament and a Minister, but as you know, has also fought and successfully won her own battle. And I could not have done it without you, so thank you very much. This has been a very difficult night for my party, and losing the position of government of this country is painful, but it is the nature of our democracy that it happens, and when it happens, it is incumbent upon I suppose all parties, but particularly the party leaving government, to listen carefully to what the voters are telling us. I am not going to rush to any quick judgments. I think the right thing to do is be thoughtful and take a short period of time to really assess what the voters are telling us. But it is clear that when you see the voter share of the traditional main parties of government, that many voters are disillusioned with all of us, and we should take that on board. I think it is also right that we have the humility to recognise that there is nothing honourable in presenting simple and thin solutions to challenging and complex problems. And the world is a difficult and dangerous place, and we have to respond to that. But this evening, I will finish as I started, by saying thank you to the wonderful, wonderful people of the Braintree constituency. It is an honour to serve. Thank you.
That is James Cleverly. He has won his seat. And I guess, Peter, just a slight anorak point on procedure, but if anything of national security urgency happened right now, he would still be the man that would deal with it.
He is still the Home Secretary, yes, and will be until the government is dismissed. And the government does not... I mean, he hasn't been an MP, and no one has been an MP for the last 4 or 5 weeks anyway, but they remain in their government positions until the government is dismissed. Rishi Sunak is still the Prime Minister until the moment he is dismissed by the King, and then very, very shortly after that, Keir Starmer will be summoned to Buckingham Palace and asked to form a government.
And that's going to be the interesting bit, Nick, when all that happens.
Well, it'll be happening by this afternoon. The big appointments will be made really quickly, as you would expect them to be. It'll also be interesting. Watch out for any snap shock announcement. Remember in '97, it was... I think it was actually at the weekend, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a couple of days afterwards,
Gordon Brown declared that he would make interest up 0.5 point, and that would be the last interest rate rise he would make, and gave it to the Bank of England.
Which was not in the manifesto.
No, exactly. And there's a lot of things that weren't in the manifesto that Labour will feel entitled to do, and that's, and in fact will have to do. So look out for things like that happening. There may be a little more thought having to go into this reshuffle, because they've lost 2 likely contenders for cabinet jobs, Thang and Debonair from Bristol, and Jonathan Ashworth, so they might have to give it a little more thought, but all of that will be taken care of. They're going to want to hit the ground running. I'm sorry, we're going to hear a lot about the first 100 days.
Yes.
In fact, I'm beginning to think we should have an election every 100 days, because
that's an idea.
No, I don't have the strength for it.
It makes you wonder if there's anything else to do after the 100
way
days.
around it, isn't it? I mean, it's interesting. I think we can sort of pretty much say with some certainty Yvette Cooper will be the Home Secretary, Wes Streeting will be the Health Secretary.
Yeah.
Foreign Secretary, will David Lammy retain that position, do you think?
Well, there's lots and lots of speculation that he will perhaps not get it. Douglas Alexander, who is standing in Scotland, I'm not quite sure if Douglas Alexander's won a seat. I think he probably will or has. I'll check that in a minute. And also speculation that Lord Mandelson, the Dark Lord himself, Peter Mandelson, could be Foreign Secretary. We know, of course, David Cameron currently, for the next few hours anyway, is Foreign Secretary. So, yeah, we'll see what happens.
I want to ask Peter something, if I can, here, because we had a conversation outside in the green room, if you like, and we were talking about leadership, and I said, well, of course, James Cleverly is one of the heavyweights, and you're right, he had it looked to me he ruled himself out, not least because of as he mentioned there, his wife's fight that she's
cancer
had
battle,
for her health, and won. But that didn't sound like a speech where he was ruling himself out, unless I'm misreading.
It didn't, did it?
He talked a little bit.
My instinct with James Cleverly will be, look, I've thought about this. Things are very different to what I thought it would be. Maybe actually I will run. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he runs. Just Yvette Cooper has won her seat. She was run relatively close by Reform UK, but not really.
Well, we're nearly at that 400 mark for Labour. They have 398 MPs so far. At some point, Keir Starmer will appear in Downing Street, as will Rishi Sunak, although by an interesting, I suppose you could call it a bit of a coincidence, an unfortunate one. It's absolutely banging down with rain in Downing Street. Of course, when Rishi Sunak called that election, he did so absolutely drenched. I've never seen 25,000 quid's worth of suit get ruined quite so quickly as it did that
was just
day.
his jacket, Ian.
Well, it was interesting, wasn't it? Because I spoke to a few people who said, look, and you guys know this as well, the inside of Downing Street is equally as equipped to call an election with the press
with its £9 million press centre and number 9 Downing Street.
I was told that they had both rooms set up in case there were, something else might have happened that would have precluded him from standing outside. As it turned out, that fellow with a big speaker and the banging out "things can only get better" or whatever it was, didn't help either. But Rishi got a soaking, and at this rate, he's going to get another soaking when he gives his speech to say I'm off.
Goodness me, I should say, just in an addendum to what I said, Douglas Alexander has won. He's won in Lothian East, and Yvette Cooper has won as well. So Douglas Alexander, I wouldn't be surprised. Former Transport Secretary, former Scottish Secretary, one of the few people, along with Yvette Cooper, are actually ministers in the Blair and Brown administration. So Keir Starmer may want a little bit of experience in there.
Has Alexander been out the game for a bit?
Yeah, so he lost in, what was it, 2015 when Labour had that wipeout? So he lost when the SNP did so tremendously well. And yeah, he's been out of politics since then, or out of elected politics anyway. So now, 9 years later, here he is.
Do you know, a sort of link to this, can you imagine now this Parliament and how many new MPs are going to go in there? The huge challenge of actually these people getting up to scratch what's going on. Yeah. In 2010, when I went in, there were something like 150 new MPs. They didn't cope very well. No one told them what to do. There were things that there was no attempt to train you or give you any guidance whatsoever, except maybe by a few friends. We've got a much bigger number than that coming in this time. It's probably in the region of 300, 350.
Even getting an
like
office.
That. Well, that'll take ages. I shared an office with 15 people, and then I ended up sharing with Matt Hancock and George Freeman, and they competed.
That would not have been uneventful.
A couple of interesting egos at play there, because they always it was a race of who could have most staff, right? So that was but the main point I'm making is that the recipe for trying to get people ready and fit to start speaking in Parliament, doing their job in Parliament, getting their desks, their offices, and from day one, these MPs get casework. It's quite an extraordinary situation.
Jeremy Hunt has just gone into number 11 Downing Street. He will be packing up his belongings. He actually lives in the larger flat. When Rishi Sunak was Chancellor, he is in the smaller flat, which is in 10 Downing Street. The question for the Starmer family will be, do they want the larger flat, number 11, which Tony Blair had? He had, of course, 3 and then 4 kids. Leo Blair was born when he was Prime Minister, when Cherie got preggers at Balmoral, as she gave give in excruciating detail in her book, which I've read, so you don't have to.
Love your maternity lingo there. As well.
Yes, indeed.
Cherie got preggers.
Cherie got preggers, yeah, indeed. With Leo Blair, he's now sort of terrifyingly about sort of 22 or 23 or something. And yes, so it's up to the Starmers. The big question in all of this, actually, I would say the biggest question actually we posed all night is how will Jojo, the Starmer's rescue cat, get on with Larry? That's what I want to know.
Oh, so there's going to be a cat-off?
Yeah, well, the last time an incumbent of Downing Street had a cat was actually Freya the cat when George Osborne was Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Larry is Larry Rishi's cat? Or
No,
is he
Larry is the Downing Street. He is the He is the Downing Street cat.
So Larry's seen it all.
He's seen it all. He's outlasted many a Prime Minister.
He's seen his chances.
That's it. He
drift in, drift out.
Came in under the Cameron administration. He's still there.
And do you know there's another one, Palmerston, the Foreign Office cat.
He's been retired.
Has he gone?
Yeah, he's retired.
He used to try and occupy Downing Street.
Did he?
He used to, yeah.
So in the same week, John Hume, who won the Nobel Peace Prize, I promise you this is going somewhere, John Hume, who won the Nobel Peace Prize, died, and Palmerston retired. I was asked by the Daily Telegraph to write 400 words on the sad death of John Hume, whose sacrifice and leadership basically brought peace to my generation in Northern Ireland, so we didn't have to grow up with the Troubles. 400 words by the Daily Telegraph. Palmerston retiring as cat, 800 words.
Seriously?
Yes, that happened.
There it is. Who is it that had the tarantula?
Gavin Williamson.
Gavin Williamson had a tarantula.
Cronus, who was actually a female tarantula.
Yeah.
Often to be confused, actually, with Gavin Williamson.
That's a very good point. These are the big questions we're asking here. Your favourite political pet, if you've got any suggestions. No, don't.
Has he got back? Because he managed to get reform to stand down, didn't he?
I don't know.
Gosh.
Williamson is always around somewhere. He's got that Mr. Mistopheles. He's wherever you look, he's lurking somewhere. We are still mysteriously waiting for the Liz Truss constituency count. This is Kings Lynn and West Norfolk. We were told that was imminent about an hour ago. Hasn't happened yet. Former Prime Minister Liz Truss, what's likely to happen there? You'll hear it all full and live when we do. We'll chat to a Labour voice as well in just a moment to get some reaction to the big events. Keir Starmer has hit the 400 mark. 400 MPs so far for Mr. Starmer, 109 for the Conservatives, and an impressive 68, I think I'm right in saying. Is that right, Peter?
Yes.
For the Lib Dems?
Not just yet.
Is that
no, 67. Yeah,
67.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nearly there, yeah.
That's extraordinary.
Yeah.
We'll watch with interest, and we'll chat with James Mathewson, former Labour spokesman, in just a couple of moments. It's 6:30. This is Talk.
across the UK, on DAB+, on YouTube, on the app, on your mobile, the home of common sense. This is Talk.
We return 6:30, just gone 6:30. Labour, of course, are the next government. Details throughout the course of the day, how that pans out and who's appointed. Priti Patel retained her seat. She's speaking now, former Home Secretary in Maidenhead.
As to where we go and how we can actually almost double down and serve the community with even more gusto and rigour, but representation. So I just want to finally conclude my remarks by really thanking everybody for their support. Within the constituency, the electorate across Witham have put their trust and faith and confidence in me, and I can absolutely say that I will stand up to that, live up to that and deliver for them. And I just would like to thank everybody that's made this election possible here locally. Thank you.
Priti Patel, former Home Secretary. I did say Maidenhead then, for some extraordinary reason. That, of course, is Theresa May's former seat. We'll keep our eye on that one. But there it is. Priti Patel retaining her seat in Braintree and clearly, like all the others, Nick, sounding very downbeat.
She's a serious leadership contender. She's had.
I think she'll win.
I'm not sure whether she's going to win, but she's right up there. So I wouldn't be as confident as Peter. But she's a serious one. And do you know why I think there's a difference, even with her and with Kemi Badenoch, who I just don't think will win at all or get very far at all, funny enough, even though she's a favourite. You do know what Priti stands for. Yeah. You absolutely know what she stands for.
And she always has. She hasn't changed her mind.
She's been ruthlessly consistent. And I think that is what will set her apart from the other candidates who are there at the moment.
So is that the point, 2 years down the line then? Do you sense that the DNA of the revived Tory Party, when it does revive itself at some point going forward, because it will, and in future times it will win elections. It seems hard to imagine that right now with such a dismal result. But is it likely to go more reform-bound? They've got the numbers. Is that, and then, just to follow that on and sort of expand that, then these reform guys eventually kind of cross into that.
And it's easy to think with Priti Patel, it's all going to be right-wing stuff, stop the immigrants, bang people up in prison more, which I'm all for that myself. It's going to have to be a much wider agenda that appeals to a much wider group of people. And that's just simply the facts. We are not so easily defined as right and left now. And it's a complex picture what's out there, and you only have to look at the social attitude surveys that come out. It's not attitudes, it's another word. Comes out every year to see where Britain is, what Britain thinks, to understand that the electorate won't move in hordes like left or right.
But it's also whether you, as I said before, Peter, it's whether we believe, it's how, when a politician speaks, do we believe that they believe?
Yes.
And that, I think, is a good benchmark, really.
Especially when they change them.
It explains the reform success, I think, to a degree as well.
Well, look, Nigel Farage is a conviction politician. There's no doubt about that. He's been saying exactly the same things all his career. He has not changed in what he believes or what he says. Really interesting, I think. I mean, we're in the end game here. We've only 28 seats left to go. Maidenhead, I just checked, hasn't declared yet. We're expecting it to fairly soon. Theresa May obviously standing down there, and actually in the dissolution honours that have just been announced, she is going to the House of Lords. So that is happening. There's been a number of former MPs who are going, including Chris Grayling, Liam Booth-Smith, who is the Chief of Staff to Rishi Sunak, will be a Lord as well. A few knighthoods and so on for various people. That's bound to be controversial, as these things always are. But we're in the end game here, and what is very clear as Labour have gone over 400 seats is they have a very strong majority. Politics has changed dramatically in this country overnight. It's been absolutely fascinating, and it's only going to get more interesting.
Let's get a word from James Mathewson, former Labour spokesman. James, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. How are we doing?
Are you pulling crackers there, opening the bubbly? What's happening at your end?
Oh, God, it's a bit early for the bubbly, isn't it? Or is it late? I can't tell anymore. I think it's all blurred together. But no, I'm using the power of caffeine to keep going, or I highly recommend it.
Well, we share that, brother. We certainly do. Listen, I mean, it's an astounding win for Labour. We can argue forever as to what it means about the vote share and, you know, was this about Keir Starmer's brilliance or was it about the ineptitude elsewhere? But nonetheless, a win is a win. We're up to, 403 seats and counting.
Absolutely. And you know what it is? I never thought. You have to pinch yourself, I think, at these moments as well sometimes, because I can remember being a young activist in Northumberland and being told, you know, oh, don't bother with this seat, don't bother with that seat, because this one will always be Tory, or this one will always, you know, this will never change. Labour never have a chance here. If it's going to be anyone, it's going to be the Lib Dems. Looking at the map of Northumberland, where I come from this morning, and seeing the whole thing red, the entire county, you know, 4 constituencies, is absolutely incredible. And I'm sure there are people all around the country who are sharing those sentiments with their local area changing, you know, from people who've never had Labour MPs before. A good friend of mine, Joe Morris, has been elected in Hexham constituency. That was Guy Opperman's seat. I mean, that was seen as a safe Tory seat. And of course, many others have fallen through the night as well tonight. So it really is a huge, monumental change for many people in Britain.
It is fair to say, though, James, that if you extrapolate Reform UK from this election, then we wouldn't be looking at 403 seats. We might still be looking at a win, but it wouldn't be anywhere near the convincing landslide we are seeing here. This was really down to activities elsewhere, as distinct to any brilliance from any brilliance of the Labour leadership. Would that be fair?
I think it's not certain to say that those votes, because I mean that would be assuming that those votes would have gone to the Tory Party still from Reform, and I think the likelihood is they would have stayed at home. You know, if they wanted to vote Tory, they would have voted Tory. And Reform is a different beast altogether, really, and I think we're going to see some really, really interesting times ahead with regard to how Nigel Farage commands conservative politics in Britain now. Talking about Priti Patel just there, you know, gone. I mean, somebody like that would be very difficult for him. He's going to hope, obviously, for the One Nation Tories to try and rally, and he can be the voice of the right in Parliament. But I think it's concerning as well. People like myself who believe in progressive politics and, you know, a pluralist Parliament, but a progressive one overall, to see somebody like Nigel Farage standing there, knowing the kind of rhetoric, because he's an excellent speaker, an excellent orator, knowing the kind of rhetoric that he'll be able to deliver now with a platform like that, it is frightening.
Give us a prediction, if you can, James. We were talking about 10 minutes ago, back to 1997, when the Labour Party won. It was that big Tony Blair landslide. What seemed like just a couple of days later, lots of big policy announcements. The independence of the Bank of England, never been seen before, anything like that. It wasn't even in the manifesto, it just kind of happened. Wow, everybody thought. Do you think Starmer's going to pull something big out of the bag like that?
I hope so, but we have to remember, I was 3 years old when that happened, when Tony Blair won that election. In my conscious memory, in my lifetime, this is the first time we've seen huge political change like this in this direction. So a lot of you know, younger people, and I think they were saying people under the age of 45 who voted before, you know, haven't seen what could be possible under a Labour government. There is a chance and an opportunity for Keir Starmer really to reassure people and to show them that change is what he intends and not just the status quo, because people who've entrusted their vote to him want to see change. They don't want to just see more of the same.
Listen, James, we appreciate your time at this early hour as well. We cut in only because we're going to go to another count. Thank you, James Mathewson, former Labour spokesman. We're going to go and get the details from that Kings Lynn and West Norfolk seat shortly. That is Liz Truss's seat. Is she likely to retain? What does the smart money say? We'll bring you the result of that shortly. You had some detail on Maidenhead as well, Peter.
Yeah, an insider at the time.
This is Theresa May's former constituency.
So she's standing down, and I have some insider information that suggests that the Liberal Democrats may take that seat just by a very small majority. So Theresa May was the MP between 1997 and 2024 as the MP for Maidenhead, but it looks as if the Liberal Democrats may take that from the Conservatives.
And the only campaigner to have campaigned to a Ring doorbell, of course.
That's
Theresa
right.
May this week, who...
Hello, I'm Theresa May.
Rang the bell. The response from the AI of the bell came back and said, I'm afraid there's nobody in. Would you like to leave a message? And there was the former Prime Minister saying, hi, I'm Theresa May. Please vote for this candidate.
Who was more robotic?
No,
It's a very good point.
No, it would be wrong of me to mention the executive at Talk who once described a young person who really wanted to be on screen as a person who's so desperate to be on television they'd broadcast to a Ring doorbell, which I thought was a bit harsh.
Yeah, it's a nice phrase, though. I should remember that.
I'd probably broadcast to a Ring doorbell, to be honest, if anyone was listening.
You can tell me in a moment who that was. So here we are, the Liz Truss count. We'll bring you that detail in a second. I mean, of course, it doesn't really matter now, does it? We are just talking about high-profile people, Nick, and whether they've kept it or lost it.
I think we've lost so many high-profile names. We're not going to get a Portillo moment, even if Liz Truss goes now, because frankly, we've had a lot of Portillo moments.
There's been a lot of and Rees-Mogg, I think you referred to, Peter, as a Portillo moment. I guess that's reasonable, isn't it? It was this is the doyen of the darling of the Tory right.
A lot of people really hate him.
I can't see Liz Truss on that stage.
Where is Liz Truss?
That's a very good point.
We're just looking at the stage here, and I can't see her there.
So we're just looking at images of, and in fact you can probably see it on your screen there as well.
And he looks like he's about to speak.
He's about to speak. The returning officer is there.
For Liz Truss.
All the other candidates appear to be there. I can see a red rosette, a purple one, and a yellow one. The one that's missing is our former Prime Minister, Liz Truss. I don't know where she's gone. But
they're waiting for her anyway.
There are some reports online that she's not actually in the building.
Which is, there's a reason you normally don't go to the count, which is appalling, by the way, if you don't, unless it's for health reasons or something like that. You should always go. It's one of the hardest things to do is stand there and lose. But I do know that there are some candidates who sit in the car once they know they've lost, because you can tell in most cases, refuse to come in until the last minute.
If Liz Truss loses her seat, this will be the Portillo moment of this election.
Do you think so?
Yes, this will be the main one, because there are so many people who have very, very strong feelings about Liz Truss.
But she's a fighter, not a quitter.
Well, she's not there at the moment. Every other candidate is on the stage there, and Liz Truss isn't there.
It's interesting in a way, because I suspect the Tories would, in a way, not like her in the House of Commons, because Labour will point at her all the time and say, of course, you increase everyone's mortgages, which is not strictly true, but Labour have linked huge mortgage rises to the 49 days of Liz Truss quite effectively. So there'll probably be some Tories who think, well, it'd be quite handy if she wasn't sitting in the House of Commons in the next 5 years.
I mean, the wait for this is almost, it feels as long as she was in power, doesn't it, really? I mean, that's kind of what we're dealing with here. It would be extraordinary, wouldn't it, if she was just simply refusing to go in?
Well, she doesn't have to. You don't have to even attend your own count.
But would you not have told somebody that?
Well, you would have thought, you would have mentioned it, or the agent would have said, look, I'll do it instead.
She's decided not to turn up. I mean, could she be stuck in traffic?
We are wildly speculating here. It could be something perfectly innocent. Hopefully it's nothing serious, but it just seems odd that the cameras are sitting there and waiting to declare the return and nothing's happening.
Yeah, and they're now all talking to, they haven't spoken to each other, these candidates, for the entire duration of the campaign. They're swapping phone numbers now, I'm thinking. They've formed a WhatsApp group, it seems, between them all as they await the
returning officer doesn't have to wait. He could just crack on.
Well, I get the sense that maybe the returning officer will do exactly that. I mean, this is an extraordinary scene. You might think that, by now they would at least have some information as to why she's not there.
I've just had a message saying they literally cannot find her.
Brilliant.
I mean, that is quite extraordinary.
There are actually not all... Oh, there she is. There she is. She's there.
She's there. She's turned up. Truss is in the House. We're going to go to Kings Lynn and West Norfolk, I think, to get that result of that scene. We have no sound coming from that area at the moment, which is proving problematic for broadcasters. That's out of our control, but nonetheless, we will try and rectify it.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Independent, 6,282.
That's the first one.
Conway, Gary Daniel Dominic, Heritage Party, Freedom Family Nation, 160. Duvalapalli, Pallavi, Green Party, 1,838. Douglas, Lorraine, Communist Party of Britain, 77. Jeremy, Terry, Labour Party, 11,847. Mackenzie, Tobias, Reform UK, 9,958. Of East Anglia, Earl Elvis, Official Monster Raving Loony Party, 338. Ratcliffe, Josie, Liberal Democrats, 2,618. Truss, Liz, the Conservative Party candidate, 11,217. The number of ballot papers rejected was 139, and I do hereby declare that Jeremy Terry is duly elected.
There it is. Liz Truss has been beaten by the Labour. It's a whisker in it. Goodness me.
That is an absolute shocker.
James Bagg is key to that. He was one of the turnip revolution.
That's right, the turnip Taliban.
2009, and he's done that out of Get Your Own Back.
Let's have a listen.
Should never be taken for granted. You should never give up hope, and every vote matters. Tonight, the country has voted for change, and here in South West Norfolk, this constituency has voted for change as well. It is the honour of my life to be elected, and I promise to do everything that I can to serve and deliver for the residents of this constituency. Mr. Returning Officer, High Sheriff, may I thank you and all your staff, both here at the count and at the dozens of polling stations across this constituency today, for your diligence and your professionalism. You make democracy work. To the media, to the police and all our public service workers, thank you for your contribution to this important process. I'd like to thank all my fellow candidates for putting themselves forward, engaging in debate and offering the public a choice. I'd like to take a moment too to thank our outgoing MP Liz Truss for her service to this constituency over the past 14 years. Politics can be brutal, and you have come in for your fair share of criticism, but may I take this opportunity to wish you well in the future. Thank you to my fantastic team and everyone that has supported the campaign over the past few weeks and months. I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you to my family and to my partner Matthew for your support, encouragement and love, without which none of this would be possible. I decided to stand for Parliament having experienced firsthand the inadequacies of the welfare state and the health system in our country. My dad had a life-altering stroke in 2013, and I've seen over the years how badly the system supports disabled people. We had 10 further wonderful years with my dad, but delays getting a GP appointment and problems receiving the right hospital care contributed to my dad's untimely death last year, aged just 65. I hope to be a voice for people like my dad, people who are amongst the most vulnerable in our society, who rely on our compassion, our support and our public services. Dad, you're not here to see this, but this is for you and everyone like you.
I don't know if we are going to hear from Liz Truss.
She usually gets to make a speech.
She is. She's about to make a speech, and no, she's
gone.
It appears she isn't. And they are leaving the stage at that point. Former Prime Minister, albeit for about 5 minutes, Liz Truss has lost her seat. How long has she been the MP?
Since 2010.
2010.
Yeah.
So she started with the coalition.
But Nick, tell us about the Turnout Taliban, because this is crucial.
Yes, well, you may want to fill in the details, but in 2009 there was an attempt to unseat her. David
as the candidate.
As the candidate.
She was an A-lister, wasn't she?
In her seat of whatever it was called then. It was a different name.
South West Norfolk, I think.
Now, Cameron had introduced an A-list and effectively imposing people on an A-list on various seats. I mean, cut a long story short, that's what it was. There was a rebellion locally that actually wanted to oust her after a series of, well, one was a revelation to do with her personal life, which was not greeted well in the fields of Norfolk. And essentially, they failed to remove her because David Cameron stepped in and put a stop to it. That was the end of it. the fact that the leader of the Turnip Taliban stood here at this event, he saw an opportunity, no doubt, with the split of the vote with Reform, to unseat her and stop her. That is local politics.
So the Reform candidate is the...
No, the Reform candidate took a lot of votes. James Bagg was an independent candidate.
Oh, I see.
So
he was the man you're talking about.
He was holding a grudge on this, perhaps an understandable one, some people may argue, from 14 years ago, saw an opportunity with Reform taking some of the Conservative vote to come in, take 6,000 votes, and the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Liz Truss, loses her seat.
But to
take
6,000, that wouldn't just have been done on a little bit of gossip, would it? He must
well,
have
no,
said
because it
something
pointed to a division in the Conservative Party, which he was backing on. Yes, locally. And, of course, it was an alternative Conservative voice for Conservatives very angry with the Conservatives, probably pretty fed up with Liz Truss as well. They could vote for someone who was a Conservative, because James Bagg was a Conservative.
Of course.
I think he might have been deputy chairman of her association, even. And they didn't have to vote Reform. Reform, meanwhile, picked up about 9,000 votes. Between Reform and James Bagg, 15,000 votes. The former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom has been turfed out of her seat. Think about it. Only 2 years ago, she was Prime Minister.
That is the Portillo moment of this election. Everyone will remember where they were just before 7 o'clock in the morning.
Do you think
when
Liz Truss we're talking about here?
Well, Liz Truss losing her seat, there will be jubilation from many of her political opponents.
I'm sure there will. I'm now more intrigued about what the gossip was that this person had on her at the time.
It's in the public domain. It was an affair that she had with another MP called Mark Field.
Oh, Westminster, formerly.
Formerly.
Yeah. There you go, we're learning a lot tonight, aren't we? Not only do we know that, we also know that Keir Starmer is about to enter Downing Street at some point today. Could be later this morning, could be this afternoon. The procedure is, of course, Rishi Sunak will go to see the King. What will he say in that speech? Does he say, I'm sorry I haven't done it, or does the King say, I'm sorry you haven't done it?
And when he talks to the King, or on Downing Street?
When he talks to the King.
When he talks to the King, he simply says, in Downing Street, so it says, I'm off to the palace to tender my resignation. There's no sort of formal way of doing it, but he certainly turns up, has an audience with the King, and he says, with the election result, I'm tendering my resignation. The King accepts that and says, thank you for your service, wish you well. This, of course, will not be the last time the two men meet. And then off he goes on his merry way. And then we have this weird situation for about 15 or 20 minutes, usually a very short time, where there is no Prime Minister, no government, actually. And then Keir Starmer gets the call. Well, we'll have got it beforehand to say you come. Obviously, with Liz Truss, we remember that happened at Balmoral with the Queen, who saw her come in. And then Rishi Sunak became Prime Minister, which was the King's first Prime Minister who came in, and now Keir Starmer's his second.
And there was that telling moment in Liz Truss's premiership when she went to meet the King for the first time, officially and photographed. And as she came into the room, she was already Prime Minister by then, he went, oh dear. And it was a defining moment because he said that at the time there was a crisis. What will he say to Rishi Sunak?
Yeah. And of course, she was the last Prime Minister to see the Queen, of course.
Yes.
That's right. Yeah, just 2 days before she died, and then that defined a lot of her period as Prime Minister.
Indeed. It's going to be interesting. I remember when Boris Johnson took over from Theresa May, her car went that way, and then coming up the
That's
Mall
what'll happen.
was Boris Johnson. I think some Just Stop Oil people jumped in the way, if you remember. A couple of banners and all the rest of it, all dealt with in a very British way.
It's fascinating as well because a lot of the television stations will show the sort of aerial scene and will follow the cars and the what the Americans call a motorcade from Downing Street, about a mile up the road to Buckingham Palace, maybe not even a mile actually. And it's very interesting how when you're Prime Minister, you have outriders, you have all these different people, you have all these security people and a whole convoy of cars, and then you go into Buckingham Palace, you're not the Prime Minister anymore, and off you go with one or two cars.
Well, you get a black cab.
Exactly. Well, they have security for life, but yeah, it is a fascinating. The transfer of power in this country is done pretty much unlike almost any other country.
And I remember Cameron, and I think he did this symbolically, when he came back from the palace, I think he did away with the outriders because he wanted to sort of symbolise a more accessible feel. Do you remember he took away a lot of the exterior cars?
Yes, but they also walked. Do you remember?
But they got stuck in traffic as well for a bit, didn't he? Which was all a little bit strange.
Although the interesting thing with Cameron, when he was leader of the opposition, he was entitled to a basically a ministerial car from the ministerial fleet as leader of the opposition. I don't think there's any other member of the shadow cabinet who is. And he was... but he was cycling into work and so on. Then there was that famous story that the Daily Mirror broke of the fact that he cycled in, but then the ministerial car came after him with his box and all his belongings.
I don't know if that's fully true, but it was.
It is true. It absolutely is true.
No, I don't. That's fine. Somebody else brings your belongings, but I don't think he just cycled for the cameras. Is my point, because he was doing it every day.
I mean, look, why not just go in the car?
Trusting of you.
Come on,
why not just go in the car?
Yeah, well, he didn't want to go in the car. He wanted a cycle.
Yeah, but it's.
But he had 6 boxes with him. And
it was theatre.
He'd have to have some hella panniers on him, wouldn't he?
That's a very brave defence from Ian Collins.
I'm slightly surprised.
No idea why I'm standing as
an undefended person.
The lawyer for David Cameron here for some strange reason. We have just about a minute left. I should remind you, of course, the day continues with the unravelling of this extraordinary landslide result for the Labour Party. I'm going to be back at 1 o'clock this afternoon to continue that analysis. That may be the time when we see all of the above coming